2026 New South Wales Motocross State Titles, presented by Whole Shot Graphics, Kennard's Hire, Risen Unlimited, National Motorcycle Alliance, Skywalker Studios, Westpac Rescue Helicopter Service, Black Dog Institute.
Good morning and welcome to the ACT Motorcycle Club. We're at Fairbairn Park for the Motorcycling New South Wales Motocross State Titles. It's day 2 here of our coverage. I'm David Hogan from the Always Moto podcast show, and I'm joined by Russell Hicks from PSC, or Power Sports Central. We are here to deliver the racing action across the day, across our live YouTube stream. Now, yesterday delivered a full day of championship racing under a bit of a new format. We had some qualifying, we had LCQs, and we had our first round winners crowned for most of our junior classes yesterday. Today is mostly senior day, and tone's going to shift today. We've got longer motos, we've got higher speeds, we've got greater championship implications. The track yesterday started out nice and deep and moist. It dried out across the day. It turned into a nice hard packed surface with a lot of blue grooves. And today we're going to have a few of the bigger teams here, a part of our championship. They're all trying to get some practice on this national track. It's going to be a part of the Oz Pro Series later in the year. So we've got guys from the KTM team, the CDR Yamaha team. We've got Honda team here. We've got the Moto Coach Honda as well. So the professional level here today for this championship is huge. So round one momentum is going to be huge to get into this one. Russ, what are your thoughts on this day today for day 2 action?
Dave, it is so good to be back, mate. The track here is absolutely unreal. It's my first time here at the ACT. I was really interested to see how this track was going to look, and yesterday it delivered the goods, my friend. It was deep and ruddy in the morning with plenty of moisture in the track. Unfortunately, we chased it all day and we sort of lost the track towards the end of the day. There was a lot of blue groove and a lot of dust coming up. It made for some really interesting racing though, didn't it? Because there was still deep ruts with lots of traction, and then into that same corner there would be a big, dry, dusty blue groove section with absolutely zero grip. So the track yesterday rewarded patience, it rewarded throttle control, and it rewarded smart riding. So I'm really keen to see how the big boys go here today, and the big girls go here today on this track. They've re-prepped it, they've prepped the start straight, they've ripped the track, and they've put a lot of moisture in. It's looking really dark and amazing out there. Can't wait to see how this thing shapes up over today, Dave.
Yeah, look, the track's going to be completely different today. Obviously, with the bigger bikes, the seniors out there, we're going to get a lot more deeper in this early session. And the first riders on track that are happening behind us is the MX1 classes out there. So they're going to be ripping this track up massively at the moment as it's nice and soft right now. But the guys that are out on track, I'm so excited for today, Russ. Today's racing is going to be awesome. With the guys that are here doing some practice ahead of their national later in the year, the names that we've got here, we've got Jed Beaton, we've got Reese Budd, we've got Todd Waters, Reed Taylor, Cade Kingsford, Ryder Kingsford, Dylan Walsh, just to name a couple of the guys on those big teams that are here for our New South Wales Motocross Championship. It's awesome that they're here. It's just made my heart rate go through the roof.
Mate, it is very, very cool to see this, and this is what we love about state titles, is there's families that are coming into this sport and coming here for the very first time, and we've got the trucks from the professional and factory teams parked at the front too. So what an awesome opportunity for everyone to be involved in racing. The track's looking good, the weather's going to be absolutely spot on with these overcast conditions, maybe a sprinkle or two throughout the day, we'll see how we go, but I'm really excited to see some racing go down today, mate.
We definitely are. Now, just a shout out to yesterday's racing as well. If you haven't seen our stream, you need to head over to the Motorcycle New South Wales YouTube channel. Check it out. Hit the subscribe button while you're there. But you need to check out that MX3 Moto 1 from yesterday. Jack Devson, Riley Burgess going absolutely hammer and tongs at it yesterday, switching spots probably about 7-8 times in a matter of 3 laps. So it's well worth going back and checking out that pre-record that we've got now in the bank. The action was awesome, not just that class, but that one really stood out for me yesterday.
Awesome. So take a look at that now.
Welcome to the Motorcycle New South Wales Motocross State Titles for 2026. We are at Fairbairn Park in the ACT for the opening round. This track preview brought to you by Always Moto. Subscribe to our YouTube channel for a different look into our sport, and Skywalker Studios, your partner in live sports broadcasting. I'm David Hogan. I'm one of the commentary team for our 2026 coverage, and I'm out there on that RM125. You can see heading down our start straight, and we are doing our track preview. We've got a tight right-hand first corner and a bit of a shoot down here into the main section of the track. We've got a little rollers here. It's going to be an interesting section to start off with the track in that opening lap, with being everyone heading into there, all 40 bikes at once, over a nice big tabletop here in bit of the center of the track. Some nice big turns. Now the club has prepared the track nicely. You can see it's well ripped up here. The RM125 having a bit of a struggle through some of the ripped sections there. Couldn't get the drive to get over some of these tabletops. We've got a nice sweeper downhill here on the gas into this section of the track, and another nice tight corner. You can see those Kennards Hire flags. We've got some good sponsors on board for the event here. Heading a little kink left, and we've got a nice tabletop to get up and over. You'll hear the 125 screaming, trying to get to the drive through that ripped section. We're going around. There's 2 options here. We've got a nice inside roller, or you can sweep around that and miss that inside roller on that section of the track. Coming around here, tight right-hander, that risen banner there. But this one's going to cause some drive to get up this hill here, and then we're going to sweep all the way around the top of the track there. I'm sticking out nice and wide on the hard pack line there. But the track is going to rut up and develop as we go through. We're into the bottom section of the track, got a couple of consecutive big jumps here. Nice tabletop here, bit of a short one to start, and then we've got a bit of a step up here. You'll see everyone flying up and over, and then a nice tabletop to finish the sequence there. We're going to sweep right here up the hill, and we're going to get to another corner. This is our National Motorcycle Alliance corner, and we're going to sweep back down towards the hill, short tabletop into it. This corner's going to rut up really well across the weekend. Swing left, accelerate hard up the hill here into our left-hander. Whole shot graphics on board with us again for 2026. And you see this section of track's going to be nice and fast. You're going to be on the gas, ripping through these ruts that will develop across the weekend. Little roller, little tabletop here, and we're going to turn hard right, and we're back onto the track here. That's a full lap here at Fairbairn Park, and that was brought to you by Always Moto and Skywalker Studios. Good luck for everyone across the weekend.
Well, we've just got our MX1 C-grade class out on track at the moment, and they are just getting their practice session underway. There's no times up yet for these guys on our timing and scoring. They haven't hit the qualifying section of the session just yet. Got the 387 on screen, and of course that one's not on our list that I'm looking at right this second. That's always handy to start off with, Russ. But Russ, you're out on track, mate, having a look at the track down there as it's developing, and you were saying, as we were just off comms before, we're already deeper and more rutted than we were yesterday, and obviously that's to do with the big bikes and the big boys being out there straight off this morning.
Mate, absolutely, and it was really interesting watching this track develop from a freshly groomed track yesterday morning into what turned into a really challenging track by yesterday afternoon. But you're absolutely right, Dave. The ruts I'm looking at right now down here are as deep as the track got all day yesterday. And this is practice. So I think this track's going to develop much faster than it did yesterday with the big bikes on it. We've got a lot of big names. We've got factory teams here. This track, the conditions are going to move really quickly. It's going to change really quickly, and it's going to reward the riders that can adjust the fastest.
Oh, just getting a rider on screen. It must have had a moment. I think that's the 74 there of Joel Bird. Just having a bit of one of those readjustments to the handlebars that you do when you've had a bit of a tweak moment on the side of the track was Joel, but he's up and going down to the bottom of the circuit now on that Honda of his. So hopefully no harm, no foul, and he can continue on, and that's his one moment for the day. But
I feel like you might have done a few of those in your time, Dave.
Oh, look, usually, because it's more off-road at times, you usually find a tree to help straighten it out afterwards. But he was using the bank of the edge of the track pretty much to his advantage, so yeah.
Nah, look, very good, mate. We're really excited to see how the day develops. It's overcast conditions here today. It's only due for about mid-20s, 24 to 26 degrees. So as far as the weather's concerned, it could be absolutely perfect for racing here today. We saw conditions get a little warmer yesterday afternoon. Towards the afternoon, there was patches of sunshine that came out. A little bit of wind came up and dried the track out yesterday afternoon. So the conditions right now are looking great. We're hoping they hold up throughout the entire day while we get this round one of the New South Wales state titles underway.
Now, Russ, where you're standing there now in my favourite corner there as they come down the hill after the finish line. Yesterday, I think we had maybe 2 to 3 ruts in there. I can already see like 5 on screen. So, like, it's developing massively quickly.
It really is, mate, and this is quite eye-opening for me standing here. I was down here yesterday, and it really took most of the day to develop into a multi-line track, but there was maybe only 3 lines. There was a tight inside line right around this dirt mound and tight up against the white markers. There was 1 or 2 center lines, and then there was a clean outside line. The most interesting thing right now is that that clean outside line doesn't exist. So there is no cheater line on the outside, which a lot of guys were using. There's already a deep rut really close to the bank, and then now we've got a few options moving into the center. A lot of the riders are choosing to use that furthest rut because it seems to be the most open and cleanest and shallowest at this point. The inside rut is very boggy and very deep.
Just got the 105 on screen as well, having a moment in one of the corners here. That's Cody Schutz. Probably pronounced that wrong. Apologies, Cody, but he's just gone off the track now to probably get himself regathered. He's covered in mud. He's got it all up one side, all up his left side, so he's going to have to probably have a change of gear at some point today because that's not going to work too well. He's got it all over his gloves, unfortunately, as happens when you fall off in the mud. But yeah, he's just having a little sit-down moment just to regather himself here. All right, back on screen, we've got a couple of our other C-grade riders going through here. Now, this track yesterday, where they were, and a Honda rider just found one of the holes there from yesterday, I'd say, that he's already pushed through. Had a nice little head twitch moment and almost went sideways off the track into our whole shot graphics banners nearly. That's the number 11 there of Maclay Brownlee. So hopefully he's going to find a better line through their next time through as we keep an eye on them through their session. Now, these guys have still got a fair while left in this session before we're actually going to start getting some timing, probably in the next lap or so. So we might be able to start telling you who's who in the zoo in C-Grade MX1 shortly. Just got the 972 Maverick Welsh Ross on screen at the moment. He's going to head down the hill here, check out the corner. Go through that nice deep ruts that's developing. There's 5 lines easily there already compared to yesterday's 3. So the seniors have obviously gone out and made a few more options early on. They're not sticking to the one situation as the juniors tend to do early and then they move later. These guys are just developing this track, cutting it in really well so far, but this is going to turn into an interesting racetrack later in the day. It's already pretty deep. Yes, that 144 is stuck there in the mud. He's just digging out. Oh, this is good. He must have slid down on the side of the bike and he's trying to dig out the mud out of the airbox holes to try and let it breathe. So that's Lachlan Day just having a bit of a clean-up job there. Had to readjust the visor as well. Good old peak has come right down over the face. He's up and going. And Russ, you're just there next to him, are you, mate?
Yeah, mate, I am down here taking a look at this corner that's already claimed a few riders. Another rider's just pulled off behind me as well. I'm not sure if he's had a stack, but he's reaching deep into the bike to try and clear out some mud. What we're seeing down here is a really, really boggy, deep, wet corner. There's a bit of a bog hole leading into it. On the inside, there is a roller. On the outside, there's some super deep ruts. It's super muddy, sloppy, and slippery, mate. It's something that both of us are probably more used to seeing in the off-road series, not necessarily the motocross track, but it's interesting that this corner's already claimed a few riders.
Yeah, you can see how shiny it is. You're right on the coverage, looking straight at us, Russ. Give us a nice smile, mate. There we go. But yeah, you can see the colour in that dirt there. There's a couple of really wet-looking spots as they're coming into that corner. So yeah, it's going to claim a few, but it will obviously dry out as we get going. But this overcast conditions is going to help the track stay nice and moist for the time being. We haven't got too much breeze either, so we should be able to see a good racetrack. I'm just watching the 105 that was down earlier in the mud there. He's up and going. He's just gone past you, Russ. So good to see Cody back circulating again here.
Yeah,
got to get a time in for himself, which he looks like he might have just done on the previous lap. Not the best lap time, probably, from having all that mud on his gloves, but he's up and going again, so maybe he can get a decent one in shortly.
And Dave, this back section of the track really played a pivotal role in a lot of our battles yesterday. It was a section where it's probably our most technical section of track, and it really rewarded riders that could stitch a good line together through this back section. A lot of moves are made, a lot of passes were completed, but it also caused a little bit of carnage over this side as well. One of the injuries we had yesterday was in this back section, so it's a really interesting part of the track. and is really going to define the race day for some of these riders here today.
Yeah, I wonder how that right-hand sweeper at the top of the hill that we saw a couple of passes go down in that MX3 where some were starting inside and drifting out and the others were outside drifting in through there to then make passes on each other down that hill. I wonder how that's going to develop today, if it's got an actual couple of lines in it, because yesterday there wasn't really a rut to hold onto, which allowed them to sort of move across the track really easily. So we'll have to see how that goes across this day, and obviously at the moment this is where it's going to cut in, if anything. So just noticing one of the C grade guys on the number 53 machine come past the commentary area on a Stark Varg. So we've got a few of these Starks out here today from the electric bike side of things, which is pretty cool. So we'll see how they all come out and play across the weekend. So that 53 is Seth Hardman there on that Stark Varg.
Yeah, mate, he's just rolling past me now around the whole shot banner graphics here in this technical back section of the track. I think the Varg is going to have a distinct advantage today on this track. They're really good in the mud and they're really good when it's sloppy like this. They're easy to get going. They got instant power to get up out of the mud and the ruts and the holes. You've already called him as the whole shot winner today, so it's going to be really interesting to see how he goes.
Well, that was the other class. That's for the A grade, B grade, 250, or the MX2s, I should say, not the 250. It's MX2 class. But yeah, that's going to be Charlie Campbell. That was my Nostradamus call from yesterday. Got some inside information there on that one. But yes, in this C class, watch for Seth on the start as well, because that Stark will just... No clutch, no gears is basically an automatic from the get-go. As long as he doesn't have an absolutely terrible reaction time when the gate drops, I dare say you'll see him at the pointy end of the field when it gets to turn 1. So they will have a very nice advantage there to get through this track while the others are trying to shift gears down the main straight.
Absolutely, Dave. And to go back to our conditions here, both these corners I'm looking at are forming up very much similar to what we saw yesterday. The inside shorter, faster line is really deep and slippery. I can see a lot of wheel spin coming out of the corners. It's catching pegs, it's catching shifters. The outside very top line on the corner is already starting to dry out. There's a little bit of dust coming out of the one I'm standing in, and the one over the back there is already dusty. So I think we're going to see a similar thing yesterday, where that outside longer line is going to be less grip, but a faster, potentially safer line. The inside line, that's a deep, sticky rut, is going to be a little bit trickier to get in and out of to get that shorter line.
All right, we just had the number 328 on screen there. Brad Stafford making his way around. You can see our next session of riders just sitting there on the grid waiting for their turn. Getting our awesome drone shots here of this morning, and you can see the colour there on that start straight for all that water that's down on the track. Couple of the low spots as well. You can see a little bit of a discoloration there in the dirt that's got probably a little bit more moisture sitting in it. But we're in for a great day of racing here in the ACT. Plenty of action to come our way. You can see we're back on the grid there. Now this one will be our junior 250s and 13 to 15 years sitting there ready for their session now shortly. At the moment in this C grade MX1 class, it is the 220 Kobe Wise with the fastest lap at a 148 at the moment. Closely behind is the 74 of Joel Bird with a 150, and then the number 14 of Seth Clark is the third fastest with a 152. They're their last lap time, so that's where they're sitting. That's our top 3 in this session so far. And I think this one is just coming to a close here for the MX1 C grade. So that'll be Kobe Wise getting that Q1 position.
All right, we are going to take a short break, and we're going to come back to some amazing action here at the Motorcycle New South Wales State Titles.
Looking good, eh?
Pano, what do you think, Nonna?
Giramento de K.
Hey, boss. Kenneth sorted it. All good?
Kenneth. From big jobs to even bigger jobs, get the Kenneth feeling. Kenneth.
The Westpac Rescue Helicopter is here for our community. And this holiday season, we will be ready to respond 24/7. Please stay safe and thank you for your support. To donate or for more information, visit rescuehelicopter.com.au or call 1800 155 155.
Whole shot graphics. Be first. Be original.
The 2026 New South Wales Motocross State Titles, presented by Whole Shot Graphics, Kennard's Hire, Risen Unlimited, National Motorcycle Alliance, Skywalker Studios, Westpac Rescue Helicopter Service, Black Dog Institute.
Stay with dirtbags from the start.
I'll tell my young self to relax a lot. Don't take it to heart so much. Of course, have that pride in you, but just relax a lot and just settle yourself down.
Listen to the coach. Definitely to be way faster as a kid.
To ride faster at a younger age.
I'm actually really good at running and like long jump and high jump. I like to go on the boat and do some water sports like wakeboarding.
I'm very naturally talented with everything I do. So if I jump on like a mountain bike or anything, really, I'm just naturally talented.
I do fishing.
I'm actually really good at BMXing. I can jump really high and everything. Really good at that. I'm pretty good at footy and surfing. I love fishing.
I'm not too bad at golf. I'm pretty good at golf. I like golf.
All right, we are back at the ACT Motorcycle Club. We have got practice and qualifying sessions going on. We have our 13 to 16 years 250cc 4-strokes out on track for their first qualifying session of the day. Plenty of action going to be happening in this class here. Plenty of names to keep an eye on. We've got the 295 of Seth Thomas out there. We've got the 169 of Tyson Williams, and we've also got the 8 of Raphael Rossiter, amongst many others here that we should be keeping an eye on. Getting those lovely drone shots, and we can probably, if you've got good eyesight, you can see Russ down there in the middle of the field next to the rollers. Some different sections here in this track, but the rollers yesterday, Russ, bit of an interesting section for us.
Absolutely, Dave. The rollers here proved to be a section where races were won and lost. You come around the sweeping right-hand bend down there. It's a nice open straight. It's a section that the riders can really open up the bikes, stretch their legs. As a rider goes down right beside me here, this is exactly what happened yesterday. The riders build momentum as they come through the rollers. Right at the end, there's a boggy hole. It seems to grab the front wheel and just rip the bike down and out of the hands of the rider. Doesn't matter whether they're choosing inside or outside. This section here caused a lot of dramas for riders yesterday. No major injuries, but lots of tip overs. And as that rider gets back up to his feet, it causes a lot of time loss. It's a very tricky corner to pick your bike up out of with the sticky mud. A few riders even went through the barriers yesterday too. So this section's going to be worth keeping an eye on because races are won and lost right here.
Yeah, well, that rider that was down in front of you, Russ, that was the 259 of Joshua McCloskey. He was one of our riders yesterday that was up in the battles, but obviously had a little dirt sample there this morning. But yeah, those banners, that National Motorcycle Alliance banners just after that roller section, they got plenty of action yesterday. They had to be put back up a couple of times there across the race day.
They absolutely did, Dave, and it was really cool to see that we didn't really have any major incidences yesterday. I think we saw maybe a busted collarbone from one rider going down fairly hard over the back section, but overall it was a really safe day of riding. You're right, a couple of bikes did go through those barriers very gently. No major incidents there at all, but they did have to be re-erected a couple of times throughout the day. But this section is a really great one to keep an eye on. The young guys come through here so fast, and that mud is just grabbing that front wheel and pulling them sideways.
Yeah, well, Russ, we might get you to walk to the start of that section because where that start straight comes in, it joins right into that point of the rollers there, and it's actually where there's probably maybe the boggiest section of the track. We'll have a look at that in a second when you get yourself down there.
Well, I can already see, Dave, a rider's just gone down. Commentators curse, mate.
I know,
exactly where you mentioned it. And again, this is what we're seeing already this morning, is lots of these little tip overs where you're just losing the front end. Not a major crash, not a major issue, but it will cost you time.
Yeah, and it's also making you change your clothes halfway through the day. So hopefully these guys have got 2 and 3 sets of gear at the moment, because when you get yourself in this mud early in the morning, you don't really want to be in that same set of gear later on in the day still with it going crusty and hard as it dries out.
And Dave, I don't know if you saw the Honda Moto Coach team, but they're in white and red gear. They look amazing.
Oh, yeah.
I'm not sure how it's going to look as the day goes on, but right now in their truck, kit is looking sweet.
I actually remember that kit. I saw him this morning, but last week, so some of those guys our pro riders have been doing some of these events that are on the national circuit. So a few of them were at Wonthaggi a couple of weeks ago, and I actually commented on Reese Budd's kit, saying at the start of the day, the photo he had, he looked awesome because he stood out wonderful. But there was a shot that he had later in the day, Russ, where he must have been a moto or two deep, and he wasn't white anymore, so he obviously wasn't at the front of that race, and the kit didn't look so spectacular at that point later in the day.
Dave, it's interesting. A lot of these riders work really hard to bring sponsors on board. I'm wondering why we haven't seen Nappy Sand or any one of those companies jump on board, because surely there's going to be a ton of it used after this weekend.
I did mention that yesterday in fact during our coverage at some point, that was probably on the shopping list for a lot of the mums out there and some of the other people. The seniors are out here today, so maybe some of them are washing their own gear.
We need to really get some cleaning companies on board, I think, Dave. Not just motorcycle cleaning chemicals, but I think we need some clothing chemicals as sponsors for New South Wales state titles moving forward.
Probably wouldn't be a bad idea. Now I'm just getting some of our lap times are starting to come through for the qualifying session here for this 13 to 16 years, 254 strokes. We're starting to see some of the times pop up. At the moment, the best time is a 1:41 by the number 3 of Joby Dunn. So I have to keep an eye out for the number 3 out on track, obviously going quite fast. Nobody else has really put in too massive of a heater just yet to be close to him. The rest are in the 146s and up. But Joby, good job to get that one in early. Obviously found some good sections to get himself through and maybe avoid some of those deeper wet sections, Ross.
Yeah, absolutely, mate. That's going to be key to a good day here. I'm just down here at this corner we were referencing earlier, Dave, and just to reiterate your point, the first half of this corner is wet and boggy. The second half of it is really nice and fluffy, but I am starting to see some dust come up from the layers underneath. These big bikes are already bringing that to the surface. The dust, the dry dirt is coming all the way up through the top moist level, and it's already starting to change conditions. I'm seeing riders experiment with different lines already.
How's this intersection of the first start straight into that part of the track? Because it looks really deep, right where they're going to join the main section of the track. Is it as bad as it looks on the drone shottage that we're getting right this second, or is it okay?
Mate, it is that bad. I wouldn't survive one lap around here, I don't think. So for those viewing at home, the start straight on this particular track is a standalone piece of track, as in the riders don't come down the start track every lap. It's only used to get them started. Then they join the main track here in this T intersection just here in front of me. It's a really interesting part of the track because there's lines that have been put dead straight hitting the rollers. They're going to come in on an angle and have to tee into those straight lines. The first thing you hit is a boggy, deep section. Then the second thing you hit going into the first set of rollers is another wet section here. So it's going to set the riders up for some really challenging stuff right away coming into these rollers.
Yeah, those angles, like you just said, about the way they're coming down from that start straight, they're going to be on a very much the wrong angle to line up to those ruts that are going for the main section of track. But that's going to be an interesting one for those first couple of motos when they get there, because it will be almost like hitting a set of whoops to cross those to get through there, and you're going to be at pace with a whole pack chasing you. So the first person to get there is going to be that expedition man.
That's right, and they're actually angling their front wheels to make that turn. So there's a really high chance of getting crossed up and losing the front end right into the start of those rollers.
Well, last thing you want to do is drop the front into one of them at pace in front of a field of 40 bikes chasing you down the straight. So that would be something to keep an eye on here as we get to our races later in the program. But at the moment it's still, well, no, we've just had a change for the fastest qualifier at the moment. The number 8 of Rafael Rossiter's just jumped to the top of the list with a 140.9. So awesome lap there from Rafael. He was one of the men in the MX3 yesterday that was leading some of the laps in Moto 1 before we had that crazy battle that dropped out between Jack Devson and Riley Burgess, and I'm going to keep referencing that at some point today, because if you haven't seen it, you should be going back checking that out on the YouTube channel later in the week, because it was well worth watching. So but yes, Rafael was one of the ones that started that battle and then dropped off the pace later in that moto. He's obviously got a good one-lap time. Russ, you are heading over, going to find some people maybe to talk to on that start straight for the next sessions up, are you?
Yeah, mate, absolutely. I'm here with the number 28, who we saw riding a whole heap yesterday and doing really well. Mate, tell me how the track has developed from yesterday to this morning.
Yeah, today's a lot wetter. I reckon the track's going to be a lot better today. A lot more flowy. Yesterday was like sort of pretty stop-starty. I reckon the track will be a lot better today, a lot more racy.
Awesome, mate. Well, best of luck out there.
Hey Russ, we were just referencing too, obviously before this session went out, that the 295 Seth Thomas was one of the ones that would be out here, you know, getting the action. We might have to get you to run around the pits at some point and find out what's happened, because he's not out here this morning, whether he's had an injury, you know, in the week leading up and isn't riding, or what's going on. So yeah, he's not out here in this session this morning.
Mate, I will do my best to track him down.
I reckon if you head up towards that Boyd's moto surgery truck, you might be able to find some information out there.
I might have to check that out, mate. But I'm standing down here on the start straight right now, Dave, and it is looking like a real challenge. It's boggy and wet and slippery. There's a ton of water down. This inside section is going to be the most slippery, starting off in the morning. I think the outside gates are probably going to be where I would favour getting down the start straight. There's a few drier patches as we move into the corner, but I think gate picks are going to be crucial today.
Hey, Russ, I don't know if you remember yesterday when we had Ryan Kohlenberg on the comms at some point during the day. He's in that MX2 AB class later in the day. He was talking about running a paddle for the start only. Do you reckon that's a good idea from where you're standing, or is it still maybe a bit of a silly idea, as I was suggesting for him, that once it goes a bit crusty later in the day, I think he's a bit loose in the head?
Mate, I think you could absolutely run a paddle tyre here this morning, especially if you're going from one of the inside gates. A paddle tyre would absolutely help you get out of here and get those first few laps in. I think maybe the strategy could be a paddle tyre for the first couple of sessions early in the morning, and then switch into a more traditional motocross tyre as the day goes on and the track dries out.
Well, go and have a look behind you, because I just noticed it's the MX2 AB guys that are on the line there. Reese Budd's right behind you. Charlie Campbell, I think, is with that X on his bike, but there should be a 51 Yamaha somewhere there. Maybe check out his back tyre and see if Ryan has still left it on or not, or if he's bailed on the idea. All right, we're just keeping an eye on track as well as they're going around still. Now, it is still Rafael Rossiter with that 140.9 that he put in a couple of moments ago as the leader of this group. Having a few guys coming off the track and just using a section maybe not as they should be, but the session is just coming to a close, so we get that shot across the start line up there. This is some of our big boys. This is our MX2 that's sitting there waiting for their first session out. Some of them are doing double duty in the MX1, A and B as well. So, look out. Russ has found that 51, Ryan Kohlenberg. What has he got going on there, Russ?
Mate, I'm down here with Ryan on the start straight. He's waiting for his session to kick off. His kit is looking clean and beautiful. The bike, his Yamaha, looks absolutely amazing. Dude, how is this looking? What do you think? Yesterday you spent some time up in the box. Now you're down here on the ground looking at the track. Give me your thoughts.
Well, for no rain last night, it's looking pretty wet, and that's kind of my style. So excited to get out and slide around in the mud with all the boys and watch everybody do well. So should be good.
Amazing, mate. Looking really good. Best of luck out there, dude.
Did he have what tyres he got on the back there, Russ?
Mate, I am looking at it. There is a scoop on the back of this bike.
Yeah, all right.
So he's got the Geo Max, what is it, MX14 scoop rear tyre. So that's going to be really interesting to see how he goes. As I quickly run down the line here, I'm not seeing too many other scoop tyres. All looking like a traditional motocross tyre and all looking fairly gummed up from the start sitting here. So I can hear the bikes revving up. I'm going to get off here because I'm going to get sprayed from head to toe with some mud, I think.
Probably a good idea just to get out of that roost range there, Russ. So you can, we don't need you covered in dirt for the rest of the day, mate. All right, this one's coming to an end. It's Rafael Rossiter on the 8, getting that job done at the fastest qualifier. Joby Dunn on the number 3 is your second fastest for this session. He got that lap time nice and early there. And then as that timing comes around, it's the 169 of Tyson Williams as your third fastest for that session this morning. All right, the MX2, A and B are going out there. There's going to be plenty of names that you're familiar with if you've watched OzPro MX that are out here on track with us today for this race here for our New South Wales Motocross State titles. And the one leading around at the front of the pack there is that Stark Varg. I'm pretty sure that X should be a 52, and it is. He's got it on the back of the jersey. That's Charlie Campbell. That's the man that I said we've got to watch out for the whole shots. That thing's got no clutch, no gears, but it's got plenty of horsepower. So let's see if he gets that later in the motos, but he's out there. But there are some names in this class. We're going to run down it. We've got the 18 of Seth Birchall out there. We've got the 20 of Cade Kingsford, who was your SX3 Supercross champ last year. We've got Ryder Kingsford out there on the 21, who was your SX2 Supercross champ last year. We've got the 22 of Reese Budd out there. We've got the 34 of Kai Woods. We've got the 53 on that KTM Australia, Dylan Walsh, who's back from racing over in the States. He's the Kiwi. He's been over in America for a long time. He's back here in Australia with KTM Australia. We've got the 86 of Reed Taylor, the 94 of Kobe Hantis. We've got one of our women out there as well. She actually got on the overall podium last year in this class. It's Taylor Thompson on the 161. We go down, we've got the 275 Riley Burgess, who was up there yesterday in the action. We've even got the man who's not so tall in stature, but he's pretty good at the whole shot, the 386 of Haruki Yokoyama out there as well. So this class is absolutely stacked out here today. So there's plenty of action that's going to come through in this class, and a lot of these guys pulling double duty, as I said, doing the MX1 A and B as well. So yeah, plenty of action to happen out here in this class. So once these guys get this first roll lap in, and they'll be away to do a couple of practice laps, and then we'll be into their qualifying. So we'll have to keep an eye out on who is going to be the man or woman that gets on top of this list here in MX2 A and B. Just keeping an eye. We're going to see him come down the chute here in just a second to my favourite corner of the track from yesterday, where we had plenty of guys crashing in front of our stationary camera. So we're just about to see that Stark Varg of Riley Campbell come down the hill. He's got his Troy Lee Designs gear on. Not sure why he hasn't got a number on the front of that bike, but the X will work with the tape, homemade tape job on there for the time being. And we see Reed Taylor duck past the camera there nice and quickly. Here comes the 94. That's Kobe Hantis as well. So these are some of the guys we need to keep an eye on. There goes Reese Bart on the 22 Honda. That new ride with that Moto Coach Honda team for him this year. Keep an eye on him. After a couple of years there, he was on Empire Kawasaki, and he was with T-Dub Husky for a little while there as well, but he's on the Honda this year. Just watching the 65 go through our screen, that's Connor Whitney. So there's plenty of action. These guys are all more than capable of getting out there and being up at the front of the pack. We're just going to have to see who gets the start and who gels the best with this track over the weekend. So we're just keeping an eye on it. They all flash past us here. These guys going pretty damn quick already this morning, only very early in their session. So we got the 388. I think that's Lachlan Sands on screen. Just getting a little sideways on the landing there. A bit of a slick spot that he landed onto. Nice deep rut already on the exit there. That's going just around that little bit of a roller on the inside of that exit to the corner. Just before that risen corner there. So we're just keeping an eye on Lachlan. We see some of our other riders. They're shooting down the hill here to the bottom part of our circuit. Bit of a boggy spot before that first tabletop. That might cause a bit of a headache if they have to go through a different line that they're not prepared for before they hit that first tabletop, because getting those 3 tabletops should be easy on these big bikes and these professional level guys, but with a bad run towards it, it can still make you come up short and lose a couple of seconds here and there. So it'll still be important to make sure you've got a good line. Now, despite the fact we're talking about how soft and moist this track is, there's already a couple of dust spots popping up on some of the down ramps. Obviously they don't get as much water and attention because we don't want them to be too slick for the landing points. But it's good to see the track prep that's gone on here from the ACT Motorcycle Club. Just watching, I think it's Drew Kremer go past on the number 5. It is, but he's missing an airbox cover already, Russ. I don't know if you can spot him as he comes past and just double check my information there, but he's going to the backside of the circuit. He looks like he's missing an airbox, and we'll see what's going on with him later on. Maybe they didn't install that properly before they sent him out there for his first session of the day. So now on screen there's the 134. That's Caden Gray, supported by the JMG, and on board the Honda there. You see him coming down into the corner. Plenty of action to be had here. Now we're probably a lap or 2 away from getting our green flag for qualifying to start off. Just watching Haruki go past on the Kawasaki. He's changed rides this year as well. He was on the Honda previously, but he is familiar with the Kawasaki. He was a couple of years back, he was on the Empire Kawasaki team at the national level, so he's not too unfamiliar with the Kawasaki. But the Japanese rider does plenty of international events. He flies back and forth between Japan and Australia, does the Japanese national circuit, also does the Australian circuit. I think I've seen him in the Kiwi races at times as well. So got a few freaking flyer miles up, does Haruki. But like I said, keep an eye on him. He's not very tall, but like I said, he's very short and got plenty of pocket rocket speed for a start there. So the power to weight ratio works in his favour off the starts. He's usually one of the first guys and girls to the first corner.
Now, Dave, you're right about Drew Kremer. He is missing an airbox cover on the left-hand side of that motorcycle. He's just going to come around to you now, coming past the box. But yeah, someone's forgot to clip that one on properly, I believe. It didn't look to me like he'd had a crash. Looked like it might have just been early race jitters.
Well, look, hopefully they've got a spare one in the box there so that they can fix that thing up. Oh, just noticing the 65 is having a little dirt sample as well. And that is Connor Whitney there just before the finish line. Just noticing that that's our 51 man on screen running the paddle. That's Ryan Kohlenberg coming through in the bright FXR gear. See how he likes the paddle and if he decides to switch that out at some point throughout the day, because I'm not sure that's going to be the go later on in our maybe Moto 2 situation for him, but he's out there giving it a crack. Now we have got the green flag out, Russ, so it is go time for qualifying. So we'll hopefully start getting some lap times up here shortly, and we'll see who's going to try and make the top of the board here in this MX2 A and B class.
That's right, Dave. We've got the next row of riders getting ready here for their practice session. So no gates involved right now. They're lining up on this start straight, all looking fresh with some beautiful clean kit, some beautiful clean bikes. That is not going to last very long at all on this wet, muddy track this morning.
No, definitely not. There's going to be a fair few pressure washers in action here in the pits throughout the day to get these things tidied up before they come out for Moto 1s in a little while's time. Just sitting here watching the riders go past, obviously keeping an eye on the screen, but just the number of riders that go past, and I'm like, we are almost sitting at a pro national here for round 1 of the motocross state titles here in New South Wales, which is absolutely awesome to see the support that these guys have done. Obviously the fact that it's a national track as well coming up later in their season, they're trying to get some track time on a racetrack that they need to be on their top of their A game for later in their national series, but it's working out pretty nicely now. We're starting to get some times pop up here, and as I thought might happen here, the 22 of Reese Budd is the first man to go top of this list with a 1:37.2. So we weren't on the comms looking at the lap times when we were doing our little intro to the show while the MX1 class is on, but that time there from Reese Budd is the fastest one I've seen of the day, as we've just got the 111 on screen here. That's Samantha MacArthur just having a little moment in my favourite corner there on the track after the finish line, but she's up and going now, so hopefully Samantha is okay. Just had to check out the track a little bit closer by the looks of it. So we're getting a few more riders. Riders through the finish area. Ryder Kingsford's in second position. Interested to see what we get from like Dylan Walsh and Seth Birchall here shortly. These are guys that are, international caliber of riders. Dylan Walsh has actually, just as I mentioned, that has popped right to the top. He's gone a 1:34.8, so that's nearly 3 seconds or 2.5 seconds faster than Reese Budd already. So we're at go time, Russ. I don't know where you are, mate, but get hold of the popcorn because it's going to be a good time to start watching this one. It's about to all happen, I reckon.
Mate, I'm still down here on the start straight. This has become my favourite spot to hang out. I'm in front of the gates looking at this group of riders ready to go out. Spotting a few names out here that are really going to be worth keeping an eye on throughout the day. I can see our girl Bella Arnott over there looking fresh on her Powersport Central Husqvarna FC250. Now, Bella didn't get to make it to state titles last year because of injury. She's been struggling with a few injuries after a few big hits. She's a girl that doesn't mind sending it and putting it all on the line. So this season she's coming in, she's back healthy again, or as healthy as you can possibly be, being a professional motocross racer. I'm really keen to see how Bella goes here at state titles this weekend on that FC250.
All right, so let's give a bit of an update on this run and order. It is still Dylan Walsh there with that 1:34.8 as your leader in this session at the moment. And it's still Reese Budd in second for the time being. Reed Taylor's up to third. Ryder Kingsford's in fourth. Cooper Rowe in fifth. Drew Kremer's in sixth. Justin McHugh in seventh. Riley Burgess, then Riley Campbell. That's your top 8 for the moment. We're still looking for a good lap time out of Kate Kingsford, the number 20 on that Honda Australia bike. And I haven't seen a time pop up yet for Haruki. Actually, he's just popped one in. Probably not the best time yet for Haruki, but he's down in 12th. So he's on the board at the moment. Early days is probably the first time that they've got on here. Most of them only got one next to them for a lap time that's counted. We're about to see Reese Budd come through again for another lap. So whether this was a hot one or maybe he's setting up for a hot one, we'll see when he clicks through. No, he's gone through at a 1:36, so a little bit faster than his first time, but not close enough yet. He's still more than 2 seconds slower than Dylan Walsh. And Dylan Walsh has just popped through the finish line as well, so let's see if he's done anything different when that pops around. So, no, I think the last lap time for Dylan was a little bit slower. It's got down as a 2:13, so maybe he was having a bit of a settler there. Maybe keep an eye on him. Here he is on screen. Let's see what he's got for this one. He's got some traffic in front of him, so maybe this one won't be as good either, but he's already got pretty much a sensational time in there that should be pretty good for him across this qualification session. As we see Reed Taylor just duck through the inside. I think Reed's on a fast one, so we'll keep an eye on his lap time when he comes through. Russ, I'm hearing that you're on the start, mate, checking out those tyre situations. What have you spotted now?
Look, mate, I think looking at the track this morning, tyre choice is going to be super important. The number 2 of Taplin has also chosen to go with a scoop-style tyre, which I really think is going to help him get through some of these muddy sections. The disadvantage of running a scoop tyre is that it doesn't handle the cornering as well as a traditional motocross tyre. So by running the scoop, it sort of says to me he's planning on getting a start, getting out in front, and he's happy to sacrifice a little bit of steering and a little bit of control for that drive forward.
Yeah, at the moment that drive would be more important than that corner thing. It's still very deep and moist at the moment, so I think he's okay. But there's a couple of, I'm just looking at the down ramp of the finish line tabletop. There is some shine showing up here, Russ. So if he lands on those sections with that scoop tyre, I dare say that thing's going to walk sideways pretty quickly. So it might be a good one for this early qualifying session and maybe Moto 1, but I think he'll be stretching the friendship after that. So we'll see how it goes. So we'll keep an eye on those guys and their run through. Now, Reed Taylor's still sitting there in third. We're looking for him to come across the line. Dylan Walsh has just gone through, but he's only done a 1:52, so he hasn't gone quite near his 1:34 time that he's got in the book so far. And as usual, whenever we want to do a run through on our timing and scoring, it scrolls to the next screen and we just quite miss it. So, Kate Kingsford has popped up onto the screen into the top 3, so he's found his way around with a 1:37.7. So that's a pretty decent time there for him. We kind of expect that out of Cade Kingsford and his brother Ryder. They're both extremely capable on these Honda motorcycles. So this battle at the front for this race should be pretty good to watch these days. Today here for MX1 and MX2. Now, Rush, you've wandered further down the start straight, mate. What was your favourite spot yesterday on the start straight where there was a bit of a boggier spot? You found it again this morning. It's still there, I gather.
Yeah, absolutely, mate. The track crew have done an amazing job at getting this track re-prepped from yesterday. But as we see in all tracks, there's always a few spots that just refuse to be fixed. Right here at the end of the start straight, smack bang in the middle, there is a huge bog hole. This hole is already about a foot deep, and it's obviously going to get deeper as the riders come through it. And there's a few other smaller, softer sections all around the place, meaning that this start straight is an absolute landmine field for these riders coming into it. Now, as we go to the outside, there's not any kind of major bank or berm for these guys to use. There is something there, but it's pretty small and pretty sedate. So those outside riders coming in at the higher speed don't have a lot of material to use here to bank off this corner. So it's going to be a really, really interesting strategy to see whether riders choose the inside gate and tuck hard around that inside corner and set themselves up for the rollers, or whether they want to go wide open, avoid those bog holes in the middle, and use this bit of an outside bank here.
Yeah, similar to yesterday's story where we talked about that right-hand first corner. It's a slow corner. By the time you get there after that nice long start straight, you've got to slow down quite a bit to get there, and you tend to end up with a few riders all sort of getting a bit closer than they'd like to into that first corner, and they tend to just, lock a few bars and sort of tip sideways on each other at times. So I have to keep an eye on that. Now, I just did notice at the bottom of our screen, I'm currently on 40 on the list for the laps timing was Kobe Hanters, but he has gone past circulating, so I'm not sure. Maybe he's lost his transponder at some point or something out there, or forgot to put it on the bike maybe, I don't know, but we'll see. And we've got a number 532 as well out there that's got no name, so we'll see if the scoring crew next to us will update some of these things as they go. But that session for A and B MX2 is coming to a close. The checkered flag is out. So we'll get an update here. At this stage, it looks like that time from Dylan Walsh of the 1:34.8 is going to stand as the fastest. Reese Budd, Kate Kingsford, Reed Taylor, Cooper Rowe. That's your top 5 there for this session. And we're just keeping an eye on Dylan Walsh on screen. And is that Reese Budd just in front of him as well? It is. So the two fastest, Q1, Q2, they're on screen together. I'm sure they'll be pretty closely like this most of the day throughout the races as well. Looking forward to seeing what happens when we drop that gate in MX2 later in the day. All right, we might have a chance to take a quick break here on our coverage as we go through our practice qualifying sessions, and we'll be back with our next group very, very shortly, which should be our C-grade MX2s.
Looking good, eh?
Cano, what do you think, Nonna?
Momento de que.
Hey, boss. Kenneth sorted it. All good?
Kenneth.
From big jobs to even bigger jobs.
Yep.
Get the Kenneth feeling.
Kenneth.
The 2026 New South Wales Motocross State Titles, presented by Whole Shot Graphics, Kennard's Hire, Risen Unlimited, National Motorcycle Alliance, Skywalker Studios, Westpac Rescue Helicopter Service, Black Dog Institute.
Looks good, eh?
Ken Earth.
What was that, love?
I said Ken Earth.
All done, girls. Happy? Ken Oath, all right.
From big jobs to even bigger jobs. Get the Kenneth feeling.
The Westpac Rescue Helicopter is here for our community. And this holiday season, we will be ready to respond 24/7. Please stay safe, and thank you for your support. To donate or for more information, visit rescuehelicopter.com.au or call 1800 155 155.
For over 20 years, the Black Dog Institute has been trusted to listen to the experiences of real people. Every day, we work to uncover data, patterns, and insights into mental health to develop actionable, practical solutions. It takes pushing boundaries to be an international leader in digital health, not only researching and developing the technology, but also making it accessible to everyone. From clinical treatment and online support to early intervention and prevention programs, we're on the cusp of a new era of mental health science and action. As our technology advances and our scientific research continues, our ability to innovate and impact does too, with the ripple effect of our work being felt for generations to come and bringing hope to millions more. Together, we can continue to tackle the big issues in mental health.
All right, we've currently got our MX2 C-grade class category out on track. Obviously, they're getting their first couple of practice laps in, and then we'll see a green flag here very shortly to start their qualifying session. Just trying to get their gate picks sorted out for them. Now I think we've got Russ, you ventured down to the start gate area, mate, to see which gates line up to that first turn and which one you'd like to pick out for yourself, buddy.
Mate, that's exactly right. Now, I'm not going to pretend like I'm any kind of motocross starter, but from what I have watched over many years of following the sport, there's a couple of different options we can do here. Obviously, the inside line is generally preferred, and it's going to be the shorter track to get around that first corner. Interestingly enough, the first 40 gates, that start straight is extremely wet and really, really boggy. So if you're running a scoop tyre, you might want to go on that first half, the first 40 gates. For me and my preference, if you've got a regular motocross tyre set up and you're looking for a more, let's say, predictable start, I would be coming over to the gates, the last 5 towards number 40. This seems like it's got a little bit of traction going right along the edge of the grass. You can see a bunch of riders are starting to bunch up over this side of the track, and I think that's what they're seeing, is that these gates are going to give you the best traction and drive, even though you're going to have to do a lot of correcting as you get down towards the end of the straight and do a huge right-hand sweeper to set yourself up for that first turn.
Yeah,
so
Russ, where you're standing and then the direct line on the camera shot, we've got a nice long shot down the start straight towards you at the moment, and there is a massive, probably car to car and a half width wide of just dry track back towards you from that spot that you're standing at. So you're spot on about that being maybe a nice little primo spot to get some traction on.
That's right. Now, if I'm a confident starter and I'm someone that gets whole shots, I'd have no problem going from this side, but it is significantly longer to get into that first corner. If I'm a little bit less confident in my starting, I'm probably going to go towards the dog box or on that inside and just deal with the mud holes as they come at me.
And the spray, if you're a couple of riders back from the first man through there, the spray on the goggles is always a bit of an interesting one to get halfway down the start straight, because at the moment there is still some standing water by the looks of it on that start straight there, but that won't take too long and it'll disappear off that section of the track.
I think, Dave, the goggle point is really interesting. You could be completely covered in mud by the time you hit that first corner here this morning. So tear-offs, roll-offs. We saw a roll-off failure yesterday. There was a giant long streamer hanging out the side of a young rider's goggles yesterday. So the choice between tear-offs, roll-offs, or whatever other solution you've got is really going to be critical today, because you're going to get a lot of mud to the face, especially some of these riders that are mid-pack guys. By the end of the straight, you could be completely covered.
100%, especially with those puddles. It's never a good thing with a puddle on a start straight, because you never want to be the second or third person there, because you will be drowned very quickly from the first person that goes splashing through there. As we're keeping an eye on some of our riders out here in this C-grade MX2 category. They're making their way around. We've got the green flag out, so we're probably not too far away from seeing some of these riders start popping times up onto the board. Few riders having some moments out on track. I can just see a couple picking themselves up here in the final corner, but it's just continuing on. There's nothing too crazy with the crashes so far this morning. It's just those little tip overs where they're getting a bit stuck in some of these ruts, and you see the 777 there, Luca failure, just getting stuck there. Maybe even a stall in that one in the rut there in the final corner. So we see the number 2 duck past our screen. That's Jake Taplin. The 77 past. That's Jet Sanderson. So just keeping an eye on them. They're all obviously trying to find what rut and line is going to work for them as they go around this circuit, because not everyone's going to favour the same sort of line. They're going to have their strengths and weaknesses. You can see that 777 of Luca getting going now. He was the one that was stopped there in that final corner. He's making his way through the track now. We have the 11 going past. That's Maclay Brownlee. 292 going past our screen. Rylan Brown. And that's the 225. That's Hadley Gainford. That's one of our Honda Moto Coach Elite Racing Team riders. So keeping an eye out there. Now, Russ is he's going to run himself off his feet here if he keeps this up, but he's got to found himself another spot on the track. Russ, where are you this time, buddy?
Mate, I'm down the back on the track here. We weren't able to take a good close look at this section yesterday, but today they've upgraded our comms, given me a little more range so I can run around, mate. I only got 11,500 steps in yesterday. Some of the boys from Motorcycle New South Wales were in the mid-20s. So I've got to pick my game up today, mate, and really get those steps up. So they've given me some more range so I can check out this back section of the track. And this section here, we know from yesterday, was a section where a lot of moves were made. Coming down the far back straight over all those tabletops, that's where a lot of passes were not only made, but they were locked in. By the time the rider came through this last tabletop and into this corner, the move was done, and the rider behind them was locked out. This corner in front of me in particular is shaping up just like the rest of the track. Deep, soft ruts on the inside, dry, dusty line on the outside. The inside's going to reward that guy that's going to be able to push through and slam into those ruts. The outside's going to reward that patient rider that's good with his throttle control.
Now, Russ, over your right shoulder there, those ruts from the camera angle we've got, they look pretty nasty, and we are only like 5 or 6 sessions into the day, so this is going to be one hell of a challenging track, mate.
Mate, absolutely, and like I keep harping on about, it's going to reward the rider that finds a good line and I believe sticks with it. I don't think chopping and changing all day is going to be the key to success here. I think figuring out the track early and understanding what works for you and executing is going to get you to the top. And
you can see on the shot, we've got just zoomed right in on our National Motorcycle Alliance corner there. The colours of the dirt changes so much from the top of that berm to the bottom. You can see the nice printed knobby tyre marks in the bottom dirt there. That's almost like chocolate cake. Then you go right up to the top, and we were almost bull dust at the top of that berm. It's that dry. So there's so much different track conditions out here that they're going to have to deal with as they go around this circuit, and we are only, like I said, very, very early in this day. We haven't even got a single gate drop race done yet, so plenty of changes to happen here throughout our race day as we keep an eye on a couple of the riders going through there. Some different lines going on, but we've got the 422 now on our screen. That's Brendan Wallace out there on that KTM machine, making their way around the circuit. Now we'll get a bit of a timing update here. We've got the number 2 on top in this one, and that's Jake Taplin doing a 1:44.8 as the best time so far for this session. So you can see the difference there from the MX2 C grade doing a 1:44 to our MX2 A grade doing a 1:34. There's a 10-second time difference from A grade to C grade. Obviously, some of these C graders are still pretty good and probably get mid to end of the A grade pack, and they'll eventually get up there. But yeah, big time difference there from the top of this qualifying to the top of our other qualifying for A grade session. But then it's Richie Lawler in second, Blake Smith on the 264 in third, the 220 Kobe Wise, the 4 of Joel Bird, and the 258 of Seth Mainwaring there in that top 5 positions. Russ, a couple more steps up to the count. Where are we now?
Mate, I'm just at the exit of that back straight, standing next to the final tabletop as we come down this run here. Again, these tabletops were really crucial yesterday. Anyone coming up short on this run of tabletops was losing significant time. The down ramps are looking really nice right now, but they will dry out and turn to blue groove later on in the day. We saw that yesterday, and I'm predicting we're going to see that again. The track either side of me is looking really, really challenging. To my right, this corner in here is going to cause a few dramas for some riders. You see all these guys coming to the outside right now. Everyone's trying to avoid that inside rut because it is so treacherous. That's all good and well now during practice. In race time, you're going to get forced to wherever you can find some track space. You can see Bellarine at number 12 choosing the outside line there now. But in the race situation, you're going to get forced into that inside, and the riders that can get through that cleanly are going to be successful. The straight after that corner is also a huge challenge. There's long, boggy, soft ruts from this corner all the way to the whole shot banner corner there. The outside where rider 583 has just gone now seems to be the line of choice, and I hate to say it, but I think there might be a slight amount of blue groove already showing up over there.
Now, I don't know what's happened with our timing and scoring here, but we've got Nate Ebick jump to the top on the 999, but I'm not sure what that time reads as a 1:15. I don't think he's managed to find that much time out of that circuit, so we'll maybe ignore that one for the time being until it gets a confirmation from the scoring crew here. But yeah, at the moment, I'd say it's still Jake Taplin on top of this this session, and we're coming towards the end of it here. We've only got probably a minute to go before we're going to see that checkered flag pop out onto our screen. So we just see some of the different sections of the track. That's the tabletop down ramp that we're looking at in the middle of our circuit there. Couple of riders coming through our final corner, which is our Kennards Hire corner. That's the 258 of Seth Mainwaring, who was up there currently in 8th on this timing scoring, probably 7th if we take that top one off from Nate Ebick's time being popped up there. We're just watching them come down the hill into this difficult corner. Number 11 ducking past again, that's Maclay. Now, a couple of riders here all bunched up, trying to check out the track still, obviously still trying to get good times, but also trying to make their way past each other at times so that they can get a clean lap. You can see that Risen bannering there on that corner on the exit, but that corner's got multiple ruts and a couple of deep ones. And that exit of that corner, as they go out towards the wall there, plenty of acceleration bumps that were really developed yesterday afternoon. They're going to get even worse. They already look pretty much where they were yesterday, given these bigger bikes are already out there putting more horsepower down, digging into that soil a bit harder than the kids were yesterday on some of the smaller capacity bikes. So there is still a nice little wet hole spot there at the end of those 3 big jumps at the bottom that you're just going to have to pay attention to. Oh, one rider giving us a bit of style and a no-footer over the finish line as I looked up off the screen there. So that was an interesting one from the 7 of Jason Aylott. But we are got the checkered flag out now on this session. So we are pretty much at the end of the C grade MX2 category. Next one's out on track will be our junior 125 13 to 15 years category. And then we're not far away from our women's vets and our 13 to 16 years girls coming out for their first sessions of the day as well. So plenty of action here at round 1 of the New South Wales Motocross state titles from the ACT Motorcycle Club venue here. We might take a break on our coverage while we've got the chance, and we'll come back with that next session up of the Junior Lights 125 13 to 15 years.
The 2026 New South Wales Motocross state titles, presented by Whole Shot Graphics, Kennards Hire, Risen Unlimited, National Motorcycle Alliance, Skywalker Studios, Westpac Rescue Helicopter Service, Black Dog Institute.
Looks good, eh?
Ken Earth.
What was that, love?
I said Ken Earth.
Well done, girls. Happy? Ken Oath, all right.
From big jobs to even bigger jobs, get the Ken Oath feeling.
It's been a while since I've been here at ACT. I think it's about 2010. It's the last time I rode here. It's quite technical, a lot of jumps, quite fast. It's going to have a variety of terrain. It looks moist in some spots and quite dry in others. So, and a big jump, so I think it'll be fun.
I haven't ridden Canberra for a long time. I think the last time I was here I was on an 85. But I remember it was just such a cool track. It formed up really, really well. The ruts really, really big and the bumps are really big. So yeah, it ended up being a really awesome racetrack. Heaps of opportunities for passing.
I've rode here most of my life, to be honest. The track's changed a bit in the last 5 to 10 years, but it's always been sort of a hard-packed, ruddy track. But
I grew up doing all the New South Wales state titles and stuff from 50s all out to now, and ridden here a few times. So it's now a bit more challenging. You don't know which sort of track you're going to get. Some years it's been muddy, some years it's been cold, hot, dry. but I do like how challenging it can be. So it's just a different sort of track on the circuit.
Yeah, I've ridden here before a couple of times. The favourite part of the track is the 3 jumps at the back. Ridden ACT a few times. I like probably the 3 jumps at the back. Yeah, they're pretty cool. Throw some good mix over them. Yeah, I've ridden here a fair bit sort of recently in the past couple of years. Definitely like how the track sort of forms up. You get sort of tighter corners, sort of wide open corners. It sort of plays a big part on how you actually got to work this track. So it's a good layout.
Yeah, I've ridden this track a bit and I love it. I reckon the 3 systems at the back, the jumps are really fun.
All right, we are back at our coverage here. We've got the junior 125, 13 to 15 years out on track. They're just doing their first roll lap around the circuit, and then they'll be on for their practice laps where they can start jumping the jumps. Obviously a bit of a safety aspect there to start off with. They'll give them the lap that they've got to roll around, and then they can actually start getting everything going from then on out. Now, 262 is going out as front of this pack. And if you remember from yesterday, that was Blake Bohannon. He ended up winning one of our classes yesterday with a 1-3 moto score. He's out there again this morning in this 13 to 15 years 125 class. So we'll have to keep an eye on Blake Bohannon as he goes around this circuit. And we've got plenty of riders out here as well that we should be keeping an eye on as well. We'll have to check in again about what happened to a couple of them, because we're not sure where they were all at from yesterday. I did hear there was an injury to one of these riders, Eliza Dennis, that was meant to be here, and he's on this list. So hopefully Eliza's okay. We've got Seth Thomas, who wasn't a part of our first session. Maybe he's out here now. I haven't seen him yet again, but that was one we were talking to Russ about, maybe getting some info on at some point throughout the day. But we've also got the 251 out here. Ollie Chandler was up there battling with Blake yesterday in that class as well for them. So plenty of names to keep an eye on out here as this one's going along. And we're just seeing a few other ones here on the list that aren't on the timing and scoring, that aren't on my little rider entry list. So we've got the 18 of Kai Freza out there as well, who was in the podium as well. So, and number 8 of Raphael Rossiter's on this list as well. So plenty of people. We're just watching the 46 on screen, just picking up the bike in my favourite corner. We get such a great view from this stationary cam when they crash right in front of us here. So we'll have to keep an eye on that again. But we've got Russ. Where, mate, you've done... I've got to get a count on the laps of the progress thing. Maybe we should put it up on the screen and just keep it ticking along as you're going. But where are you at now?
Mate, I'm down in the wash bay here where there is dads and mechanics furiously wheeled in the pressure washers trying to get these bikes cleaned up and prepped for the next session for the particular riders. Right now I'm looking at the 65 KTM machine of Connor Whitney. Yesterday we were talking about how we saw, was it, what was his name with the steg pegs? We saw some steg pegs on a bike yesterday, didn't we, Dave?
We did. I can't remember which bike we were talking about that, but we had a big session on it.
Yes, that's exactly right. I'm seeing a few more now. Now, we were talking about the different setups of steg pegs. This one is a more traditional one. There's a bracket on the outside with the black hockey puck there for his legs to push against. Interestingly enough, he's also running the bump in the seat as well. So I think that, to me, shows a rider that's really focused on getting the pressure off his arms, using his legs to grip the bike, and probably lifting that front wheel and using it to put pressure through his foot pegs and drive that rear tyre into the dirt.
Yeah, all those devices there are just some rider aids to keep you on top of the machine and not sliding off the back of it, and obviously not making you put all that effort through your forearms. So, yeah, some interesting things that riders will add: seat bumps, steg pegs. Yeah, just different aspects of the game to try and help them, you know, control the motorcycle around the track here. All right, so
Dave, I'm down here with Hollenberg, mate, the number 51. We were talking a big game about the scoop tyre, but I've come over to his pit here and he seems to be pretty busy with some tyre levers trying to rip this thing off, is what it looks like. I'm going to shove the mic in his face and see what he wants to tell us about this tyre situation that he's... To be honest, mate, he doesn't look like he's the best mechanic. He looks like he might be struggling a bit here.
Yeah, the scoop tyre is good. Probably be good for the start, but the rest of the track is definitely a Dunlop 34. So, yeah, just muscling through it. That was a long 5 laps.
So tell me exactly what you're feeling. I'm someone that's never used a scoop tyre. I don't really race motocross at all. So give me the rundown of what you're feeling. Like, you're saying this is no good around the rest of the track except for the start, and you're going to switch back to an MX-34. Tell me what you're feeling and why you've got to that conclusion.
Yeah, so the scoop tyre is good, like through that deep mud, like up the start straight. But once it starts coming into the hard pack corners and up ramps and down ramps, it's really hard to be aggressive. And if that tyre lights up out there, it's pretty sketchy. They're big jumps and fast getaway sections. So you're just trying to play it safe today. Get through the 2 20-minute motos upright, so should be good. And this Yamaha's got a shite ton of power, so we need to tame that beast and get back to it.
Mate, absolutely. The Yamahas are known for a lot of horsepower and aggressive horsepower at that. When you're looking at these scoop tyres, the very edge of them is quite thin. So what he's referencing there is just unleashing that power, causing too much wheel spin, and basically the bike's out of control for him. So it sounds as though the scoop tyre, even though it'll be good to get him off the line and get that whole shot, is going to bring him undone around the rest of the track. So scoop tyre off, MX-34 going back on.
Hey, Russ, can you just tell Ryan that I told him so?
Dave said to say, I told you so. Yeah. It sounds like he's challenging you to a race, mate. I'm not too sure.
Look, anytime, anywhere, we'll get that sorted out at another point. But yeah, look, I think I mentioned to him yesterday when he suggested that he was going to leave that on that it was not a good idea. So yeah, just point that out to him. And I've got the control of the mic, so he can't get too much of a comeback here at this point. Right.
That's exactly right. Well, look, it's going to be really interesting to see if those 1 or 2 other scoop tyres we saw are going to stay on the bikes or whether they're going to come off as well.
Yeah, look, like I was saying to you at one point earlier in the coverage here, some of the down ramps are getting that nice shiny look to them where they're landing. Some of them are obviously in that drier sort of shine look where they're going to be blue groove. That's not so bad, but there's still a couple, particularly this finish line tabletop landing is actually like a wet shine. And if you land on that with the scoop or the paddle, whatever you want to call that tyre, it's going to just walk sideways on you. So it's not ideal. As obviously Ryan Kohlenberg on that 51 in the MX2 class has found out, and just looking for a bit more comfort out of his ride and a bit more forward controlling motion. So anyway, he's there. He's got the tyre levers out. We'll see how long it takes him to change a tyre, because I'm sure I could beat him in a tyre change anyway. So,
mate, I tell you what, to me it's always just impressive, these privateers rocking up to this level of racing and having to do everything themselves. He's literally sweating from coming off the track, and then he's straight into ripping the wheel off, tyre levers out, doing battle with that, and then he's got to calm himself back down, slow the heart rate, get some water in, and get back on the bike. So huge effort from these privateers, mate. It never ends for those guys.
No, it's always a battle, but they're the true ones in the sport, just loving what's going on. Just got the 46 on screen at the moment, Matthew Fraser. He's had a couple little moments here this morning. He was over talking to someone on the side fence. He's gone back out. It looks like that bike might have expired here somehow, so he's just pushing it off. Hopefully they can get that, whatever is wrong with it, sorted out, and he can get out for Moto 1. But he's not going to be able to finish out this particular session. But Russ, you've picked up another rider. Did you seem to, this rider that you're going to get, did he find an airbox cover?
Mate, I'm with Drew right now. Buddy, we saw you cutting some laps there before. You were missing some bits off your bike. You want to tell me what was going on?
Yeah, just the side shroud came off there. I'm running steg peg, so if I hook it a little bit too much with my leg, it just rips it off. So yeah, I went and got it. It's all good now.
Now, we actually talked about the steg pegs we saw on your bike yesterday. I've just seen another 1 or 2 bikes in the pits there. I was just trying to help the people viewing at home understand why we're using them. It's some sort of grip and control, right? But can you give me a quick rundown of why you're choosing to put that steg peg style puck on the side of your bike?
Yeah, it's just mainly for like the longer straights and stuff when you're trying to hold on with your arms heaps. You kind of just helps to relax your arms when you can hold on with your legs a bit easier, and yeah, just helps a bit with the arm pump.
So we're just taking the pressure off the arms. Hopefully we're dealing with a little bit less arm pump and putting that pressure down through our legs.
Yeah, exactly. That's correct, yeah.
Awesome, mate. Now, you rode here yesterday. You've ridden here a practice session this morning now. Can you give me a rundown of how the track was yesterday, how it progressed, and then how it's feeling now this morning?
Yesterday was definitely a little bit drier. Some of the smaller bikes didn't make as many deep ruts. It ended up being not too bad, but yeah, just pretty dry, slippery. Today's heaps wetter, heaps deeper. The ruts are sick, so should be good for, good day.
Awesome. Dude, can't wait to see you out there. Well done.
All right, just an update on our timing and scoring as we're going around at the moment. It's the 8 of Raphael Rossiter with a 142.1 at the top of our list, followed closely by the 262 of Blake Bohannon on, not sure exactly what the time gap is going to be back there, but his last lap was a 144.2, so about a 2-second difference there. And Chase Sherlock on the 458 currently sitting in third on the list as they run around this morning so far. So just keeping those guys going around, and we'll get a bit further down. Oliver Rex, Liam Millard, Rusty Killick, Will Cale, Noah Thomas, Darcy Houston, Ethan Wolfe. Ethan Wolfe is one of the riders up there on our 85s yesterday. He's rounding out the top 10 at the moment in this 13 to 15 years 125cc qualifying session. We're just keeping these guys here. The 21 is up on the screen there, and the 21... haven't got that one listed. We'll check out the timing and scoring, see where they are. There we are, Blake Johnson, just on screen on his KTM. Ooh, getting a nice little found in the hole there and hitting a bit of get a buck there as he went through that section. One of the ones that we were talking about with Russ earlier in the day. But they're all trying to use the top of that hole shot graphics corner just to try and stay out of some of that nastiness that's in the inner part of that corner. We see, even from that angle, as they turn that right to come back onto the section where the track joins from the main straight to hit those rollers, the ruts in that right-hander have really started to develop. And you can see some of the bits are actually drying out now at this point, but the checkered flag is out, and it's going to be Raphael Rossiter with that qualifying #1 position for this particular class at this stage, unless we see Blake drop in a quick one, which he's done a quicker one. He's done a 143.5 as his last lap around. And Rossiter, number 8 there on that bike, he is the top of the session in this one. So not sure where he is. He's already got the flag up, so I gather he's come across the line and he's out in the pits somewhere already. Sounds like we've got the man that's topped this qualifying session, Raphael Rossiter, with our man Russ. So we might drop down there. He did a 142.1, Russ. He's second and a half faster than Blake Bohannon.
142.1, mate. You're a second and a half quicker than Bohannon out there. You were looking really, really good, mate. Give me a rundown of the track and the bike setup and how you're feeling this morning.
This morning was a bit more boggy than usual. It's a bit more like a Prime X round, but just not as many ruts. Tons of lappers going everywhere, and my bike setup, I haven't changed it since last year. I haven't even ridden this bike since last year, so I've just been focusing on the 250, and no, the track's good, and just hold it wedged, and don't think I shut off for that whole lap. So,
mate, I reckon that's going to work really well for you. I think we can sometimes get lost in that bike setup thing, so it's really interesting to me that you've just chosen to leave it alone, focus on your riding, holding the thing wedged and getting around there. How do you think the track's going to form up over the rest of the day?
It could be anything really. If the sun comes out, it could be dry, Blue Group National, or it could, people keep water and it'll just be slick as either way, but it'll end up dry anyways.
Awesome, mate. Congratulations on that lap time. That is absolutely amazing. We can't wait to see you out there today.
Thank you.
See you, mate.
All right, awesome job there from Raphael Rossiter. Now we've got up on the circuit. It's already going there for their session. It's the MX women's class that's going to be out here ready to go. Now, our last year's champ in this class is the 161 of Taylor Thompson. She's riding that KTM Australia Motorex WP suspension, Sutto's Power Sports backed. She's going to be in those Thor Australia gear with Michelin tyres on board. I bet you she's got some nice Starcross 6s on board there from Gas Imports. And she's also got her own fuzz farm there that she does training and stuff out of. So she's going to be one to watch and keep an eye on, that 161. But last year she was closely followed by the 117 of Mia Tung on her Honda Australia Coastal Motorcycle Centre bike. So we'll see if they resume their battle at the front, and we'll have to see if any of these other girls can get amongst it. Obviously, Russ has been mentioning the number 12 of Bella Arnott being out injured last year. She's a part of this series this year, so we'll keep an eye on her. But one that I want to keep an eye on that's stepping up this year, she was one of the front runners in our junior girls classes last season. It's the 25 of Claire Pollard. She's also changed manufacturers this year. She's got a ride with Honda, so it'll be interesting to see her. This is her first one at a state level, being up in this senior women's class. So we'll keep an eye on her. That's going to be really cool to see. Another one as well, the junior girls champ that's on screen right now, the 219, Ada Harris on that Husqvarna. She's stepped up for the first time for these state titles to the senior classes. So this should be a really competitive women's class here this year, as they're all going to be challenging for that front position. Those four riders that I mentioned there definitely should be in that front mix. So Thompson, Tung, Pollard and Harris. But then we've also still got names like Kira Collins, who was up there at some points last year. Sienna Gadis was up there at times as well. Tabitha Newcomb. So there's plenty of girls that are going to get amongst it here this weekend.
That's right, Dave. The girls are on track and they are looking great out there. Like you said, a couple of girls stepping up from the juniors to join the senior women.
Sorry to cut you off, mate, but Mia Tung's just pushed the front and gone down in the mud. She's going to have to clean herself off there after that one. That's a nice early drop for her. Sorry to cut you off, Russ. Keep going, mate.
No, mate, but look at what's happened. This is really interesting. She was out the front, just had that little tiny drop, and how many bikes went past her? 4, 5, 6? So this is going to be critical over the racing today to not only be the fastest, but to keep it clean, keep the bike upright. Being boggy and soft means that the bike is difficult to get up out of the mud and difficult to get it started. So this is going to be a really interesting strategy of, do you want to be the fastest or do you want to be the cleanest?
Well, I wouldn't mind being the cleanest because I don't want to have to wash it later on in the day, but that's just me. So in these sorts of sessions, I've been known to really ride some wide lines and miss all the puddles just to keep myself tidy. Now, I was just noticing another one here, just going past on the screen, the 66. That is Megan Lincoln, and she's got Stark Varg out there, so we're going to have to keep an eye on her on the whole shots, mate.
Mate, I'm watching her go past too. The bike is looking really well set up. The suspension looks to be working quite well on that Stark Varg. You're right, the start's going to be very interesting for her. It's basically a guaranteed decent start on those bikes, right? Being an auto and no clutch, you're not having to worry about where your revs are at. You can just crack that throttle, hold it wide open, and put yourself in a good position at the end of that start straight.
That's exactly it. They're going to drive off there. So like I said before about one of our other guys like Giley and one of the ones in the MX C-grade, as long as their reaction time isn't too slack, there should be no reason that they're not at the pointy end of that field coming into that turn one on those Stark Vargs. So
absolutely, David. I'm really interested to see how the women go here and what lines they choose over the course of the day. We talked about it a lot yesterday with the junior women's riding. This is the seniors now. I'm really interested to see the lines they tend to choose. We know that the boys tend to hit things a little harder, probably with a little less thought, and the women tend to be a little bit smarter in their line choices. So I'm interested to see which of these ladies choose what lines. Are they going to slam the bike into the inside ruts and try and push their way through? Are they going to choose the smoother outside line that's potentially drier and slipperier? I think it's going to be very interesting to see what our race leaders and star athletes do here today.
How was that KTM that just went past the 161? That's Taylor Thompson. She's our reigning champ in this class. How did she just look? Oh, a little bit sideways over that tabletop, but how is she looking out there, mate?
She's looking really good out there. There is a few feet coming off the pegs here and there, but she's such a solid rider and always looks great on the bike. I am currently looking, though, at one of the female riders that's gone off the track. We're under yellow flags here on the back section. It looks to be maybe a Honda. or a gas. It's a red bike. I can't really tell. She looks to be injured. The medical team are checking her out right now. But as far as our race leader, she's heading out over the tabletops in the back section, looking smooth, looking confident.
Yeah, that rider down there was the 108 of Ellie Conray, but she's up and talking to the medics, so hopefully that's all okay. Just lost our timing and scoring up here, but we'll battle on. We've got the screen still going, so yeah, look, the girls class is going to be really super competitive here. Looking forward to this one a lot, but Taylor Thompson is the one they're going to be probably all chasing. She was even so good last year, Russ. She was on the overall podium in the MX2 A and B grade with all the guys out there. So,
and honestly, Dave, I think that is such an advantage for the girls to race with the boys over there. That raises the limit of what is possible for them. It puts them in a position. The boys are really brutal. They don't care who they're racing. They're just going as hard as they possibly can. They don't seem to make any space for the girls whatsoever. And personally, I think it's a great thing. I think that helps the girls really raise their own bar of racing and racecraft. When they're racing the aggressive boys, they've got to plan out their passes a little bit more. So I think it's a great thing that they get to ride together, and super impressive when the girls start beating a bunch of the boys. We can see coming down this hill section here as well. This was a part of the track that caused a lot of dramas yesterday. From the top of the hill, you can see the women coming down here now with a lot of pace. There's a few dry sections in the middle, some pretty savage braking bumps, and into some absolutely horrendous and treacherous ruts leading into this back section. So I think line selection is going to be really critical. You can see the rider on the start mark there choosing the high outside line. A few of the girls are starting to choose that line now too. I think it's going to play out really well today for whoever decides to take the best lines. And as we said earlier, dropping your bike in these ruts is just such a devastating maneuver, because it's going to take you 10, 20, 30 seconds to get that bike back up and going again. And that could be the difference between the podium or not.
Just keeping our eyes on Taylor Thompson as she's working her way around this circuit. We're not quite at green flag just yet for qualifying. We're about to get that happening here, but she is doing some really nice lines here, is Taylor, getting her way around this track pretty easily at this point. Obviously, I think she's been out already for the MX2 session earlier on, so she's doing double duty today again, as she did last year throughout the series. So should be really well in tune with this track. You see the way she just took that entry to that final Kennards Hire corner, where she sort of used a little bit of the rut early, stayed on the pegs, got the bike turned a little bit, and then sort of let it roll in that section. There was no real aggression on either brake or throttle, that she just sort of midway through the corner and then pivoted and left, and did a really nice job on that. See how she goes up and over. Better, nicer over that short, sharp tabletop this time around from when we first saw her on it. But that rut on the exit of that section there before the risen corner, that's some nasty stuff for us on the way out of that corner. I don't know if you're anywhere near it, but it's pretty deep.
Mate, there is a lot of sections just like that. I've just watched the rider number 28, I believe, on the Yamaha go down.
That's Sarah Jane Collins, mate. Is she?
Sarah Jane Collins, she's gone to the inside of the Motorcycle New South Wales corner here. This is a treacherous one we spoke about earlier. Again, not a massive crash, just a tip over, but it takes significant amount of time to get that bike picked up, get it righted and going again. Now, interestingly enough, she's the only rider out here with a headlight in this women's class. She's on the big WR.
She's already my favourite rider of the day, mate.
Mate, I was going to say the same thing. Hey, there's a couple of off-road guys here on the microphone today, so anyone with a headlight's going to be our new favourite. But it is really interesting how long it's taken her to get this bike up, get it back into neutral, and get it started and going again. This is what I keep saying. This is going to be critical to stay on two wheels today. I honestly believe that you don't have to be the fastest rider today. I think you've got to be the smartest.
Yeah, it's definitely going to play a massive factor. But we did just see her, Sarah Jane Collins, on that 28 machine, just get it going and get back on track. So hopefully she's up and running. Can't give you an update at the moment on our timing scoring. We're just having a bit of a feed issue up here. So once we get that back up, I'm sure we'll be able to tell you. I might actually try and find that across our Speed Hive app and see if I can find it up for there. but Taylor still on screen there. She's got, that's the 288 just behind her. That's Mia Cameron. She is one of the riders from yesterday who was probably just off the podium in one of the girls' classes there, I think, if I'm not mistaken, or maybe just on it. So yeah, we're seeing them there. We also see the 88 in the back of the screen. That's Liv Barker.
Taylor just going around this back section here, mate. She's just taking it really slow and looking at some different lines. She's experimenting, going outside, going inside, having a little play around and just checking stuff out so she can make the best possible line selection later on through the day. Oh, we've just had another rider down. It's the number 88.
Oh, Liv Barker, who was just on screen.
Liv Barker, yes. So the section where she's gone down is right at the base of the first tabletop along the back section. Now, we've already mentioned this today, but that section got really fast yesterday. The boys were setting each other up for passes into this technical back section. And then from the very first tabletop there, number 7, that was where a lot of speed was put in around that sweeping right-hand bend and set you up for the straight of tabletops along the back. She's tucked the front end, so I don't know if she's gotten cross-rutted or just pushed the front too hard, but that's a corner that you've got to get right, because if she hit that in a race and was under pressure, it's going to screw her up for the entire straight of tabletops across the back.
Now, Russ, I've just had some of the best information fed to me from the side screen over here. The Stark Varg rider that we were talking about, Meg Lincoln, on the 66 machine. Now, nobody's going to recognise the name, and I didn't either until somebody just pointed out that some of these women change their names after they get married. Is that a thing out there?
Yes, yes. Now, this is a really interesting point because that particular rider got a bit of a history.
Yeah, just a little bit. It's Megan Rutledge, for most people that will know her as, but she's now Megan Lincoln. Only been on this bike, I've been told, a couple of times. So she's out there. She's now got, obviously, married. She's apparently a couple of kids as well in the pits with her these days. So
she's in mum mode now. She's full mum mode.
So we are going to have to really keep an eye on her, because as much as she might not have been on the bike very much recently, she's obviously more than capable of being on there and being really fast. So we'll have to keep an eye on Meg there on the 66, and the times are actually just popping up. And yes, of course, she is second on the board, just behind Taylor Thompson.
Yeah, that's really, really interesting, because that's someone that's got a ton of racing heritage in her background. She's clearly still handy on the bike to be right behind our race leader in qualifying. This day is going to be super, super interesting. To have her on the track and then to have some of these younger girls who have just stepped up into the senior class, we're going to have a great day of racing.
Oh, yeah, we are. And I'm just actually noticing that Meg has actually just come over the finish line and just pulled off to the side of track. Probably not far from where you are if you turn around, Russ. She just stopped there. I'm not sure if she's got a bike issue or just realigning the front end by the looks of it. She maybe got a fork thing going on. So, anyway, she looks like she's rolling again. But yeah, that's going to be really interesting to keep an eye on. I'm really glad I got that information, because I would not have put that together, that the Megan Lincoln was actually Meg Rutledge, just with a married name these days. So yes, very good information. But the checkered flag is out. At the moment, that's going to mean that Taylor Thompson is your fastest qualifier with a 1:45, which is a really competitive time. So that's her off the top of the list, and then it will be Megan Lincoln in second, Mia Tung in third, Ada Harris in fourth, Bella Arnott in fifth, Kira Collins in sixth. We've got Izzy Barker in seventh, Ella Hamilton in eighth, Tabitha Newcomb in ninth, and Saya Perry in 10th. So that's your top 10 there in the list this morning for the MXW qualifying. All right, we'll take this chance to have a quick break on our coverage before we come back with our next session out on track, which should be our MX Vets 30 Plus.
Looking good, eh?
Cano. What do you think, Donna? Giramento de cane.
Hey boss, can I sort it? All good?
Kenneth.
From big jobs to even bigger jobs, get the Ken Oath feeling.
Ken Oath.
Stay consistent. I think more than anything, it's not so much about myself, but my partner started doing some exercise, and one big thing she's learned out of that is consistency.
I do CrossFit 2 to 3 times a week. I ride 3 times a week, so just working those pressures around my riding. I try not to do too much heavy weight stuff where I'm too sore, which is going to affect my on-bike training. I do a lot of zone 2 running as well. Just some stuff that won't make you so sore the next day or super duper tight that will affect you on the bike. Keeping it nice and simple, doing full body workouts, stuff that does get your heart rate up. All sorts of stuff like that does help when you are riding.
Just consistency of really it's sort of obviously having that balance between riding and off the bike training. Off the bike training definitely helps to have strength. At the same time, you get to learn to have that strength while you're trying to perform, get heart rate high. So definitely high intensity training is probably my go-to.
Look, a lot of cardio helps. I try and cycle a lot, but it's a bit hard. I work 6 days a week, so I try and get in the gym as much as I can. But the more cardio you do, the better you'll be in the long run. Just cardio and ride as much as you can.
I try to ride 3 to 4 times a week. Try to as much as off-bike train as possible, like push bike riding, rowing, and then heaps of fitness as well, just like weight stuff.
You got to make sure it's all balanced, so you got to make sure you get at least 1 to 2 days of bike riding every week, and then also you got to fit in the weight training and cardio training to the week to make sure you're prepped for the weekend racing.
The Westpac Rescue Helicopter is here for our community. And this holiday season, we will be ready to respond 24/7. Please stay safe and thank you for your support. To donate or for more information, visit rescuehelicopter.com.au or call 1800 155 155.
Looks good, eh?
Ken Oath.
What was that, love?
I said Ken Oath.
All done, girls. Happy? Ken Oath, all right.
From big jobs to even bigger jobs, get the Ken Oath feeling.
All shot graphics. Be first. Be original.
was that, love?
I said 10-0.
All done, girls. Happy? Ken Oath, all right.
From big jobs to even bigger jobs, get the Ken Oath feeling.
The 2026 New South Wales Motocross State Titles, presented by Whole Shot Graphics, Kennard's Hire, Risen Unlimited, National Motorcycle Alliance, Skywalker Studios, Westpac Rescue Helicopter Service, Black Dog Institute.
Right, we are back on screen here at our ACT Motorcycle Club. We have the MX Vets on our track at the moment for their practice qualifying sessions. We've just got the green flag out, so we'll start to see some lap times showing up here shortly. And one of the names that I've just popped straight up onto the screen, that's Todd Waters, so he's out here doing double duty. He's actually old enough to run the Vets class as well as the Pro MX1 class. But Russ, you are down in the pits. You've got some riders that have come off the track from the women's class. Who have you got there, Russ?
Mate, I'm here with Izzy. She was on the number 1788 machine. 17 machine. Both got the same names on the bike, so a little bit confusing. Izzy, give us a little rundown of the track. How's it feeling out there, and are you happy with your bike setup?
Yeah, I mean, I don't feel too bad. The track's nice and ruddy. It's going to be tough, but it'll be good racing. I don't feel too bad. Had a little tip over, but it'll be a good day.
What do you think is going to be the key to getting you on the box today?
Oh, hopefully a good start. I feel like if you can get a good start and get up there from the start, put you in for a good race.
Now, I was out there looking at that start line earlier. I was thinking the far outside gates would work the best, being that there's not that much water and holes in front of you. What's your pick for a start gate?
Or somewhere closest to the box. Right at the box, hopefully.
So somewhere in the centre?
Yeah.
Awesome. And you're running a traditional motocross tyre, right? There's no scoop tyre going on there?
Just traditional.
Very good. All right, Izzy, best of luck out there, buddy. All right, I've got the other Barker sister here as well. She's having a bit of a chuckle. She thought she was going to get away from not having an interview. How did we go out there, and tell me what it's going to take to put this thing on the box today?
Oh, take a bit, but I struggled out there just then. Just going to try and keep it upright, really.
Struggling with the ruts and the mud, or struggling with overall pace?
No, mainly ruts. Pace is all right. Yeah, mainly the ruts.
So is this fairly different to what you normally ride?
Oh, normally I don't really ride much really ruddy tracks like this.
So you're more of that hard pack flat track is what you're used to?
Yeah, just a little bit of ruts and hard pack. Definitely not this ruddy.
Awesome. So you're going to take a little bit of a change of style today to get that thing where you need it. I honestly think that staying upright's going to play a huge factor out there, because picking a bike up out of those ruts takes a lot of time. Best of luck out there. We'll follow you throughout the day.
All right, so as expected in this MX Vets at this point, with Todd Waters being out here in this class, he's on top of the list, and quite by a significant margin at this point. He's done a 140.8 as well, so we can probably check in with him later on after this session and ask him why he's sandbagging the old man class at this point. As much as he's old enough, he's probably just looking for a bit more track time ahead of the Oz Pro MX series that's coming up. He's definitely got his he's got his team here, the Raceline Husqvarna T-Dub racing team. He's obviously representing his own branding and stuff here, but he's doing a good job so far in this session. But we've also got some other names showing up here. We've got Mitchell Budd on the 79 machine, currently in second. Cody Russ in the night on the well, he's actually just dropped from third to fourth. We've had the 67 of Bo Dargle pick up to third position. One of our names from last year, the 808 Lee Harriman, is in fifth. Nathan Brocktrop's just popped up on the screen to sixth in this qualifying so far. The 387, we've got a 28 on screen, just getting himself out of the way there after a bit of a moment. There goes the 47 on screen. That's Todd Waters in that pink and black and white gear. The 28's up and going, and that is, where's our 28 number there? It's Kobe Cumberland. So yeah, Kobe's up and going again. Hopefully he'll pop back into the track here once he finds a nice safe gap, and he'll be able to get himself back into this qualifying session. There he goes. All right, and the 91 just going through the screen. That's Reese Hume. So plenty of guys out here. This is actually a pretty good roll-up for our vets class this year compared to last year's entry list. So plenty of people out here. I just noticed there's a name on this list that I'm not sure he's actually on the timing scoring this morning. Otherwise, I would have picked it up. But he's not there, so I'm not going to bring him up. But 79 on screen there, using the middle of the track, finding a lot of acceleration bumps there. That's Mitchell Budd. So he's just using up the middle section of the track and fighting his way through the acceleration bumps as he heads down to the bottom of the circuit. Track's starting to look, still got some shiny, greasy lines there on those down ramps, and there's also a couple of bare dry spots on there as well. So track's developing. You can start to see we were looking at that National Motorcycle Lines corner a little while ago with Russ in there, probably about half an hour or so ago on our coverage, and it was still quite dark dirt coloured in the bottom half of that berm, but not so much now. It's starting to dry out. You can tell the colour change as it comes through the coverage and the pictures here on your screen for our YouTube live. Oh, rider going over the berm there, taking out the banners on the Motorcycle New South Wales rider corner. The 79 machine of Mitchell Budd just extending the distance of that corner. Not intentionally, but obviously caught a rut and just shot straight ahead. He's up and going. He's come off the other side of the berm and keeps going. But that's going to add a couple of seconds to his lap time, I'm sure. We'll see as he comes around through our Kennards Hire corner here. He's going to pop up over the finish line here in just a sec, and we'll see if that lap time was any good with him going off track or not. So it's saying that his last lap was a 1:50.1, which might still be one of his better times, but it's not his best time at this stage. So yeah, just a couple of seconds off with that extension of the lap there. The 91 off the edge of the track there. Not sure what he's up to, but Reese Hume's there. And 28's back off the side of the track. He's just having another rest maybe, is Kobe Cumberland. He must have a bit of an issue. Russ has just popped in the ears off comms, and maybe the bike's a little bit twisted up. He's had a moment somewhere along the line, so hopefully he's got that sorted out. He looks to be having a look to see. No, he's still trying to ding the bars around, as you see him just sitting there on the edge. So obviously not comfortable with how that bike is behaving, but the 808 is going off the track already. He's had enough for this session. That's Lee Harriman. So his qualifying session will stay. He's currently 5th on the board, is the 808. And the 177 just on screen there, that is Adam Beck. He's currently 10th on the Cowie. Just showing a little bit of form. The old man can still put it sideways a little bit, it seemed. Down over those bottom tabletops as we're rolling through. Now, Todd Waters is dropped, hasn't really changed too much of his times. He's still at the top. He's still best time of a 1:40.0. Last lap around he did a 1:42.9, so pretty solid pace there from Todd Waters on the 47 machine, T-Dub Racing Husqvarna. He's obviously going to be very difficult to catch in this class, I'd say, later in our motos, if he continues to go through all of them throughout the day. Now, our session is about to come to an end here. The checkered flag is out, so we're going to have all the riders start to pull through and off the track. Todd is still out on the circuit, it looks like, just putting in his last shot at a fast lap. And yeah, so at the moment it'll be Todd Waters from Mitchell Budd from Bo Dargle as our top 3 there, with Todd Waters doing a 1:40.0 to get the top of the session in this Vets 30 plus qualifying session. So we'll wait for him to come round and then we'll grab him when he pops off this track. He's just in our second last corner here after our rollers, so not too far, and he'll pop onto our screen, and this man will be the fastest. Just throwing a nice little turn down sort of issue there and a tear off as he jumped the tabletop. Plenty of style from this man. He knows how to race a bike pretty quickly, and as he goes off the circuit, we'll get Russ onto the job and see if we can stop him and get him on our coverage. As we just check out our nice drone shots. Still plenty of water sitting on that inside, probably 10 to 15 gates of our start section. It's very visible, and even into the braking zone of the first right-hand corner. But that's going to still play a factor into it as we get to our motos here shortly. Now, Russ has got Todd Waters, the number 47 machine, with that 140.0 fastest qualifier in the vets. So take it away, Russ.
140.0 fastest qualifier in the vets, mate. Dave was up in the box there from Always Moto, throwing some shade about you being the old man out there schooling these young fellas, mate. Give me a little rundown on how you're feeling and how the track's looking.
First of all, it's kind of strange being called a vet. Like, I'm still racing Pro MX, and actually when I entered, I was like, hey, hang on, I can ride vet. So this is actually my first vet race. I've been able to do it for a few years now, but yeah, it's my first vets race. I'm out here just wanting to get some track time for the Nationals. So last year my fitness wasn't the greatest, so that's what I'm working on, is just trying to get some more bike time at the races and try and be better than I was last year at the Nationals.
Awesome, mate. Really well done. You're looking really good out there. Give me a little rundown on how the whole team's feeling, mate. The whole teed-up crew. Give me a little rundown on some of the standout guys and how the whole team's looking and feeling.
Yeah, so we got a big crew. So Young Ryder, he went 1-1 in both classes yesterday on 65, 85, so that was super cool. We had Ethan Wolfe, he got a win yesterday on a 85. He's on 125 today. Young Pete has come back from a knee injury, so he's stepped up into the big boys. He's senior now, so we're seeing him out there with Reed Taylor. We got Reed on board this year, so we got a stacked team, and we're pumped to be here. This is what we're using it for, a bit of development for the Nationals, try and iron out those problems, get Reed and the boys nice and comfy out there. But listen, the track's cool. It's super fun. We're actually getting the track on Monday. I'm doing a coaching school here to get a bit extra time on here and work out those little spots where I'm getting my butt kicked. So I'm stoked to have Jed Beaton here and the other boys. So it's going to be some good racing here today, and we'll see what we can bring.
It's going to be unreal racing, mate. Great to have you here.
Thanks.
Oh, we're just back on our coverage here. We've got the 13 to 16 years, 125 two-stroke, the 250cc four-stroke. We just had the 413 Charlie Marsh in that final Kennard's High corner just on screen there. Getting herself up and going. Currently we've got the 219, that's Ada Harris out on her Husqvarna at having a circulation here. Now some of these girls are crossing into both that MX Women's as well. We talked about Ada, she was in that as well earlier. So some of these riders they were out yesterday with some of the 85 classes. They're out today with this class, but also then potentially in the women's if they're old enough to do that. So a little bit of a crossover going to happen here. Now they're just obviously having their first sort of look laps here as they're going around, and we'll get to qualifying in a couple of minutes time, and we'll see who's going to be going quick here in this class. And I think Ada and Claire Pollard were the two last year chasing this one around, so we'll have to see if they resume their battle. Claire's listed here on the 25 bike, which I haven't actually seen her come past just yet, but we'll keep an eye out for that. Did see her in the pits this morning wandering around with all the girls, the crew. They wander around together, it seems. They're all good friends, these ones. So we'll see how they're all out on track today. So Ada there just using a nice wide line, trying to stay out of some of those deep ruts in my favourite corner at the bottom of the hill there. Bit of a hook in that rut, as you can see, that she got to before that tabletop at the very exit on the outside there. And she's just using a nice wide line there again around some of these sections to try and keep her momentum up and stay out of some of the deeper holes. Now there'll be a couple of battles here as well for will resume from yesterday as well, because I just saw the 67 of Chloe Hart go through. She was one of the winners in the girls class yesterday, but she had a good battle with the 608 who just went past as well, Layla White. So there's plenty of action going to happen here in this girls class. We throw in Claire Pollard and Jayla Parker. They were all part of the crew that were getting moto wins and podiums and overalls last season in these girls classes. So should be some good racing here in this category later on today. All right, some nice drone shottage here. You can see that's the back side of the track, just on the other side of the crest of the hill there. And then that's the bottom section you're just seeing there on the downside of the dam. Plenty of water here to be able to keep the track going, which is a good thing. But you can see those different coloured dirts as they're drier and darker, wetter sections of the track. That's the 608 at the back there, the white machine. That's Layla White. Good that she has a white bike for a white name, just to make it all sort of match in. And I think that was the Honda in front of her, the 25. I'm pretty sure that was Claire Pollard. I think I mentioned it in the women's session. She wasn't out there in the end on that session, so maybe she's just only doing one of these practice sessions today just to keep the bike a bit cleaner or a bit less work for the crew. But she's on a new ride this year. She was on the Yamahas last year. She's got a new ride with Honda this year. So looking to see what Claire Pollard is able to do with her new ride. And just to ride it down there in that National Motorcycle Alliance corner, having to do the reverse deadlift to try and get that bike up the hill, unfortunately, because she's on the downside of the berm. Now, I think that might be the 20 of Ashton Warren, if I'm seeing that correctly from our viewpoint here in the comm box, which is just up on the hill under the tree. You can see in the drone shottage as well. Yeah, it is the 20, but she's up and going, so no harm, no foul. Just had to do practice the deadlifts in the gym a bit more to get that thing up and going. These bikes can be a bit heavy, especially when they're stuck to some of the tackier mud here that's in some of these corners still. Some great shots of that from the drone shot. There's Layla White on the bike again. Had a good day going yesterday, got a moto win there at the end of the day, but got second overall in that other girls category. So she's had a pretty strong weekend so far. She'll be looking to have a good day again today. But this class is going to be a bit more competitive with a few more of the girls in here to make this a bit more of a challenge for all of them to get into their podium positions. Just see, two of the girls nearly come together there. Claire getting right inside of the 474 of Olivia Hadju. Almost came together there, those did Claire and Olivia, but they managed to sort that out without too much issue. Now we're going to start seeing some times popping up here, and the first one to go through with a lap time is Ada Harris and hit the 152.8. So as these girls now come across, we'll start getting some more times, and we'll get this order sorted out here to see who's going to be qualifying in the top position and getting that first gate pick for Moto 1. You can see that joining point there from the start section into this roller section. Still looks pretty boggy there that we were doing that report on earlier. Not much has changed there. So whenever these first motos get going, which will be our next thing up on track, that first corner intersection point into the main track is going to be an interesting one to keep an eye on, and it might catch a rider or two out here. We'll have to see how that goes. A few more riders popping through. Claire Pollard's got a time of a 156.6, probably a little bit slower after she had to get that pass made on Olivia back there on the 474, who's actually third in the running with a 202. Another rider doing a reverse deadlift, getting an assistance from one of our marshals there. Oh, it's the 20 again. Unfortunately, Ashton Warren down again. That's 2 deadlifts she's had to do. So she's getting the legs worked out here this morning. We see Ada Harris just tuck through the inside of that corner. But she's up and going again is Ashton. And hopefully that will be the last time we see her on the ground, but we never know. It is moto. Maybe there's a few more in the future for her, but let's hope that there's none too soon and none that are injury provoking here as we keep an eye on the bottom of the circuit. Some of our bigger jumps on the track in consecutive pattern here at the bottom. There's 3 big ones along the bottom of the circuit. All reasonably okay to do, just you got to have the drive and make sure you don't get caught in some of these deeper lomia or the ruts, cross-rutting beforehand. Because if you miss jumping those, it's a lot of time that you're missing out on for a lap time here, which you don't want to be doing. Ada Harris just coming through again, the finish area, past my commentary box position here. Not improving on her original time, but she'll be going for another hot lap now, I'd say. So we'll see if she can improve on her best lap time, which is a 152.8. It keeps her at the top of the charts for the time being. So we're looking for the 25. She's just coming through the second last tabletop. See how time she can do, because she's currently second in the list. She's in our Kennards Hire corner, about to hit the finish line. And she'll get up into a... Well, she's dropped her time, but she's still second. She's a 1:54.8, so currently 2 seconds a lap off the time that Ada Harris has put in. And Olivia Hadou has just come over and still in third. She's done a 2:01.7 that time around, so she didn't actually improve her previous lap time. Mia Cameron's in fourth at the moment with a 2:04 was her last lap time, and Chloe Hart is in the 60s on the 67 machine. She's fifth. Jayla Parker's in sixth. Layla White's just down a little bit at the moment, but she's just come over. Let's see if she pops up. She does. She moves up a position into sixth, so she got a better time that one past, doing a 2:07.5. So that drops Jayla Parker down to seventh in our running order. So we see a couple of our girls here. One of our Kawasaki mounted women going through there. Didn't quite catch our number there. I think that might be Holly Impey, but I'm not sure on that one. Oh, that's not the position we want to be in. That's the 4:13. Charlie Marsh just getting over the back of one of our berms by the looks of it. Not sure exactly which one. Oh, is that... I see some National Motorcycle Alliance bannering there. Oh, it's down near the start gate. She's gone through that bannering after those tabletops at the bottom of the circuit. So she's up and getting that thing kick-started, so she'll be on her way shortly, but might need another banner touch up there, because it's all in the bottom of the berm there, it seems, on the backside. So the girls still having a bit of a trouble with this circuit as they're getting familiar with it here in their first session for this 13 to 16 years, 125 and 250cc four-stroke category. Ada Harris still holding that top spot. Hasn't improved on that 152.8 just yet. And we can see that rider getting going, the 4:13. Charlie moving now, so she'll be up and running, which is good. Yep, so our girls just continuing on here. Ada still in the top of the list. We've probably got, what have we got? About a minute to two to go here in this session, but we're about to get to racing as well in our schedule. We're going to hit the track, drop the gate shortly, and our first race up is going to be our MX1 A and B, so our really big guys, our professional riders that are going to be hitting a lot of the Oz Pro MX series are going to be out here. I think we've got Jed Beaton down there on the line as well, on the 14 with that CDR Monster Energy Yamaha team. Oh, just another rider on screen, just picking up the bike, doing another deadlift on screen. But Russ, you're down there on the start gates, mate, ready for this MX1 race to kick off here and get our program started. Have you got any of the riders? How are they looking? Are they nervous? Are they ready to go?
Mate, that's right. I'm down here on the start straight, standing between Beaton and Bud, between the Yamaha machine and the Honda machine. These two boys are getting ready to send it out there. Jed Beaton, we'll start with you, mate. Welcome to ACT Motorcycle and the New South Wales state titles, mate. Can you give me a little rundown on how you're feeling this morning and how you think the track's going to develop over the day?
Yeah, it's obviously, they've laid a lot of water, and obviously yesterday with the junior racing, it's made the track pretty hard, and pretty hard to prep. So this morning it was pretty, I'd say like bouldery. Had heaps of boulders everywhere, but it looks like it's shaping up pretty good now. So just looking forward to get out there and have a bit of fun.
Awesome, mate. Thank you very much. Reese, Bud, dude, sitting on top of your Honda machine. Give me your thoughts on how the track is shaping up and what your strategy is for the day.
Yeah, I guess similar to what Jed said, it was pretty bouldery this morning. It was very clumpy, but overall felt pretty good. It was cool to sit P2 in qualifying on the little 250. So obviously main focus, try to get a good start. It's going to be tough against all these boys, but yeah, look, we're here. The main focus is to get ready for the Pro MX. So yeah, we're just playing around with the bike, try to get comfy on the track, and yeah, we've got a big day, 4 20-minute motos, but we're here to have some fun.
Awesome, mate. Thanks for being here. Great to see you, boys.
All right, nice to get some input there from the couple of top riders in our sport in the Australian scene ahead of their first race here for the motocross titles in New South Wales. Our girls class has just completed their session, and it's still going to be Ada Harris on the top of this position there with that 152.7 time. I think she might have dropped one in there. That was a tiny bit quicker because I think it was a 152.8. But then it's Claire Pollard in second and Olivia Haju in third. Mia Cameron fourth, Chloe Hart fifth, Layla White sixth, Jayla Parker seventh, Evelyn Roberts in 8th, Charlie Marsh 9th, Ashton Warren 10th, Bonnie Aldridge 11th, and Holly Impey in 12th. So yeah, we might head back down to Russ just as he's going to probably prep this up ready ahead of our MX1 A and B. He's going to hype it up and you know, set the scene here, Russ.
Mate, that is absolutely right. This is the big boys and their first gate drop of the day. The start straight has been re-prepped. The Bobcats run back and forth over it, got it all sorted, ready for these guys to go. The last few of the women's riders are clearing the track now, and you can hear the motorcycles start up. The boys are loosening up, few last-minute stretches. I'm looking over there at Reese Budd and Jed Beaton and a few of the other lads around, all getting ready. Burgess over there on the 275 machine. He's also looking really excited, getting over his bars. Another friend of mine, Brandon Steele, over there on the Moto Coach Honda team. Fresh Honda this year for him, new manufacturer. As the 15-second board is up, 5-second board is down, the revs come up. Head over the handlebars, eyes on those gates. Gate drop, let's go racing. Huge wheelie out the start for a few of the boys. Is the inside going to work?
Oh, a couple of riders run really wide.
Really
Beaton
wide.
has managed to sneak around the inside, Russ.
He's done really well, and that's exactly what we thought we would see out of this first turn, Dave. A little bit of chaos with all those riders pushing super hard, but Beaton comes out on top and gets out to an early lead.
So it's Beaton through first, but it's the 42 machine in second. That's Brock Ninnes with a great start. And we've got a 2.7, is that? I'm not sure. We've got it's a 75 of Olander, I think it is, in third position as they run. So plenty of action here, some good starts for some, not so for some others. So yeah, it's Travis Olander in third, Justin McHugh in fourth, Todd Waters fifth, Cooper Holroyd, and then Bud is currently seventh on track. Now, keep in mind this is the MX1 class, so these are the 450s, but I do know that Reese Bud is out there on the 250, just putting in some extra time, so he's a little bit underpowered on the start there, so it's probably part of the reason he's currently seventh on this order. But we can see Beaton already gap in this field out front. Now, Beaton is a man who was very close to the championship last year. Unfortunately, an injury to a fractured femur took him out of the action for the Oz Pro Championship last year for that MX1 title. So he's a man on a mission in 2026 to try and get that title with that CDR Yamaha, which is Todd Waters just trying to make a move there on the inside. He's going to have to go to the outside to go around Ninnes, does Waters. So he's moved his way up now. I believe that'll be second for Todd Waters in that race line, T-Dub Husqvarna. And we've got Cody O'Lone trying to make the move there in the background of that shot as well. Sorry, Travis Olander. Travis Olander, not Cody O'Lone. Wrong one. Wrong O. Oh, bit of both those guys there on screen into the rollers, get completely sideways, hitting those holes. But there's Beaton into that final corner with the Kennards Hire spannerage there. This CDR Yamaha's looking really fast. I should know I had a ride of it last year at the Yamaha introduction. The thing is a beautiful machine to get swing a leg over. And he's making this track look easy at this point in time. But Todd Waters just there and behind him, not too far back. Travis Olander, Brock Ninnes still holding into that fourth position. Bud is up to fifth, so let's see how far Reese can get this thing cranking forward as this moto goes on. Obviously, like I said, the power advantage that he's going to be giving up being on that 250 on the start, but now he's going to have to work super hard, and he'll get some good laps in here on this 250. New ride, Honda for him in 2026. There's Bud. He's got the pass done on Niners. So he'll be up to 4th in the run. Travis Olander will be next on the list for Reese Budd. Now just behind Bud now we see that the 202 of Connor Rosenditch is up there in the 6th position. So some of the other names that might have had some average starts as well have coming to the list here. So there's Travis Olander on screen. Bud just in behind, taking a different line through that corner, trying to get a drive and a run. It's a good idea not to be following in the same rut here at Canberra, because if one of them makes a mistake, you're going to end up just running straight in the back. And you can see that yellow gear in the background of the 202, that's Connor Rosenditch. Bud to the inside, trying to get a run towards these rollers on Travis Olander.
Dave, it looks like Connor Rosenditch is setting up to make a bit of a move. He's gone to the inside after those rollers on his KTM machine. He's going to have to seat bounce his jump, and he gets the move done. Well done, Connor. As he comes around to the finish line for you. Back to our leaders, Beaton and Waters have absolutely checked out. They're running their own race right now, and those two are just light years ahead. I see Reese Budd trying to get into that 3rd position. It looks like he's got the move done as well. Maybe as he lands over that tabletop and dives to the inside, can he get it done and can he make it stick?
He doesn't quite hold on to that position. He didn't have the drive out of that rough inside line there. Had to go up and over that little roller that's there with a bit of a rough exit on it. But he's trying everything he can, is Reese Budd, to get this 3rd position wrestled away. But you're right about Beaton and Waters. Beaton has got a 3-second lead over Waters, and Waters is a further 6 seconds ahead of Travis Olander there in 3rd. So those two guys have checked out at the front. Reese has got to make this move stick this time, and I think he's going to get the job done as they head into that National Motorcycle Alliance corner. He does. So that's Reese Budd on the Honda, up to 3rd position now. So let's see what Reese can do. He's got a bit of clear track. He's going to have to try and see if he can bridge this gap up to Waters and Beaton now.
Dave, as Waters comes around that motorcycle, New South Wales banner, he rode that line all the way to the top of the berm. You'll be able to see from your position just the damage he's done to that berm. He's pushed the entire barricade out to find a nice clean line, and it's working for him. He is working his way up forward. Something that's really interesting that's happening is a few of these privateers that are hanging on to those fast boys. Connor Rosenditch coming over that tabletop now. And the white and red Yamaha there too. I've just missed the rider's name. Both those boys are privateers, and they are hanging on to the back of some of these factory guys.
Yeah, that's Travis Olander holding on to the back of Bud there after that move that Reese did on him the last lap around. So he's still sticking with him, but Reese is trying to get going forwards here. But Beaton has definitely just left our field here. He's gone at the front of the pack. Waters still trying to keep him in sight, and he's now 4 seconds down on him. But the gap has extended at the 3rd position on track there. So Bud hasn't really made too much move forward now that he's cleared. Give him a lap or two. This is a long moto. We've still got over 11.5 minutes before we see that last lap board. So there's plenty of chance for these guys to still move up. But I dare say you're going to see a lot of gap get put in between Beaton because he is a man that is going to be trying to dial in this track as best he can for the upcoming Pro MX later in the year that will be held at this venue.
Dave, I'm down here by the Kennards Hire Skywalker Studios barrier right now. This is after the tabletop coming back towards to our start straight. The ruts that these guys are having to land in are unbelievable. They are much deeper than peg height. They're coming straight off this tabletop, which, by the way, the back side of it is turning into absolute blue groove, and then you're thrown straight into these deep, dark ruts to set yourself up in this corner to come around by the Kennards Hire barriers into a long, ruddy straight. This section is going to be particularly tricky, and it's really interesting watching the lines that our race leaders are choosing.
As we're just trying to catch up, there is Jed Beaton on the screen in that blue gear. He's got a lap rider ahead of him. He's going to duck to the inside there at the top of the circuit and run back out in front of him to head down the hill. You see Beaton's lines here. He's actually taken the inside run at the bottom of the hill there. There's a nice smooth line developed at this point. And you can see some of the nice style there with that Monster Energy CDR Yamaha bike going over those couple of tabletop jumps. But Beaton is looking very smooth at this point. I'll just keep an eye on him off camera as well through the early stages of this moto. And there's just no real sideways movement of the bike or anything. There's no aggression. There doesn't seem to be any harsh throttle application at this point. He's just keeping the wheels in check, just putting the bike where he wants it, and just moving forward. It kind of looks a little bit effortless, Russ.
Absolutely, mate. Both him and Todd, you can visually see the experience those boys have and the level that they race at. Like you said, they're calm. The bike is calm. It's not bouncing around. It's not reacting poorly to bumps and holes. That's factory suspension. That's years of rider experience and years of racing experience. That's why, to me, it's so impressive to see some of these privateers hanging onto the back of them and not letting them get out of sight.
Well, Todd Waters is doing a good job here holding that second position. He's not letting Jed get too far out at the front of this field. It's still stabilised at about that 4-second mark. Reese Budd still holding down third. Our list still holds fourth with Travis Olander there in fourth, and Connor Rosendich is still just behind him in fifth. Bit of a gap then back to sixth of Brock Ninnis, who was the early up the front. And we've got the 74, I think it is, on screen in the Risen Banners area, just stuck. Oh, and the 32 trying to find a line, and we've got another rider off the back of through the Skywalker Studios bannering. Russ, who have you seen? Which one of these crashes have we got for you? Well, a couple of riders down here. We've got another one trying to get going there. Is that the 74? It might have been still trying to get going, which I believe that would be Kobe Leach, just in those Risen Unlimited barriers there. But everyone seems to be moving again now as we're kicking up our drone shot. And I think that Honda there at the front of that was Reese Budd.
Dave, the 256 went right through these Kennard Hire Skywalker studio barriers here. That rider actually did really well to come up as Connor Rosendich puts the move on the 275 machine. The boys go into the whole shot graphics corner. Connor makes the pass stick. He's coming around to the pit marshal area there, laying down some times. He's going to choose a high line and set himself up for the rollers.
It looks like he's just inside of, yeah, he's made that move stick, has Connor Rosendich, so that's him up to fourth position. Travis Olander is going to just drop to fifth. He didn't give it up easily, but Connor's making the run forward. Olander's going to go to the inside. He's going to slide through, hit the wall. Can Rosendich square him up and come down the hill? We'll have to see how that played out when we catch back up to them. They're heading down towards those Risen Unlimited barriers.
That's right. They're choosing a few different lines, Dave. Olander went inside, Rosendich on the outside. They both choose the inside there now. Rosendich moves up to make another move. Inside, outside. He can't quite make it stick. They're in the most technical part of the track now, as they both choose the high, dry line of that sweeping right-hand bend down into the tabletop section. Rosendich goes for the outside, Olander inside. He moves over to block Rosendich. The boys are going huge over those rear tailtops. They're about to come around and past me now. This is this technical ruddy section. Olander goes high, Rosendich takes a center line. Rosendich again choosing the higher, cleaner line. Into the whole shot graphics corner now. It looks as though Rosendich is just dropping off slightly. The pace these two boys are putting in is really, really impressive.
Now we're just having a couple of different battles showing up on the screen there at times as well. We had the 217, Patrick Martin, I think it was. Yes, Patrick Martin, that was 8th, and Brock Ninnis, and the 44 of Jake Rumans were on screen there going at it, changing positions there in that 7, 8, 9 sort of range. Now just trying to pick up with our drone shot who we've got here on these ones. I think that's Rosendich there in the fluoro gear. That's our fifth position on track, because Olander has just got back in front of him. And as we see them duck through the screen there is Olander on your screen. Now he's got 275 on the bike, but he's actually 75 in the program and the timing and scoring. So he just needed to cover up that 2, but anyway, he's keeping it running. Just to confuse things, because obviously that's Riley Burgess as well with a 2.75, but he's got a little gap now on Rosendich, despite the fact Rosendich put it in front of him and moved past him. He's regained that position. Nathan Brocktrop there on the 9, just getting a little bit in the way as he tried to get through that section with Travis.
Dave, Jed Beaton and Todd Waters have just come past me. It looks to me like the gap has opened up a little. Back to Todd Waters. Beaton diving to the inside. He's dealing with a lot of lap traffic right now. There's blue flags being raved furiously at some of these back market riders. Todd's got a bit of a clear run right now, so can he use this opportunity to close that gap up to catch up to Beaton on that CDR Yamaha?
Yeah, despite all those lap traffic in front of Beaton, he has extended the gap out to nearly 6 seconds at the front of the field. So whatever he's doing, it's working at the moment for Beaton, even with that traffic in front of him. But Waters still holding him in sight, which is an awesome effort here at the Canberra track. You see Reece Budd just come through. He's actually dropped down a little bit. He's actually 25 seconds now back from Beaton, but he has a nice little handy gap over the 4th position rider of Travis Olander and the 5th of Connor Rosendich. So bit of a spaced out race here at the front. Good to see. There's Rosendich coming down the hill. We just had Olander duck out of screen. So those guys are still keeping the battle going there. There's Olander up and over that short, sharp tabletop.
Mate, I'm thinking Waters might have made up a little bit of time as he looks to make a move here to get past the 23 on the Honda machine. That's Brandon Steele. Todd Waters dives to the inside of Brandon, makes the move stick, and now there is only one lap rider between Todd and Beaton as Todd Waters pulls a tear off there for some clean vision. He's going to work really hard to reel in Mr. Beaton on that CDR Yamaha.
I'm just keeping an eye on Beaton as he's off screen here just to see where he's at on his field. But every time I look at him, I just feel like he's not going that fast. But then you look at his lap times and the position he's on track and how much he's pulling at times from Todd Waters, and he's just doing it easily. He's just done a 1:38.1. Which was, up there with some of the fastest ones from our qualifying sessions this morning. So no issues with pace from Jed Beaton. He just doesn't look like it's going that quick, but he's obviously moving really well.
Mate, it's interesting you make that point about doesn't look like he's going particularly fast, because when I watch guys in the States like Jet Lawrence, it's the exact same thing. They're absolutely destroying the pack, but if you watch their body and their bike, there's not a lot going on. They're calm, they're smooth, and you think, I think you could go faster. I think it's just the visuals from a rider that is really experienced on a well set up machine that is controlling the race, not just desperately trying to move forward, but he's in control of his mindset, in control of his motorcycle.
Yeah, 100%. He's obviously in a very good position there with the CDR Yamaha team. Very well stable and comfortable with his bike. Now, we'll make a point about his bike. Having ridden his bike, he's set up from last year, Russ. If you ever get a chance to look at it closely, just see if he still runs his clutch lever as high as the moon, because when I got on it, it was at a really crazy angle that I could not get a hold of.
Mate, I will have a good look at that for you next time I get close to the bike. Something I did just notice is how clean the front of his bike is. Now, race leaders, that's pretty normal, but he's just cut through this entire pack. I mean, I don't know what position he's lapped up to, but it's a lot. It's interesting to me that his front number plate is still really, really clean, which to me says that he's choosing really smart lines. When the rider in front of him is going inside, he's going outside, and probably vice versa as well, which means that he's not in any kind of panic. He's controlling this race and staying calm.
Well, depending on where our timing and scoring is up to with each rider coming across the finish line here, but it's showing that down at 21st is 2 laps down. So, yeah, he's gone through a few people here in this field, has Jed Beaton. Now, the gap is still a bit stable. It's about 5.5 seconds there between Beaton and Waters at the front. And you see... I'm not sure what was going on there as Beaton went past. I think that's the 299 of Ryan Jones, but Ryan might have been giving him a wave as he went past. So we'll see what happens with that one. Maybe he's just trying to say, I'm over here, I'm out of the way for you. sorry. But yeah, Beaton, just look at that style as he's going around the track here. It doesn't look like he's aggressive or anything. He's just calmly picking his way through the track and through the field. Just easily past that lap rider there, the 32 of Zach Henry. And just watch his lines. He just carved that corner up there from the outside to in across the ruts like they weren't even there. And that was one of the rougher corners that we were talking about, Russ, earlier in the day, right there where the track intersects from the start section. But he didn't even look like it was a problem at all. Through Kennard's Hire, up and over the tabletop again. Now he's got the last lap board out, has Jed Beaton. So our 18-minute moto, we're down to our last lap. So it's going to be about 20-minute total time. As we see him just duck past. You see how quickly he just left that camera shot as well. Wow.
Absolutely. Now, we've just had another rider go down in that National Motorcycle Alliance corner. He's on the tabletop there now, Dave. I don't know if you can identify who that is. He's in the white and green gear on the KTM.
Yeah, I'm just watching to see. He's all covered in mud, so I can't quite pick up a number just yet, but it's the 284. And, of course, that one's not listed on the main list here, so I'll find him when the scrolling timing comes past. But he's up and going now.
I'm just watching Connor Rosendich come through that roller section and dive to the inside. He was significantly behind the bike in front of him, and that inside line gained a whole heap of track position and made the pass stick. So that seems to me like Connor's really got that inside line dialed coming out of the rollers, setting up for that next tabletop.
Well, we're keeping an eye on our man at the front. The Monster Energy CDR Yamaha mounted Jed Beaton on that number 14 machine. He's picking his way through a few more lap riders here on this final lap of Moto 1 at the New South Wales Motocross State Titles. He's going to get this one done through the rollers. Look at the line that he's going to take there. Just stays out of those inside ruts and up around the smooth top part of the berm there. Hits our tabletop. He's going to hit into our Kennard's Hire corner here. Last corner for Moto 1. This is the winner, Jed Beaton, and you might be seeing this again at the Pro MX later in the year at this very venue, but Jed Beaton getting the Moto 1 win. Todd Waters is going to come across the line in second, a couple of about 4 or 5 seconds back of Beaton, so he's kept him in check there. Now we're looking for our third place rider. He's about to come over the second last tabletop into our Kennard's Hire corner. You're going to see the 22 Honda mounted Reese Budd on that Moto Coach Elite Racing team. There is Reese getting our third position in the MX1 AB grade Moto 1. Good stuff there from all the guys out on track. Now we might grab that chance to take a break here in our coverage before we come back with our C grade MX1. So they're getting ready on the gates for their moto here shortly. We'll be back with more coverage from the ACT Motorcycle Club.
Looks good, eh?
10 O's.
What was that, love?
I said 10 O's.
All done, girls. Happy? Ken Oath, all right.
From big jobs to even bigger jobs, get the Ken Oath feeling.
Kellogg's make your job easy.
All right, the board is up. Gate's gone down. Moto 1 for MX1 C grade. Heading out to that first corner. We've got a blue Yamaha out in front. We'll have to pick up that number here in just a second to see who got our whole shot. Looks like it's the 220 of Kobe Wise. He was our fastest qualifier this morning in the practice qualifying session, so we should expect to see him leading this one out, and obviously he's done that with a great start here on that Yamaha machine. He's followed closely by the 927 of Maverick Welsh Ross, and I think it's the 53 there who I don't actually have on our side. Oh yeah, sorry, it's Seth Hardman in third position. Now actually Seth was the one we were calling would be a good starter on the Stark, and he's done just that. Hasn't quite got the whole shot, but he's damn close up the front of the pack. So good job there for our top three. Oh, Seth just getting all sorts of sideways out of one of the ruts there on the Stark. Didn't quite go down. As I say that, our leader, Kobe Wise, doing similar on the acceleration bumps out of the Risen Unlimited corner. But he's held it together. Both riders stayed on top of their machines. For Kobe, he's managed to keep the lead that he's had, but I'm not sure where the 53 of Seth Hardman ended up after that one, because he was completely sideways, almost pointing the wrong way on the track at one point there as he got out of that rut and headed the wrong direction on track. As we see Kobe. Nice smooth line there. Now I think we're going to see Kobe probably check out of this one pretty easily at this moment. He's comfortably riding around this track, and the pace that he had early in this session in qualifying is showing right now. Oh, rider down over the berm somehow. He's gone over the top of our barriers there. He's taken out the Skywalker Studios barrier and part of the Kennards Hire signage, but he's up on the bikes. I'm not sure how he managed to get to that position, but he did. Let's just pick up the number there. Is that the number 14? That's Seth Clark. He was our third fastest qualifier in this session this morning. So not sure exactly what happened to Seth there, but he had an off-track excursion in somewhat upside-down fashion. As we see Kobe putting in a lap. Now at the moment we've had a change in our running order. After those couple of moments we're talking about, the 808 is now in second position. That's Lee Harriman. The 53 of Seth Hardman on that Stark Varg is back into third. Now, I think he was in third, but he went to fourth, so I think we've lost a couple of riders there. So he's back to third position. Fourth is Joel Bird. Fifth is Stephen Wand. Sixth is the 105 of Cody Scutz. Then seventh is the 177 Adam Beck. And then we're getting deeper into our pack there. Now, we're just seeing a pass on screen. Oh, running wide as well, and then drifting out of the corner. I think that's Joel Bird maybe trying to make a move on the Stark Varg, but the Stark got plenty of acceleration out of that corner and putting him in a straight line, but the bike in the background going sideways did not have the same sort of drive pattern as the Varg did out of that corner. So Seth using the power to his advantage here, making it work in a straight line. Now it's the 387 that's trying to come through there, which would be Stephen Wand. So he's made a jump up and actually goes right around the outside to put that move on the Varg. Now there's another rider trying to go around the outside there, and that might be the 105 of Cody Scutz. Trying to get the job done in the whole shot graphics corner, but Seth is going to block him out as they exit. So I have to see this run up the hill here. Who's going to get positioned on track best for this right-hander in the ruts and then into the rollers. And it looks like the 105 is going to make the move and put himself into P4 for Cody. As we see the Stark and Seth dropping back a little bit further down the running order. Actually, to be sixth now for not some great style there over the finish line for a couple of the riders, but as we see our 74 machine, Joel Bird, going down the hill. The 387 is flecking past there. He's very aggressive on that throttle. That's Stephen Wand. Watching our Seth Hardman on that 53 Stark, taking the nice smooth outside line to get himself around the corner and head down to that Risen Unlimited section of the track. Got to get the front wheel up over. Look at those acceleration bumps, just chucking the back end of that Stark Varg around as he's trying to get up and over those through that section to head down our hill here. Some really aggressive parts of the track, starting to battle these riders all the way around, but we're back on our leader. That's the 220 of Kobe Wise. Doing a good job here. Now Kobe's got himself about a 6-second lead on this field. So he's doing a nice steady job here. Very well highlighted in his pink gear. Now I think, I'm not sure who that is going to be. I'm going to have a look here. It might be a gear that's called the Underclass, if I'm not mistaken, according to his sponsor list here. So he's doing a good job. Just being very well visible out on track. up and over the tabletop for Kobe. See him downshift into the Kennards high corner. On the pegs through the majority of that corner, trying to keep the bike light. And then sitting down and then getting the drive to get our finish line tabletop. We see him come down the hill to my favourite corner of the track with our stationary cam there from the Skywalker Studios. We watch our second position now. I think we might have had a little change in our order again, but we'll see. No, it's still Lee Harriman, then Joel Bird, and it's from Stephen Wand on that 387. Now you can see the gap from our drone shot. Our leader is going around the top of the circuit, and that's second and third in that inner U-turn there. So that's what what's that now? An 8 second lead looks like on the track here at Canberra. So we see Lee heading down the hill, hit the tabletop. He's going to cut to the inside, trying to keep a good run here so he can get this first tabletop, and he does. Up and over the step up. Oh, a bit of sideways action. I saw that, Joel. Shame we didn't get the head on. That would have been a good shot from Joel on the 74 Honda machine as he whipped it sideways. Down through the inside rut. Joel is trying to make a move here. He's trying to get himself into second position in this moto for this C-grade MX1 class. Good battle here for second and third on track with Harriman and Bird in the whole shot graphics corner. Two different lines there. Oh, bit of a... Tried the cross rut on the exit, did Harriman, but he managed to keep it together as he was trying to get the power down on that. Well, it says Yamaha on the list here. There's a bit of a different colour there. Yeah, it is Yamaha from that shot. Through the rollers. Now they're going to stick high in this National Motorcycle Alliance berm. You can see the leader just shooting out a shot the other direction after the finish line. So this lead is probably going to extend just a little bit here in terms of a time position as they come over. Yeah, he's got it out to over 10 seconds now, does Kobe Wise. So Kobe controlling this one from the front. We just see Lee up on that bank to shoot himself down. Gave a bit of a look-see for Joel, and Joel's going to take the inside. They've switched it out. Joel's taken over second position here. So the 74 machine on the Honda up into second position now. Lee Harriman, the 808, back to third on track. Now he's going to run a wide line, see if he can get a better drive to this next Risen Unlimited corner. They're both going to follow suit through that middle rut there. So things are stabilised now. The 74 machine is your second position rider, Joel Bird. So we are running as Q1 and Q2 from qualifying now, with Kobe Wise out front being your fastest qualifier and the second fastest being Joel Bird on this 74. Let's keep an eye on the 74. Does he throw it sideways again? He does. Look at that. Nice style. Harriman too. Good work on the 808 in this C-grade class. These guys have got some skills for C-graders. Nicely in through that rut. Leg up nice and high. Trying to keep the bike moving forward, not getting his leg caught. And we can see some of those ruts, that darker section there on that very entry, that breaking point of that left-hand corner. Very challenging for all out here on circuit today. Gap starting to open up just a little bit between second and third. They've been so close for this part when Lee was in front in the second position there. But now that Joel has got through, starting to make his move away. So we'll have to see how this gap is. Maybe Joel will eat into this lead from Kobe Wise, but we'll have to keep an eye on that. Kobe's up and over the finish line now. Here comes the 74 in the Kennards higher corner, heading to our finish line. What's the gap going to be now? It's still pretty much the same, 10 seconds. So Kobe's just got to ride this one solid and smooth. He's got 5 minutes plus a lap to go here. So we keep an eye on our leaderboard. Kobe Wise, Joel Bird, Lee Harriman, Stephen Wand, Cody Scutz, and then Adam Beck is your top 6 running order. We've got our man Russ Hicks from PSC Power Sports Central down in the pits, mate. You're having a chat with people. Are you working, or are you just enjoying life out there, mate?
Listen here, buddy, in your comfortable box there with your comfortable chair and your little window. Some of us are out here on the ground putting the hard work in, mate, all right? No, look, I've just been wandering through the pits, catching up with a few riders, checking out some different setups. I've noticed that anyone that was running a scoop tyre has quickly moved away from it. All the scoop tyres seem to be put away and gone. The MX-34 seems to be the tyre of choice for all the Dunlop guys out there. I'm sure there's some Starcross 6s out there as well doing their thing. I did just have a quick look at Connor Rosendich's bike as I wandered past. He's running the AT82 from Dunlop, which me and you are probably a little more familiar with,
Yeah, it's
mate.
an all-terrain one.
Bit of an all-terrain tyre there. Now, he did have the scoop pointing forwards, so that means it's set up for softer terrain, and I think that scoop will really help with this mud without it being a full scoop tyre. So, few different interesting setups going on out there, trying to manage between the wet and sloppy stuff and the high-speed turns there as well. Now, I noticed a few other riders, everyone's seeming to really enjoy the track. A lot of guys are happy with the ruts. I spoke to Bella Arnott as well from the ladies. She had a really excited look on her face. She was really keen to get back out there. So I think the riders are enjoying this track down here at ACT Motorcycle Club.
Yeah, no, they're probably getting to the point where the track's actually worked into a point that it'll become a bit more stable in the conditions, and so they'll be able to actually rip into it and not be worried about falling off and sticking their hands in something sloppy. So good signs ahead for the rest of the races as we're going on. But yeah, interesting you're saying about that AT82 bike tyre there, as you just walk back into the cushy, comforting space of the commentary box. But that AT82 at one point was the tyre of choice for Eli Tomac, because he actually was destroying the spec tyres because he was so hard on the throttle. They were too soft for him. He had to use the AT82 because it was a bit more of a sturdy carcass development.
I heard a little rumour that our boy Hayden Deegan doesn't mind an AT82 in Supercross
I think
either.
Similar scenario there, just the actual throttle application being so hard that they just rip knobs and bend the carcass too much, and it actually doesn't give them the drive that they need. So yeah, interesting choice there. Plenty of tyre options but to use and pick from, depending on what you're comfortable with, really. And we're just keeping an eye on, that's the 14 on screen there, Seth Clark. He was third fastest qualifier this morning, but he's had a little bit of an issue throughout this motor, but he's currently fifth on track and getting around okay. So he's worked his way up after, I think he was the man that was upside down just in this section of track earlier on in the motor. I think it was lap 1 that he had that issue. So he's recovering somewhat nicely. We can see all the riders, look at the spread they've got all around the track here at the ACT Motorcycle Club. Love the drone shots. You can get a good idea of how wet some of the sections of track are and how dry some of the others are. The face of that tabletop right at the bottom of our screen, that shine on it is very, very slick. You're going to have to drive up that nicely and nice and easily. So we see our Risen Unlimited U-turn corner there. They turn out onto that bank, got all those acceleration bumps. We're watching our man. I think that's our leader, the 220. Kobe Wise going down the hill to the bottom of our circuit here. Oh, run rider down. That's the 105, Cody Scutz. Now, he was up the order. I think he was 4th or 5th. But by the time he gets going here, he's going to be a bit further down our running order as he's getting himself going out of that whole shot graphics corner. Dare say he got himself cross-rutted and took a dirt sample. He's got a bit of mud up the side of his gear, so he's going to have to get that nappy sand out, organise that sponsorship that Russ and I were talking about earlier in the day to try and tidy up that gear. So we see Kobe Wise going through the whole shot graphics corner. There's the 127 in the background. I'm going to shout him out, Jack Rickard, because he's got my number of choice on board, so good number there, Jack. So we see Kobe getting on the gas. The 53 machine, Seth Hardman getting out of the way. I'm not sure what's happened to Seth, but he's dropped well down the order, currently 13th, so probably a bit of an issue there for Seth. He's all still up circulating, hitting the jumps, but he's just not, maybe he's just got out of sequence here, had a crash and took a bit of time to get going. All right, Kobe over the finish line there. He's on the last lap now for this MX-1 C-grade moto here, just about to come to a close. So we've still got the running order of Kobe Wise, Joel Bird on the 74 and the 808 of Lee Harriman. But we have in 4th position the 387 of Stephen Wand is starting to creep up towards the 3rd rider of that 808 of Lee Harriman. So 1 lap to go. Will he be able to do anything? Maybe not, but this man out in front with a 15, nearly 16-second gap over the field. Kobe Wise putting together a great opening moto here. It's a good way to start your day with a great hole shot and then a flag to flag win for Kobe Wise. He's got a couple of corners here to navigate, and he will be all good. So the 220, Kobe Wise going to be the race leader, race winner. He was also our fastest qualifier. Man got the hole shot in this moto as well. Doing a nice wheelie up towards our hole shot graphics corner, trying to get the power to the ground and get through those deep ruts, and he did a good job on that. So hopefully we'll be able to talk to Kobe after this one. We'll get Russ on the job there as he comes off the track to grab the 220 machine. And obviously talk to him about that pink gear as well. It's nice and bright out there on circuit. So he's one corner away, and he just coming into our last corner now, the Kennards High corner. So here is Kobe Wise on the 220 machine, the Yamaha Southern Highlands Motorcycle Centre supported rider, gets the win in this opening MX1 C-grade moto. He's going to head around off the track there, and Russ is going to probably tackle him, make him force a microphone in his mouth and see what he has to say. Russ, you got him there?
Mate, I have tackled him to the ground. We all know that riders love a good interview, so I've got our race winner, Kobe, right here on his beautifully prepped Southern Highlands motorcycle underclass Yamaha. Mate, that was an absolute textbook lesson out there. Walk me through how your race went.
Oh yeah, well I got a good start. I got to the hole shot and then just pulled a bit of a gap and then just maintained it for the rest of the moto.
Mate, that was really good. Let me know how the track is forming up. I'm really keen to hear how it's looking out there. Some of those ruts look really deep and treacherous. There's also some blue groove and hard dusty bits coming through. Let me know how the track is forming up.
Yeah, the track is sick. It's like forming up real big, deep ruts, nice and rough. That's what I like.
Awesome, mate. Well, you're doing really good out there. You look fantastic on this Yamaha. Best of luck for the rest of the day.
All right, great to catch up with Kobe Wise there after that win in the C-grade MX1. All right, our next race on track will be our 13 to 16 years 250cc. We're just getting the last few riders off the track. We can see the riders there. They're getting the green flag. We're going to be getting away here shortly with this 13 to 16's 250cc race. We're going to have to be keeping an eye out on our fast qualifier of the number 8 of Raphael Rossiter. Also the number 3 of Joby Dunn. He was our second fastest, and the 169 of Tyson Williams was our third fastest qualifier. So plenty of action to come here in this particular one. As we get ready, we just got a last couple of riders. Well, there's one rider facing the wrong direction in the last corner, trying to get off the track here. Interesting way of closing out the moto, and it's the 105 machine there. That's getting a lot of TV time for not the right reasons. Kobe Scoots. So Kobe's off the track now. Revs are up. We're about to get this moto underway. Gate is down. Let's see who makes their way to that first corner quickly. We've got a Yamaha shooting out. There's a Husky on the inside. Ooh, almost tucked the front. Couple of riders down, but it looks like it's the 2.
Oh, more riders down, mate. There is absolute carnage on that first corner. There's got to be half a dozen of them all tangled up, bikes going everywhere.
It's the 278 out front at the moment of Will Cale that got that hole shot, but I think he's been passed already, and it's the number 8 of Raphael Rossiter, our fastest qualifier, that's made his way to the front of this pack early on in the race, and he's followed by Will Cale, Nate Short on the 48, then Braden Grace Lovelace in 5th, and Tyson Williams in 5th place, Josh McCloskey in 6th. So plenty of action here. We'll have to see how those riders that went down early. There was 2 different sections of track in that start that got involved in crashes. There was one in the first turn, one in that second straight before the second kink. So plenty of riders getting caught up in that tight start there. But it's Rossiter leading from the front as he heads down to the bottom part of our circuit.
Mate, there's a lot more drama going on down the back here too. The 202 machine, the Moto Coach, Honda factory spec team rider, he nearly put himself over the bars right in front of our camera down here just before. So this corner is also causing some more issues. Looking inside the ruts right now, they look dark and tall and moist from the outside, but if you look deep into the inside, there's actually dry dirt falling out of the inside of the rut walls. That's going to change it up a lot for these guys. Now, the riders have made their way through this back section, which is the more technical section of the track here today, but there are bikes going absolutely everywhere in this class. This is going to be action-packed and probably a fair bit of carnage.
Well, I can see Cale, our whole shotter there. He's under siege from Tyson Williams, and he's got the 259 shortly behind him with Joshua McCloskey. So it's all going on here as Williams makes the move on Cale as he heads into the Kennards Hire corner. So that's a position up for Tyson. So he will come across in third position now. So our running order is the 8 from Rafael Rossiter. Then we're going to look for that, I think it's the 360 of Braden Grace Loveless. He's currently running second, but Tyson Williams on the 169 now up to third on track. So Rossiter looking good out front, but Tyson's starting to clear a few of these riders. You can see that second position just in front of him there. So he'll be making a move there, trying to get himself higher up in this moto. We were talking about Tyson yesterday. He's switched brands this year. He was on KTM's last year. He's on the Yamahas now, so I feel like he's starting to get a bit more familiar. The more track time he's getting with these Yamahas, he's going to start getting more familiar with these bikes and putting him further up the front. As we see, wow, look at that. He's definitely getting comfortable on that Yamaha as Tyson threw it completely sideways over the middle step up there. As he's trying to chase down second position. So we'll keep an eye on Tyson's progress. As we see Will Cale there still holding down fourth, doing a good job. McCloskey there in the fifth position on that 259 Yamaha. So good couple of riders here, and the rider just behind them sneaking in the screen as well, the 48 of Nate Short. So good few riders there, just in that sort of 4, 5, 6, 7 range, all tight on track. And we've got another rider diving up the inside there. I think it's the number 3, which is Joe. That's Joe Dunn, one of our second fastest qualifiers. He's trying to make his way to the front, maybe after a bad start. Maybe he was one of the riders caught up in that one of those first turn issues.
Dave, we've got a rider down over the very back section. The last tabletop is a yellow flag situation. I can't quite pick who it is. It looks like a Yamaha machine, and maybe it's the underclass rider gear there. It's a little bit difficult for me to tell from this angle.
We've got him on screen now, Russ. It's the 225. We've got Jet Wise there, unfortunately. He's the one that's down, but he looks like he's getting up and going. So well spotted there, Russ. But our battle continues on here. We've had a little change in the order. Will Cale still holding down that fourth position, but he's starting to get some attention here from the number 3, who's trying to take the inside line, which is Joe Dunn, and he does. He's made the move. So our second fastest qualifier from this morning, finally starting to show some speed here. Moves himself into fourth position on track. So Cale's now back to fifth. But McCloskey's actually trying to make a move as well, so he's going to drop another position down. McCloskey makes the move over those tabletops, and then we've got the 48 probably also going to try and make a move here on Cale. Cale just holds him out for the time being, but they're switching lines up here. The 48 of Nate Short dives to the inside. He's going to have to try and take the inside here in the whole shot graphics corner as well if he wants to try and make this move. But I think that rut's probably just a little bit nasty, and it is. He doesn't get the run out of it. Can't carry the speed enough to get a run at Cale. So we've got McCloskey now clear of him on that 259 Yamaha. So he's going to try and keep up pace with the guys further up the field here. But I think Joe Dunn on the number 3 machine is going to try and run his way forward. As we see McCloskey and Cale and Short all heading into that Kennards Hire corner there over the finish line tabletop. Now we've got 6 minutes plus a lap still to go here, but at the moment the fastest man on track is Joe Dunn with a 140.7. So he's turning some good times at the moment here.
Dave, I'm standing down here by the Kennards Hire corner, and you can see next to me in the shot, or you might be able to see next to me in the shot, a bunch of water is going down on the track right now. That outside line that a lot of riders are favouring has gotten really dry. The track crew is doing an awesome job at trying to get some moisture to get back in there. As the riders come down this hill, as the 777 there just pulls off the track completely.
Ryder Townley, what's he up to?
Oh, he overshot that berm. He's come off the berm. He's another victim of the National Motorcycle Alliance berm there, but he seemed to be totally okay.
Now, Russ, I'm going to jump in here because we've got a battle brewing here for third on track. Williams, who was doing the early movement, he's now under siege from the number 3, the fastest man on track, Job. And he's going to go all the way around the outside of Tyson in that whole shot graphics corner, and he's going to get the job done. So Tyson's now dropped to 4th. And despite the fact that he was moving forward, Tyson, he actually has been catching second position of the 360 of Grace Lovelace. But I think Dunn is going to get him as well here shortly, because they're all over the back of second position now. So we'll have to try and keep our eyes on that as they come to the Kennards High corner. Here comes Dunn in that Kennards High corner. He's got the inside line, and he's going to make the move. Is he over the finish line? They're going to be in a battle here. Who's going to break the latest into that banking corner? They're going to come straight past you, Russ.
The number 3 the number 32, or 3 on the bike, has just taken away the line and dove to the inside to get in front. He's made that move stick as he heads up over the tabletop, entering that back section of the track. It looks as though he's walking away a little bit now, creating a bit of a gap, and I'd say he's got that move done.
Yeah, he's the man on the fast man on track at the moment, and he's moving forward really well. So I have to keep an eye on his progress here. He's got the bit between the teeth. He has got a 15-second gap but to make up now if he wants to catch the first place rider on the number 8 machine of Raphael Rossiter. Not sure he's going to be able to pull that off in the next 3 or so minutes, but let's keep an eye on him and see what he can do. What we need to now keep an eye on is Ken Tyson on that 169 machine. He was progressing forwards to Grace Lovelace on that 360 machine, who was second and they were third. But now he's going to be trying to grab back third position here. See if he can catch him. Tyson's still got some work to do here late in this moto. As we see them through our whole shot graphics corner. That inside rut there on the exit's got some really bad looking acceleration bumps in the rut. You got to just battle your way through if you take that inside rut, as Tyson did. So maybe, nice wheelie. He's picked that front end. I thought he was going to loop it out for a second there as he got a bit higher off that first roller, but he held onto it nicely, wheelied through the rollers, did Tyson Williams. As he's coming now down towards the Kennards Hire corner. You can see the 3, well, he's got 32 on the jersey, but he is the number 3. Russ, he's going straight past you. That's the second place on track.
Mate, he is looking absolutely fantastic. This straight section right over my right-hand shoulder is really changing up now as we get deeper into the day. The braking bumps are insane. They look more to me like they are little launch ramps, not braking bumps at all. So the rider's body position on the bike coming into this corner is really, really important. If you can hold momentum coming down this hill and into this Kennard Hire's corner, going past our medic tent there, it's really giving you an advantage and a great line moving into the back section of our track.
Now, I hope I'm saying his name right, but it's Job Dunn, number 3 here, or 32, as you can see, he's blacked out, but he's 3 on the scoring. He's just run his fastest lap time again. He's done a 140.6, so he's gone a tiny bit faster than his previous best lap time, but he was nearly 3 seconds faster a lap than our leader, Raphael Rossiter. So he took 3 seconds out of that lead. It was 15 seconds, it's now down to just over 12. So Job is doing a good job here, but maybe a little too late. So we're going to have to see what he can do. If he can get a better start in Moto 2 and run with Raphael from the get-go, we could have a really good battle here, because the pace that he's showing here through the middle part and late sections of this moto is exceptional right now. He's doing, like I said, 140.6 as his best at the moment. And our leader only doing 143s at present point. So we'll keep an eye on their progress throughout this race. Now Tyson Williams has jumped up. He's managed to make that pass. He's got into third position, but he's only just got it. And I think the 360 of Grace Lovelace is all over the back of him still, so they're not giving it up too easily here. Oh, we've got to write it down. Oh, that's Riley Tung on the 116 Honda there. So keeping an eye on these guys as they go down the backside of the track there. Russ, you got eyes on?
Yeah, mate, I am down here looking over the back section of this track as rider 169 goes past us and Lovelace comes in behind him as well. All the boys are choosing to use this higher line right against the bank to hit off, but it has developed into pure blue groove. Even from my vantage point a few meters away, I can see there is a blue shine to it, which means it's really slippery. In saying that, it's tucked into the bank, so there's not a lot of room for the bike to slip out and slide. So I think riders are using that to slingshot themselves around that corner and head into that first tabletop of the back section.
Now, a man on screen, he's still going. He didn't quite better his lap time the last one around, but he still did cut into that deficit. It's now down to only a 10-second gap. So the number 3 machine is moving forward quickly, but Rafael Rossiter on the 8 still got a plenty handy lead here with that last lap board just popping out now. So 1 to go here in the 13 to 16 years 250cc race. It's Rossiter from Dunn, from Williams, from Grace Lovelace, from McCloskey, Short. That's our running order here as we get to the final stages of our moto. So there is the 3 up and over. Second position on screen at present. Ooh, bit of a rough there. So we just keep an eye on the number 3. He had a rough go there, that exit of the rut, just catching him out. It's got a nice hole in it in that middle section there, trying to get over the little roller that's in the middle. And we see Rossiter on screen now. The number 8 machine, the Triumph, out front. He's had a good race at this one. He didn't get the whole shot, but he quickly moved himself into that position by turn 2. And basically nobody saw him after that. So doing a great job here is Rossiter, just on the pegs there into that whole shot graphics corner. He's got a couple of riders in front that are going to put a lap down. There's second position on screen now as he gets through, just at 10 seconds back. Going through onto the last section now. I think our man, the number 8, there he is on screen. He's about to come over the finish line into that Kennards High corner for the last time in Moto 1. He is your winner. He's going to end up with just over a 10-second gap is Rafael Rossiter on the number 8 machine. So well done, Rafael, there. And we'll see the 32 coming over there, second position, or sorry, the 3. He's got 32 on the back jersey. So that is your top 2. Tyson Williams is going to come through here with the 169. He's going to be your 3rd position in this moto. Now, Russ, have you got our race winner down there with you now?
Yeah, mate, he's just getting positioned in front of our little wall here as we come around on the blacked out machine over here. Rafael, mate, that was an awesome race. Tell me about how that went for you.
I got a bad jump, but I think I somehow survived it out there, like in the first corner, and I just tucked in, and then by the second lap, I don't know, I was gone.
Mate, tell me what the strategy is to get down that straight and through that first corner. It's looking like it's carnage from our position. What's your strategy going to be for the rest of the day?
Oh, just see who, I don't know, I'll try break the latest compared to everybody, like that's it, that's all you can do.
So just send it all the way down the straight and break the latest as possible.
Yeah, that's the way.
Awesome, mate. Congratulations on the win. Looking really good out there.
All right, it's MX2 on the line now. It's our A and B riders here, so we are going to have an absolute ding-dong battle for this one because we've got plenty of big hitters in this one. You're going to see the 20 of Kate Kingsford, the 21 of Ryder Kingsford, the 22 of Reese Budd. Our fastest qualifier in this one was the 53 of Dylan Walsh. So we're about to get this one underway, but we're going to quickly drop back to Russ for our interview. We're going to get one of our later riders. It's the 15th position in that one, the 203 of Jiley Thompson.
I'm down here with Jiley Thompson, mate, 15th position. I know you're probably not happy with that. Tell me a little bit about how your race went today.
Track's getting better from practice. Just starts, everything at this track is just really ruddy and hard to pass.
Okay, so tell me a little bit about your start. We've been talking about the start straight in that first corner quite a bit on the broadcast today. What's your strategy for getting down the start straight, which is muddy and dusty, and navigating that first tricky corner?
Well, I had a pretty bad gate pick that race, so I was gate 40. So I tried to get around the outside, but everyone just bunches up if you don't get that jump.
All right, so it turns out I was completely wrong about gate 40 being a good one, guys. So we're going to move closer to the dog box for the next one and try and get a better start. Yeah. Great job, mate. Congratulations.
All right, our MX2 A and B is underway. The initial hole shot there was for the 299 of Ryan Jones, but he's been quickly swallowed up. It's the 21 of Ryder Kingsford on his new Honda Racing Australia ride, but he's got the man behind him who was the fastest qualifier. It's the 53 of Dylan Walsh on that KTM Australia ride. Third position is the 86 on that Raceline Husqvarna T-Dub bike. It is Reed Taylor. So these three out front, going to be very interesting. We've got to still keep an eye on where the number 20 of Cade Kingsford is. We've also got to find out where the 22 of Reese Budd is in this running order. But at the moment, it's Ryder Kingsford out front, pulling a little bit of a gap, actually, over Dylan Walsh.
Dave, I'm looking at the track over the back section here as the rider pack just moved their way through. That outside line up against the bank that I was referencing earlier has developed a really nasty step in it. So the first half of the berm here, the top sweeping right-hand bend, is becoming fairly useless. I'm seeing riders actually hit the brakes to avoid the huge step that's developing in the wall, so they aren't able to come through and just slam the bike into there. They've got to pick a better line to get around it safely.
Yeah, that's some good intel there. They're obviously destroying parts of this track more than others, but the battle here at the front, second, third, fourth, very close on track right now. There's Walsh on the 53, the 86 of Reed Taylor. Cade Kingsford trying to go round the outside in our Kennard's high corner. Gets closed off by Taylor on the exit there. Just behind them on the Yamaha is the 94 of Kobe Hantis. Still haven't spotted the 22 of Budd yet. He's back in 7th on the timing and scoring. So we'll see him there on the outside making a move around there. I think that was McCloskey who's maybe going around the outside of. Or McHugh, sorry. So yeah, Walsh second. Ryder Kingsford has disappeared at the front of this pack on the 21 Honda Racing Australia machine. He's well and truly out of shot as we see Walsh followed closely by Taylor heading down the back of our track and not in any of these shots at all on these camera angles. There he is, just picking into it, but he's gone again to 21, our leader, Ryder Kingsford. He's on a new ride this year. He was with that Monster Energy Yamalube team last year, Yamaha riding, but he's moved over onto that Honda Racing Australia team to join his brother Cade there, who's currently running 4th on track. So we'll have to see how he's going here, but he's looking very comfortable, is Ryder Kingsford out front. Now, Russ, as this race is going on, you've got one of our other pro riders here from the MX1 class. You've got Jed Beaton, mate, in the pits.
Yeah, mate, I'm here with Jed. He's just hanging over the fence, looking at the track, maybe scoping out where he's going to be next time around. Mate, that first race for yours, you were looking really smooth, really dialed in. It looked to me like you still had a lot left in the tank. Tell me a bit about how it went for you.
Yeah, obviously we'd been a while before we went out on the track again, so first few laps just taking it pretty easy and trying to get into a bit of a flow. Yeah, got a little bit of arm pump there, so I thought the track's pretty sketchy. I won't push it too much. So yeah, just cruising around, watching some of the boys that are on our program now, and yeah, seeing how they're going and see what lines they're taking. So yeah, looking forward to the next one.
Awesome, mate. Thank you very much.
So nearly 5-second lead for Ryder Kingsford out the front of this one for the MX2 A and B grade race. Dylan Walsh trying to make a run here down the hill, but he's lost that toe from the leader Taylor's just sort of dropped off a little bit off of second position there, but we got Ryder Kingsford on screen now, the 21 machine, doing such a good job, actually looking really good on this Honda right now. Like I said, new ride for him in 2026 with this Honda Racing Australia team. So this is one of the first times we've seen him on track. I think he was out at Wonthaggi a couple of weeks ago, checking out that national track for one of the club rounds down there. But he's looking sensational here at the Motorcycling New South Wales State Titles, round 1 at the ACT venue. And there's Bud starting to close in on the back of these group here. He's currently 5th, so he's trying to close in there onto the back of Cade Kingsford in 4th position at the moment. So just keeping an eye, these top 5 riders are all going to be the 5 that are probably battling their way through on the Aussie Pro Motocross scene. So good to have them out here battling now, getting used to this ACT track, a part of the National Series later on. As we see Dylan Walsh has flashed through the screen. They're all using that sweeping outside line there at the bottom of the hill. Bud following suit. And then they're all cutting to that inside to try and get the drive up and over that short, sharp tabletop. Do you see the way they're just jumping out of the end of that rut? They're trying to miss the hole that's developed at the bottom of that roller on the inside rut, but they're all carrying their speed extremely well through that. They just sort of hop the bike past it and then get on the gas. So carrying that mid-corner speed nicely through these turns are these top 5 riders. These are some of the best riders we've got in the country at the moment. Dylan Walsh obviously back here in Australia. He's been over in the States for a long time now, trying to chase that AMA Supercross dream. Hasn't been able to get some very, I would say, great rides over there for long periods of time. So he's found his way back with the KTM Australia team at the end of last year, doing this Australian Supercross series, and made the call, rather than going back to one of his teams that he was going to ride with there. I think it was the host Grindstone Kawasaki team was the team that he was going to be riding for over there in the AMA. He decided to stick it out here and have a run at the Australian Series, the full Australian Series in the Motocross and Supercross this year with KTM Australia. So here he is getting a bit of a... He probably doesn't know too many of these tracks at this point in time because he hasn't been here for such a long time. So he's trying to get himself familiar with the scene. So it's a good chance for him as part of the state titles here to learn the Canberra track. And he's doing a good job here, currently holding down 2nd on track. But he is dropped off the pace just a little bit. 6 seconds now back from Ryder Kingsford. Ryder Kingsford is the fastest man on track, doing 1:35.9 as his best lap time. Last time passed was a 1:37.9, so not too far off. That 1:35 isn't far off the fastest qualifying that Dylan did in the qualifying session of a 1:34.8. So the track's developed nicely, but these guys are holding a very good pace here as we go through our moto. Now we're only about the halfway point of this first moto for the MX2 A and B class. As we see them all throwing it sideways down the backside of the track there, over the step up, over that 3rd tabletop, trying to line themselves up for the rut that comes straight after that, and a little dip in the track there that developed from that soft area of the track from the watering earlier in the morning. So Reed Taylor's doing a good job here, holding on to the back of Dylan Walsh, trying to keep him in sight. Now Reed's had a good run in some recent times, but also coming off an injury in the Australian Supercross Championship that sort of kept him out of the majority of that series. Unfortunately, he picked that up early in, I think it was in the Redcliffe round, one of the double header there for our opener last year of the 2025 season. So this is part of him probably regaining some track time, doing a good job in 3rd position. Now Reese Budd has actually made a move for 4th. He's got around Cade Kingsford. So Reese Budd is on the move forward here midway through this moto, but he's got a bit of a gap to make up on 3rd position. So we'll see what that gap is when they come over here. So he is about 6 seconds down on 3rd now, but he's made the move past Cade. So not sure if Cade made a mistake or if it's just Reese making a good charge here. As we look further down the pack, I just noticed Riley Burgess go through. He's down in about 8th, and Haruki Yokoyama just right behind him in 9th. Noticing Seth Birchall just in front of that group as well. Just saw the Stark Varg come through of Charlie Campbell. Maybe my call of him getting the whole shot was a little premature because he didn't get near the front, at least not what I saw from this particular start. But Oh, there's our man too, Ryan Kohlenberg, who was on our comms, just put a lap down there, the 51 in the FXR fluorescent gear as Dylan Walsh goes flying through. Hopefully that rear tyre that he changed and got away from the scoop is actually working a bit better for him, making him feel a bit more comfortable. Now, there is, I thought we had to change there for a second, but it's just one of Reed Taylor's teammates, the 44 of Jake Ruman's about to go a lap down. That's actually in front of Dylan Walsh, so I thought we had to change for position while we were off screen there, but no, just another teammate of Reed Taylor. As we're just getting some other shots here of one of the Honda riders as we see, oh, Dylan come over on Jake to try and close out that corner there in the Kennards Hire final corner. Got the pass made and put the 44 machine a lap down. Oh, write it down on screen. That's the 394 of Rory Clement. He's right in the middle of the track, so hopefully he's able to get himself going and out of the way there. Bit of a precarious position, but everybody seems to be through that section and okay now. So just seeing Dylan, like I said, using that rut and then sort of carrying the speed and landing just past the hole. Reese Budd actually there, you can see him in screen. He's starting to catch the toe at the back of Reed Taylor. So we'll see if we can get through there. We watch Dylan Walsh just throwing it sideways there. He's catching some other things that are happening out of the commentary box window. Some riders using some alternate lines, let's say, rather high up onto the banks. Maybe not as high as, not where they should be going. But there's Cade Kingsford on the 20 on that Honda Racing Australia machine. He's currently sitting in 5th after getting passed by Reese Budd a couple laps ago. So Reese doing pretty good job there on his new ride as well for the Honda Moto Coach Elite Racing Team. As we see Cade just making his way past the 1, 3, 4 of Caden Gray, going a lap down. Now Cade's a pretty good rider in his own right. He's been getting those MX3 and SX3 championships last year. Not sure if he's going to be doing those classes again in 2026 for our national series, or if he might be stepping up into the MX2, but I'm sure we'll find out about that later in the season. Maybe something we could get our man Russ to ask if we get an interview with him later on. But we're just trying to keep an eye on where our leaders are as they come shooting down here. You're going to see Reed Taylor, there's Dylan Walsh. You're going to see Reed Taylor just behind him, but I think Reese Budd's starting to get even closer to the back of Reed Taylor here, so we might have a battle for 3rd here shortly. As you see Reed there on the 86 machine and the red helmet 22 machine on the 22 on the back there, but Reese Budd just getting held up a little bit by a couple of lap riders in that section, so he's probably just losing a little bit of time, is Reese, but he's still charging very hard here, is Reese Budd, so nothing wrong with the fitness here from Reese. He's just got to make a couple of moves here to get further forward, and he's got past those couple of riders. So now there's clear track between him and Reed Taylor. Let's see what Reese throwing that bike sideways. Looking good on the Honda is Reese Budd. Can he get to the back wheel of the Husqvarna T-Dub machine of Reed Taylor here as this race starts to close out? We've got about 5 minutes plus a lap to go here in MX2 A and B grade. Nice little rail of that rut midway around that whole shot graphics from Budd. There's Taylor using the wide line, trying to look for something smooth, maybe trying to miss a couple of those inside ruts. He's cut over through mid part of that corner to get to the outside of the rollers. We've got Dylan Walsh back on screen, still holding second. He's got a nice little gap behind him, big gap in front of him. We really haven't seen the leader, 21 Ryder Kingsford, too much at all at the moment. He's definitely checked out. The gap has sort of stabilised there from 3rd and 4th as we just saw Reed's white Husky come in the shot. As we get that drone footage here, you can see Reed going up and over the tabletop. There's Reese as well, just at the bottom of the screen. So they're within a couple of seconds of each other. There's Dylan shooting out. You can see how deep that rut is that he's using out of the Risen Unlimited corner. But he shoots out, banks off the turn there. Uses every bit of real estate he could in that corner to try and hold the bike in and carry as much speed as he could to shoot down the hill. Trying to get away from the 3rd position there, Reed Taylor. He's got a decent gap on him. but you never know in moto. You always need as much as you can. Go. The lap rider just sort of closed in front of Dylan there. Oh, that was close. Not sure if that was just the camera angle or if it was as close as it looked, but that was pretty tight between those two riders there. Dylan getting a bit out of shape too with the ruts as he went past that rider now, but he's clear of him, so he should be able to have a bit smoother sailing here. But there is the gap. There's the battle. That's third. Reed Taylor, 86, going inside there on the Husky, trying to get that lap rider. You can see Reese Budd right in the back of shot there on the 22 Honda machine. So it's going to tighten up here in these last few stages of the moto. Now I'm just having a look out the commentary window to see where our leader, the 21, he's coming over the finish line. He's all by himself. Got a decent gap there. Now the lap times are still, well, they've slowed up a little bit. We've gone, with 5-second gap for the first position to second position, but they're doing 1:39s at present. So the lap times have started to drop down. They were in the 1:35s earlier in the moto. So it's getting a bit closer at the front as we see Dylan Walsh there. Reed Taylor just off the back of shot. You can see Reese Budd as well. Now, actually, there you go. That gap is sort of tightening up. You can see Ryder Kingsford just exiting the shot out of that Risen Unlimited. So we can, on the longer shot, see 1, 2, 3, and 4 in the one angle. But I think the battle is what we're going to see. There's Ryder at the bottom of the shot hitting that first tabletop. The battle we're going to have to keep an eye on these last couple of laps is third, I believe, because Reed is just sort of starting to creep backwards. Reese Budd is starting to creep forwards. And they're right to each other here. Look at this gap here. Nothing in it now between the 86 and the 22 machine. Is Reese Budd going to have a dive? Does Reed Taylor have anything left in the tank to hold him off here late in this Moto 1 for MX2 A and B grade? Both through the inside rut there, carrying a lot of speed. As we head to the whole shot graphics corner, there's Dylan Walsh. Just in front of that, put those two riders. He's holding down second. Got the pit boards out. I wonder what the message is for Bud here. You can see his dad there hanging over the fence, giving him the fist pump. You can do it, son. There's Dylan just choosing that tightest inside line in the National Motorcycle Lines corner. The gap is closing at the front, but too. There's Ryder Kings with the 21 machine. Dylan Walsh must be holding a steady pace here. All riders dropping off because it's down to 2.5 seconds. It was 5 last time around. So it's definitely tightening up at the front here. 1, 2, 3, and 4 are going to be all in the one shot here. There they go. So Reese Budd was looking to go inside there as well. I'm not sure he was close enough to make that work, but Dylan Walsh there on screen. You can see Kingsford in the one shot. They're in the same corner now. So Ryder Kingsford just coming back to the field a bit. And there's Taylor and Budd all over each other as they go down the hill. Dylan Walsh using the inside to sweep all the way out, bounce off the wall, shoot down the hill. I think if he's realised that that's Kingsford in front of him with the lead, I feel like he's going to start pushing, and he does. You see that little turn down, he's scrubbing as low as he can, trying to keep the bike flat over those tabletops. You don't want to go up and down too much, you'll lose time there. So Walsh putting in some qualifying laps, I think, here, trying to get these last couple done to get this moto win late in the race. It's really tightening up, isn't it, as we look down over out the commentary window. So Kingsford, oh, he's right on top of him. Look at this, Ryder Kingsford, Dylan Walsh, battle for first here. Over the couple of short tabletops there. Dylan Walsh, he's going to try and probably make a dive bomb here. You want to get it done before he even realises that he's there. They're level, taking two different ruts, but Kingsford's got the better run there on that inside line. He's going to hold him out for a little bit longer, but here comes Dylan Walsh. He's going to dive to the inside in our Kennard's High corner. Can he make the move? It's all about acceleration. He's got him. Got it done. We're right in time for the last lap board to come out as well. So 1 to go here. Dylan Walsh has just taken the lead from Ryder Kingsford. Dylan Walsh is going to have to try and hold on to this. Ryder Kingsford goes to the inside there. The battle is on here for the win. Less than a lap to go. Oh, Walsh with the leg off. Throwing everything he can at this one to get the moto win. How does he go out the rut? Oh, you see him dabbing the foot. That hole on the exit there, catching them both out. Kingsford hasn't lost too much here. He's not dropped off. I thought maybe once Walsh made the pass, he might have lost the toe straight away, but he's hanging in there as best he can, Ryder Kingsford. Dylan Walsh now, just a tiny gap as they head to the bottom of the circuit. Trying to keep another eye on our third and fourth. They are basically a second apart there, so they're all over each other as well. So can Reese Budd sneak himself onto the podium here, or will Reed Taylor hold onto it? But Walsh Kingsford. Oh, Bud. Oh, I thought I saw him trying to make a run there on the inside. He had to pivot. He almost ran into Reed Taylor. Taylor battling. Bud's made the move for third. Taylor had a little dab of the foot, made a mistake coming out of that corner. Couldn't get the drive. Bud snapped that up. So Bud now onto the podium for this moto here in MX2. See, they are on screen now. Change of position. So the running order. Walsh from Ryder Kingsford, from Reese Bud, Reed Taylor. So changing up here in the last stages of the moto. We look back, that's Bud. We still see the riders in front. We're going to get to our Kennards High corner, our last corner. There is the 53 machine of Dylan Walsh. He's going to get the win here. So Walsh for the win. Ryder Kingsford second after leading most of that moto, and Reese Bud with a last lap pass for third to get the job done and get onto the moto podium just ahead of the 86 of Reed Taylor. Some fantastic action there in the dying stages of that moto. Now we're looking for our 5th place rider to come through here. He's dropped right off the pace. He was with them early, but Kate Kingsford couldn't stay with the lead 4, but here he is, the number 20 machine coming over the line. What a moto there to finish us off for the MX2 A and B. Last lap time was about a 1:40 for Dylan Walsh, so still right up there as they came together. So Russ has got the winner of our moto down there. It's the KTM mounted Dylan Walsh, getting the job done, snaffling up that win, tracking down the rider Kingsford late in that moto. Russ, over to you, mate.
Walshy, mate, you did really, really well. That was an exceptional race from where I was standing. You played the long game and it paid off right at the end, mate. Walk me through how that race went for you.
Yeah, I didn't feel too comfortable, to be fair, so I just let the race come to me, and at the end I had okay lines, but yeah, need to go make some changes and come out better for the next one.
So what sort of changes are we talking here? Are we talking suspension and chassis setup?
Yeah, suspension, so.
Okay, and what are you finding? Just talk me through it, because from what we're seeing out there, there's huge braking bumps, big acceleration bumps and deep ruts. So what are you looking for in the bike going into the next race?
Oh, we've just rode so much sand, so it's like the first real hard pack test, so we just got to make a few changes for the hard pack and we'll be good.
Yeah, absolutely. Big difference coming from sand to this sort of stuff. Mate, congratulations, and we'll see you out there for the rest of the day.
All right, we're back on the grid. So that was a very exciting MX2 A and B, but we're going to be with our C-grade MX2 here on the grid now. So we're about to get those guys and girls underway. So we'll be looking for our fastest qualifier in this one, the number 2 machine of Jake Taplin. See if he can get a whole shot and get a win, or if somebody else will step up and be a part of this one here in the C-grade MX2. The gate is about to drop here. They're away. Everyone seems to get going tidily so far. They'll bunch up into this first turn. Oh, and a couple of riders collide, go down. As I said, they all concertina into that inside, and another bunch on the outside getting caught up. So a few riders down there, but getting the whole shot and out front. Looks like it might be the 2, is it the 284? No, we're going to pick that number up again once we get closer. The 264 of Blake Smith getting our whole shot. Followed closely by the 2, our fastest qualifier, Jake Taplin there, so a good start from him, but there's also the 220 of Kobe Wise in third. So good start for the couple of contenders there, but a couple of those riders that went down were from that sort of mid-pack, so they're going to have to battle their way forward from that first turn crash that they all had there. About 4 or 5 riders going down there in that opening corner. So
yeah, Dave, the lead riders have stretched themselves out. There's about 4 or 5 coming into this back section of the track. The 264 machine has already got himself a gap back to the number 2 as he takes the high outside line and leading the pack into those rear tabletops. Now, from my point of view, mate, I can see some giant braking, well, I don't know, they're landing bumps out of the back of that first tabletop there that look to be upsetting a few machines as they come down into that section. It was interesting talking to Walshy from the KTM factory team that the biggest thing he needs to go back and fix up is suspension settings.
Yeah, I'm sure he's trying to make some adjustments to make that bike just handle as best it can as the track develops here. Obviously, as it gets rougher and those braking, whatever bumps or jumps you want to call them, as they get bigger throughout the day, you need to have a bit stiffer setup there to accommodate some of that changing conditions here at the ACT Motorcycle Club. Now, Blake out front on that 264 machine, making a nice little gap for himself here on the opening lap. So he's doing a good job, but I did see a couple feet off moments as well. So he's obviously pushing hard.
Oh,
doing
he's got really well caught up in that rut coming through. He's lost a bunch of time there, getting his pegs caught in that inside rut. He's managed to hold on to the lead because I think the few riders behind him have made a similar mistake. Big sideways step out there for him on the Triumph. Again, it looks to me like suspension could really be playing a factor into this. You do not want your bike kicking sideways like it just did there. He's done really well to hang on to it nice and tight in those fluoro pink boots of his as he comes into the back section.
Now I did just see there's a change for third in that one as they're coming through. Nate Ebeck has stepped up into third on that 999 KTM. And I also see in the 5th place there, just sneaking into the back and shot of the 27 of Richie Lawler. So we've got probably the main players popping up in this one, along with that 220 currently 4th is Kobe Wise. So we'll have to see if Blake Smith can hold on to this one at the front, and if these other guys like Lawler and Ebeck can sort of make a couple of passes and get through. And as I say, that Lawler has moved forward and got himself into 4th position there, just behind Ebeck. So Wise is back to 5th now.
We've got a rider down here in the back section there, Dave. Sorry to jump in on you. It's number 23 on a KTM machine.
Cooper Reed.
Cooper Reed. He's come around that corner. It's in the middle of the straight, so I'm not sure exactly what's happened there. We haven't seen any other riders go down in that exact position.
Cutting you off as well. The man that we were just talking about moving up into 4th position, Richie Lawler on the 27 machine, has just gone down in the whole shot graphics corner as well. So he's going to drop down our list just a little bit here after making his way up into that position. So this track is just catching a few riders out. There was also the 777 machine was down in our last corner, Luca Failure as well, so he's got up and going as well. But just a few riders all at once just going down there in different parts of the circuit, so it's a challenging track at the moment.
Our race leader Smith on the 264 machine on that Triumph just got caught up again in that same corner coming into the finish line tabletops. He's not changing his line, he's sticking with that inside line, but it doesn't seem to be working for him. Now, he is still holding the lead, but it seems as though the number 2 machine is sneaking up on him. That gap has closed right up. He looks to be a little bit uncomfortable on that bike, if I was to have a guess. Big kick sideways as he goes into the back section. The rear end of that bike is kicking all over the place. He's struggling to keep it under control.
He just had a bit of a head shake too as well to say, oh, that wasn't what I wanted to do. So he obviously is aware of that line not being the best. But as I've heard plenty of commentators say before, you could throw a blanket over the top 3 right now. They're that close together. And I think the number 2...
The move's going down. The number 2's pushed up the inside. He's diving to the inside in that Motorcycle Alliance corner, and he makes the move stick.
So that's Taplin, but I see that Smith is going to try and make the inside run work. Doesn't quite get the drive as they head to the whole shot graphics corner. Oh, Blake.
Bike all over the place.
Ebeck's in the banners. He's taking out the whole shot graphics banners. I think he was maybe trying to avoid Smith, who was having a moment there, and he's managed to just outbrake himself, run further wide and take out our whole shot graphics banners.
And our race leader on the 2 machine just got caught up pretty badly behind that 777 machine as a back runner. The blue flag is out, trying to get it clear for those guys, but that cost him a lot of time.
Now our leader, the number 2, is going to have to watch. There's a man down on the tabletop on the finish line here. He's just getting going, the number 7 of Jason Alott, but he's just pulling off the track now, so that's all good. As we see Taplin right up on the bank on that corner after the finish line. He must have been up there slapping hands with the fans on the fence there. They're getting rather close to those guys.
Mate, I'm standing right here on that edge, and they are railing the very top of this berm. They are taking it right high. Something you may not be able to see from the cameras, there's a huge ledge in the middle of this berm. So where the dark soil, where the rider's going around right now, is fairly flat. Then there is a vertical wall halfway in the center of this berm. So the only choice is to go right high like our rider 211 just did then to avoid that edge. But it is a treacherous corner with some huge holes on the exit.
All right, we're just keeping. We got Nate Ebick there, so we've had a bit of a change in the lead after all that commotion that happened with him Nate taking out the banners. Looks like he's got himself into second, stabilised after that issue there, and obviously the 264 Blake Smith having his own moments there as they come to this section of track. This is where it all happened last lap around. So let's see if they can get through here a bit smoother this time. But the race is sort of stabilised at the front. Tackling out front on the number 2 machine. Ebick in second on the number 999. And the 264 of Blake Smith now holding down third after leading this moto early, getting that good hole shot. So they're just starting to gap themselves a little bit at the front here between each other. They were so super close 2 laps or so ago.
Ebick absolutely swinging off the back of it as he tries to move up to catch up to our race leader, Taylor. It is really interesting watching the suspension setup of these bikes. The Triumph of Smith just seems to be kicking him all over the place. He seems to be really struggling it, especially as they come past this turn 1 and down that straight. I can watch Smith's bike, the back end's kicking up and sideways all over him, as opposed to the number 2 machine. The bike seems a lot more planted and he's able to keep the power down. And he's using that to his advantage on that coastal motorcycle prepped machine to gap the rest of the crowd as they head into the back section here.
Now just keeping an eye on some of the riders that we were mentioning earlier that maybe went down. Richie Lawler was one of those ones on the 27 machine. I think he's just making his way back towards the front. I think he just made a move on for fifth on the 220 of Kobe Wise.
He did, and he made the move stick. He's pushed the riders wide and coming over that tabletop. He's got an instant gap as he runs down into the bottom section over the first tabletops. He's put a nice big gap on them straight away, and he's running into the back section here now, racing ahead. Looks like he's pretty focused and pretty keen to move forward.
Now I'm just having a look out the window where you're standing, Russ. I reckon if you just put your hand out, you're going to be able to high-five a couple of these riders. They are getting so high up that berm. They're almost touching the fence, mate.
Mate, absolutely. I would love to reach out and give them a high five, but the pace these boys are running around this berm, they'd take me clean off my feet and shoot me backwards over this mound, I do believe. But it is wild racing. The punters here hanging on the fence are getting an absolute treat of a show because the riders are coming so close to them. The boys are wide open around this corner and just showering all the crowd in dust.
Here comes the number 2 machine, the leader, about to do it right up to the bank, and we've got him on shot, just right up high there, up to the fence as he goes through, trying to make a pass on a couple of these lap riders. And he's on screen there, coming through some deep ruts on the inside of that section of the track. You can see the 999 just back from him. That's Ebick on the KTM, still keeping that lead in sight.
Ebick is definitely on the hunt. This is Ebick on his Newcastle Power Sports machine versus Taylor on his Coastal Motorcycles prepped machine. So it's Newcastle versus Central Coast right now, mate, for first and second position. But Ebick is looking real spicy out there, and he looks to be closing the gap as we speak.
So we just see them both going through that bottom section, up and over the big step up in the middle. And they're coming into these ruts.
Dave, we've got a rider down leading into the first tabletop. I can't quite make out who it is. Looks like it's a Husqvarna machine.
Yeah,
it's causing some absolute havoc there because there really is no yellow flag out for that position.
It's the 583 of Lincoln Gwynn there with these GCF contractors, Husqvarna. He's going now, but yeah, probably just in a bit of a precarious position for a little bit there. As we just catch back up to our leader, there is the 2 of Jake Taplin. Just getting a lot of traffic here at this point of the moto, trying to make his way through, get some passes done here. Up and over the finish line. If we keep an eye on his line here, he might go a little bit lower in the berm this time because there's a rider in front of him, and he does, so it's a cut down.
He's able to really put that Coastal Motorcycle machine anywhere he wants. He's looking very comfortable on it. Now, Ebick is right smack bang in the middle of that back runner pack there. He's trying to find a clean line so this gap doesn't get away from him, but He's launched that machine and landed in the middle of them all, using a fair bit of faith to get him through there. Turns out that risk has paid off. He's cut his way through the back runner group and still has our race leader in sight as he runs into the outside, using that bank to launch himself off. And our first and second riders go into that back section of the track. They've got a clear run for the next few minutes.
Taplin getting nice and sideways over those bottom jumps at the bottom of our circuit here at ACT Motorcycle Club. Still leading from the front. He's not the... Well, actually, I was going to talk about the fastest lap on time, but I think we've got one there that's not quite correct because it only says it's 7.5 seconds in the lap time. That's not right. But he is out front as he goes through our whole strip graphics. Still so much traffic for him to be navigating through at this point of the moto. He's doing a 144 the last time around. Ebic did a 143, so Ebic is trying to keep with him and close that gap as we've been talking about here in these last few stages. But oh, nice little kick as he went through and getting into those roller sections that Taplin take. This track's getting some nice little character bumps along the path here that he's having to manage and deal with. As we get a good drone shot here, you can actually see the go-kart circuit over on the other side there as well, part of that shot, part of the facilities here at Fairbairn Park.
The blue flags are waving here, mate, as another rider goes through the National Motorcycle Alliance banners, mate, in that same corner. It claims yet another victim. It's number 27. But as I turn back and look at the back section of that track, Ebic has made up a ton of ground on our race leader. Few lap riders there. The marshals are furiously waving the blue flag, but Ebic goes to make a move. Oh, he goes down.
Big time.
He goes down. That was his opportunity to get it past him. He's pushed a little hard into that rut and gone over the bars. He's back up and on his motorcycle now, but that gap has just evaporated. That was his opportunity to get it done, and unfortunately he's stuffed it up.
That was some spectacular action there from Ebic, the way his foot got stuck into the ground and just shot him back over it as the bike jumped up and out of that rut. Yes, as you say, Russ, he stuffed it up. So yes, he will be holding still second position, I believe. We'll have to check that as he comes past.
I believe he's still in second, but yeah, the reason I use the term stuff it up is because he didn't really need to push in as hard as he did. So the race leader, Taylor, their number 2, he was kind of stuck in a spot that he couldn't do much about. If Ebic had just calmed down, slowed down a little bit more, he could have pushed up on him and gotten past him nice and clean. But I think the adrenaline was up nice and high. He saw the opportunity and dove into it. There's a big hook in that rut, and it's brought him undone.
Well, we've just got the number 2 machine on screen in the Kennards High corner. He's going to come through. He's not quite going to get the last lap. There's still 26 seconds on the time to go. So we've got basically 2 laps here to go as we see a few more riders on our drone shot getting over that finish line, seeing the comp box there and the canteen area on this circuit. Up to that berm that they're going right up the wall of, past you, Russ, there. And as they drop down to these camera shots here, there's the 999 of Ebic trying to work his way back towards the number 2 machine, but I don't think he's going to be able to make up that gap after that spectacular crash through this section last time around. So we'll have to see what Ebic does this time, if he gets a bit smoother run or if he decides to choose a different rut there. Looks like he's going to stick to the same one. No, he's gone a little bit wider that time.
Yeah, he's gone wider. He stayed away from that inside one there. There is basically 2 or 3 hooks in that rut that brought him undone earlier, and it really squares the bike up and stands it up straight. So that's definitely one to avoid.
Ebic just trying to deal with a back marker here, the 11 of Maclay Brownlee. Gets past there now, so Ebic still trying to move forward here, but he's holding a decent second position now, but at least second at this one in the first moto. If he can get a better job done, be a bit more patient in Moto 2, get a win, maybe he can hold on for that overall, then at least his position is a valuable second position here in Moto 1 for him. As we see, just keeping an eye on him, still looking reasonably flowing here is Ebic at this late stage of the moto. A couple of pit boards out there giving their riders the messages to let them know how long the moto's been going and if they need a position to move forward. Ebic out to the outside of that berm, just finding the smooth line to get a good run at this middle tabletop here. and head towards this Kennards High corner. You can see the bike bouncing on those braking bumps on the entry to the Kennards High corner. There went Taplin, our leader. So he's got a decent gap over our second position of Nate Ebick, which is about a 12-second gap at this point. That was absolutely zero before Nate went crashing out of it. But here he is again on screen, Ebick, getting to the inside there.
Our race leader, Taylor, is getting held up by some lap traffic there. The marshals have got the blue flags out trying to clear the path. He's got around him now, but that definitely cost him a little bit of time. But I think he's got a fair bit to play with. Nate Ebick almost looks like he's backed off a little bit, but he is quite a ways back now. So I think our race leader is fairly safe for now.
All right, so we'll give a quick update on the running list. It's Jake Taplin, Nate Ebick, Ryland Brown, Blake Smith, and Richie Lawler in 5th after Richie having a second crash. Just before that second crash, I know it was about to call out that he'd got to 3rd, but then he went down again, so he's put himself back into 5th in this running order. So a bit of an up-down race for Richie Lawler there on the 27 machine. But it's this man, the number 2, that's going to get this MX2 C-Grade Moto 1 win here. This is coming towards the end of our
we've
track.
had another big off by our crash corner here, mate. National Motorcycle Alliance, Yamaha Machine 220 rider is off the bike and sitting on the back of the bird with the medical team attending to him now. He looks okay.
Is that Kobe Wise, our 220, who was up there early?
Be. Yeah, absolutely, it is. He seems to be okay, but he's needing a little bit of medical attention.
All right, well, they've got the first aid over there, as we see on our screen now, so hopefully he gets the support he needs. But the finish flag is out. The number 2 machine is over it. He has won this moto, so that's Jake Taplin with the win in C-Grade MX2, and he'll be followed by Nate Ebick. So we will follow along here. We're going to have Russ pick up a post-race interview. We're going to try and catch the 999 and ask him about that spectacular crash that he had there and the second position in this moto that he ends up with here. So Russ, whenever you're ready, mate, take it away.
I'm down here with Nate Ebick on his 999 Newcastle Power Sports prepped machine. Dude, that was an absolutely epic race. You made a little bit of a mistake in that corner and it cost you right as you were about to make the move. Walk me through it, mate.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't even know how I crashed. I just fell off. My arm I got a whole bunch of throttle and I just ripped my left arm off. But, you know, I was riding good. I caught him. And, yeah, I just got to be better for next race.
Mate, it was an unreal push. These ruts in the bottom section where you got caught, we've been watching that all day. There's a few big nasty hooks in there. I noticed you changed your lineup afterwards to get around it. So that was a really well done, mate. So congratulations. It wasn't the result you could have had, but you did really well, mate. So we'll see you out there later on today.
Looks good, eh?
Ken Earth.
What was that, love?
I said Ken Earth.
All done, girls. Happy? Ken Oath, all right.
From big jobs to even bigger jobs, get the Ken Oath feeling.
Kennards make your job easy.
The Westpac Rescue Helicopter is here for our community. And this holiday season, we will be ready to respond 24/7. Please stay safe and thank you for your support. To donate or for more information, visit rescuehelicopter.com.au or call 1800 155 155.
The 2026 New South Wales Motocross State Titles, presented by Whole Shot Graphics, Kennards Hire, Risen Unlimited, National Motorcycle Alliance, Skywalker Studios, Westpac Rescue Helicopter Service, Black Dog Institute.
I am down here on the track where we just watched a really pivotal moment in that last race unfold. We had Nate Ebick, who had moved all the way up on the number 2 machine, ready to make a pass. He decided to go ahead and choose this inside rut, and it didn't work for him. It spat him off the bike, and it cost him the move. He was right there, ready to go. Looking at this rut, I can understand now exactly why that's happened. The rut is not a smooth, arcing corner. It might be difficult to see on camera, but it's basically chopped out. It's cut into a few different sections. There's some rocks and some hard pack within that rut. So the rut isn't smooth. The riders are struggling to hook in and stay hooked in as they come around to get drive up the hill. As they come out of these ruts, there is huge acceleration bumps all the way up this hill. If you fade to the outside, there's huge holes and bumps in Blue Groove. If you stay to the inside, it's a little bit softer, but it doesn't set you up for that top right-hand sweeper. So some of the riders are choosing the outside lines over here, which are definitely going to be a little slower, but a little safer. Those inside ruts, even though they are quicker, are going to cause potentially a lot more issues. So the track prep team are out right now. They've got the machines going to try and sort a little bit of this track out, but this is a section that's going to be crucial to racers all day. Riders on the gate. As the gate drops, one of them stalls it coming out of the gate right there as we pile into that first right-hand bend. Does the pack make it through safe? It looks pretty good. Whole shot goes to the 262 Yamaha machine.
Blake
out
Bohannon.
in front, Blake Bohannon, no stranger to the front of the pack. As he leads them around, he's already got a little gap forming up. He's going to turn this into a sprint race right now.
All right, as they come across the line, Oliver Rex is going to be second, Will Cale is going to be third, and Rusty Killick is going to be fourth at the moment. But as Bohannon sprinting out, as Russ said, from the front, taking this lead, getting a good jump there.
That GYTR machine, he's leading this entire pack. He's all by himself, and then a giant pack of screaming machines chasing him from behind. So Bohannon right now, it's time to knuckle down, head down, hit your marks, make zero mistakes, and get that nice lead out in front as he comes down into the first set of tabletops here and sets himself up for a clean run along the back. A quick look over his shoulder. Yes, he's got a good gap, and now he's just going to put the hammer down.
Yes, Bohannon just running a nice wide line there after the tabletops, trying to stay away from that dip and that hole that's developing at the end of that 3 tabletop section. And you can see him taking that inside line. He is gapping this field quickly at the beginning of this moto. He's probably got a couple of second lead on second position, and we're only halfway through the first lap. So Bohannon feeling very comfortable on this YZ125 as he's shooting around this circuit here.
Interestingly enough, Dave, he still looks a little small on that bike, doesn't he?
Oh, he does, definitely does. He rode this class, or at least he rode the 125 last year as well, I believe, and he looked even smaller then, but he still looks small now on this machine. So he's got a bit of growing to do, does Blake Bohannon, but he can definitely ride the bike fast, that's for sure.
It is really interesting to see him looking a little smaller on the bike, but being able to do what he's doing with it as he comes down the hill right now.
Did you see how high he got up that wall there behind you? Because he was right at the top, nearly touching the fence.
Using every inch of track to get the traction on that GYTR prepped machine down. It's great to see. Second, third, fourth, and fifth, sixth, seventh, all the way back to 10th. 10th, all bunched up right behind him. He's running his own race right now, and he is loving the power out of his Yamaha GYTR machine.
Now, our fastest qualifier from this morning's session was the number 8 of Rafael Rossiter. He's managed to find his way into second position in our running order as they came over the finish line that last time pass. So he's moved up there. So that's dropped Oliver Rex to third in our running order, but there is a 7-second gap that Bohannon has built up already in this moto.
That is unbelievable, mate. He is just out on his own, running his own race, not having to deal with anyone behind him at all. There's quite a long way to any potential lap riders. This group is fairly bunched in and fairly even, so he's going to have a good, clean track for some time to come. Unless he makes an unforced error, I think Bohannon is gone.
Oh, I think you're absolutely spot on with that comment, and it's probably pretty obvious to make right now because he is doing an absolutely stellar job out front. He's riding some really nice lines as well. As I just watched him on the top, out of the commentary window. You can see him on the screen now in the Kennards High corner, but he's using some nice, smoother, I can't say smooth, but they're smoother than the rest of the lines available to him. Watch how high he gets up that wall, right to the top of the bank, absolutely dusts the crowd there at the top of the hill as he shoots past you, Russ.
Mate, I'm not even sure there was track at the top of the hill there. Any higher, he'd be using the fence line. So it is very impressive to see how accurate he can be with that machine.
All right, you just see the back end of that bike, but just dancing a little bit as it unloads, as he gets on the front brakes to get into that corner. Oh, gets a nice kick there as well. And that's probably part of the fact that he's a little light for that bike. For the speed that he's going, it's probably bouncing him around just a touch.
Absolutely, and that's what we were referencing earlier about these guys being smaller. It's not a derogatory comment. We just know that if you are smaller and lighter, that suspension becomes a whole other challenge. To try and get the bike to behave the way you want it to behave, you need a certain weight. Yes, suspension techs and mechanics can set the spring rates and everything for a particular rider weight, but when you are that much smaller than the bike, it does get a little bit tricky.
Now, I think we've got on screen our second place rider, if I can see that correctly. I think it's the number 8 of Rafael Rossiter, just making his way around the circuit here.
Correct. Rossiter is also running his own race now. There's a nice big gap back to third position. So Rossiter is also able to run his own race. He's pretty well lost sight of Bohannon, which might be a good thing because he just needs to put his head down and do his own race right now, hit his marks, and let the race come to him. I don't think him chasing Bohannon is the answer he's looking for right now.
Well, now that the gap is such a big one at the beginning of this moto, you know, settle in, get that second position and maybe try and regroup and get a better start, you know, in the second moto and try and challenge then if the race presents itself. Because at the moment, without an error from Bohannon, I don't think he's bridging that nearly 8-second gap that's got going on between the two of them.
And Dave, I wouldn't be surprised if that gap is about to grow. Watching Bohannon come down through this tricky rut here, your favourite corner, he is so fast in this section. The braking bumps, he's handling them unbelievably well. His rut choice is absolutely on point. His body position's right forward on the bike. The leg comes out nice and high, and he rips through this corner as fast as some of those pro guys that we saw earlier in MX1 do. Watching Rossiter in second, it was a night and day difference between those two riders. So I think we're going to see Bohannon really open up a gap.
Yeah, it's quite possible. He's looking super smooth out the front there as we've got him on shot into that whole shot graphics corner. There's a beautiful rut, just one down from the top that he just used. It was absolutely sensational the way he went through it. Carrying a lot of speed up past the start gates is Bohannon on that GYTR Yamaha. I saw his dad this morning fitting up a couple of new GYTR parts. I think he had the pipe and muffler getting put on that particular bike for the race today. And it's obviously working exceptionally well right now as you just see some water getting put down mid-moto here in that Kennards Hire corner.
And mate, there is nothing quite like a few fresh go-fast bits on your bike, right? Especially when they got GYTR stamped in the side of them. Bohannon coming down the hill to me now. He's dealt with one lap rider. He's got another one in front of him, the number 23, another Yamaha machine, and he's looking to make a pass. He's getting really held up by this rider at the minute. I don't see any blue flags out, but we're going to need them because he is carving his way through this pack.
Just got a couple of riders differently on screen here as they come down into that favourite corner there, using the rut on our stationary cam. One rider down there is the 178 having an issue. Just trying to pick up, that's Fletcher Manning, just getting himself going. Looks like everything's okay there, just going to have to build back up the speed. As we spot down to the bottom of our circuit, that's the number 8, our second position rider of Raphael Rossiter on screen. Now, just for reference, Russ, Bohannon is doing a 143.5, which is pretty damn quick for a 125 around here with a kid that small on it.
I was going to say, Dave, can you give me a comparison to some of the faster classes? Like, where is his lap time sitting compared to some of the bigger classes?
Well, I think we had at one point, if I go back, I remember seeing Todd Waters doing a 140 at one point, and I've got down for the junior 250 13 to 16s that Joel Dunn was doing a 140. And if I go back a little bit further and find the... No, I don't have that one. But yeah, I think he's sort of not too far off that, you know, top pace, really. Because I think at one point we had maybe beaten in that MX1 moto doing a 134.
That is unbelievable. And again, through the stationary camera, I'm not sure if you guys just caught that, but he just smokes this corner. He comes into it so much quicker than anyone else in this group. The leg out, the sit, and just launches out of this corner. It's almost like it's dead smooth when he comes through here.
Yeah, we're just watching our second position rider try to navigate a couple of these back markers. There's the 21 going through, which is Blake Johnson. So Raphael's just dealing with a few of them there all at once. We see Rossiter just down at the bottom of the circuit. He's cleared those 3 lap riders at this point, and he is trying to get, well, keep at least some sort of sight of Bohannon, but Bohannon is now well and truly out there. That lap of the 143.5 has put him nearly, well, it's 8 seconds now. It was 10, but so Raphael's doing a better job this lap around. He's doing a 145, so he's no slouch either here, is Raphael Rossiter on that number 8 machine. As Bohannon back on screen here. Again, he's also navigating some of these lapped riders. But the pace that he is running here through those rollers, carrying his speed all the way to the top of the National Motorcycle Alliance corner, it's pretty impressive for this young kid here on the 262 machine.
Dave, his body position is just phenomenal. I'm not sure who's coaching this young man, but they are doing an exceptional job. The way that he's holding his body in, controlling this bike is unreal. As he comes around the berm and down into this corner, I want you to see how well he navigates this. Straight through. He stays standing on the pegs till he's 3/4 of the way through, sits really late and just launches out of it. He'd be making up time every single lap just in this corner.
Yeah, that was a great shot there from our crew. Oh, rider down just in front of him in the Risen Unlimited corner that he had to just make sure he didn't go out into that line. But even just as simple as that, then he's carrying the front wheel over some of those acceleration bumps to try and help the bike stay settled. Bohannon's got a great technique here. Got a good head on his shoulders. Actually, that's something I was going to get you to say yesterday, Russ, when you had him for an interview in one of the other classes. But he's got a special paint job on this helmet that he got done this recently. I saw on the social channels as well. So it's a bit of a unique look for him with the helmet this weekend.
It is a little bit different, mate. I was wondering about that. I didn't know anything about it, but I did notice that the helmet didn't really match anything else that he had going on. So I might have to quiz him about that later on.
Yeah, it was a special paint job. I can't remember which person did the paint for him, but yeah, it's a custom paint job just for Blake. Obviously, if you're this fast, you get some people offering some certain different unique opportunities for you, let's say. So,
right, so there's no custom paint jobs for you or for me coming for our helmets anytime soon?
Maybe, but they might not be displayed so well from the commentary box,
Or we're just paying full retail, mate. That's probably what it is.
Yeah, maybe. But yeah, look, here's Bohannon throwing it sideways, throwing a bit of style into it. This was the last lap already too, or is he getting... Yeah, here he goes. Checkered flag for Bohannon. Little fist pump. He knows that he's got the job done really well there, so he is your winner for this moto, is Blake Bohannon on the GYTR Yamaha. The number 8 machine coming across now. Get Rafael Rossiter getting a second, doing a nice wheelie across the top of the tabletop. That was pretty sweet. We're looking for the 215 of Oliver Rex, who will get our 3rd position. Here he comes on the Husky. So that is your top 3 in the 13 to 15 years 125 class. But Blake Bohannon was a step above the rest in this particular one.
That was an absolute clinic put on by Blake Bohannon, mate. He has got to be feeling good about that. Not just the win, but actually how well he rode. It's his style and control and composure that I think is really setting him apart right now. You can tell he's not just wild on the throttle. He's actually calculated, and he's doing a really, really good job.
No, he definitely is, and that's a sensational view of you walking backwards up the hill, mate. Good job on camera.
Mate, do you want me to check my step count here for you?
Yeah, actually I do. I want an update.
All right, let's get an update going on here, mate, because I tell you what, I'd like to compare mine to yours.
I was going to say, do you want to hear mine? Hold on. So far today, I've got a grand total of 4,064 steps.
That's not great, mate. Look, I'm just over 9,000 so far today, so that's about 7.5 kilometres. So yeah, when I need to sit down later on, mate, I expect a foot rub from you.
Yeah, that's not happening. But anyway, moving on. On to our next race on the grid here. It is going to be our MX women's class coming up here with their first moto of the day. It's going to be a 15-minute plus 1 lap event. And we've got plenty of action going to come here now. The fastest qualifier in our qualifying session was the number 161 Taylor Thompson. She's your defending champ in this class from last year. But we also, as we found out, we've got a sneaky entrance who's changed their surname. So it's Megan Lincoln now, not Megan Rutledge these days. So she's on the 66 Stark Varg. So we're going to have to keep an eye out for her. I'm sure she's going to pull a big hole shot. So the women is up on the line. The board is round. We're about to drop the gate. Let's see who gets to this first turn first. We're going to look for the 66 on that Stark, and I'm assuming she's going to get a good drive, and she does. And she's the one to the front there, but she's run a bit wide and deep into that corner. So it's Taylor Thompson with the hole shot. But Megan Lincoln just going to push her way into the inside of that one and push Taylor really wide. So she's retaken the lead, has Megan, on the 66 Stark after running wide in that first corner. So the battle is on at the front. I don't think that Taylor liked the fact that Megan pushed her out of that second corner there, but the battle is on. So Taylor Thompson's just made the move back to the front. She's going to run nice and high and wide around that berm to shoot down the hill here to our favourite corner. So the running order is Thompson from Lincoln, from Ada Harris, Kira Collins, Ella Hamilton, Mia Tung, Tabitha Newcomb, Izzy Barker, Sia Perry and Bella Arnott is your top 10 as they came across the first time over the finish line for the timing and scoring to pick up. There goes Megan with a little bit of a loose exit of that corner. The back end just broke traction as she was trying to get the drive on the Stark Varg out of that corner. Taylor's making a little bit of a gap on her at this point early in the moto as she heads down the hill there on board her KTM Australia machine. Making a nice start here to the title defence. Having a look over her shoulder just to see how far the gap is that she's got over Megan. Obviously knowing now that Megan had a good run there into the inside of her and pushed her out of that second corner. She's just keeping an eye on her and make sure she's not there to do it again.
Dave, Taylor is out the front. She's got a good gap going now as they come out of that back section of the track. The machine looks to be working really well, nice and settled. Megan doesn't seem to be able to move up on her just yet. We'll see how the race unfolds. But it looks as though Taylor's off to a good start here and set herself up well. Looking back in the pack, the girls are a bit bunched up. There's a little bit of jostling back and forth, some banging bars as we get settled into this race.
Yeah, here comes Taylor Thompson into the Kennard tyre corner. Looking pretty sharp with her Thor gear on as she's leading this one from the front for the MX Women's. Early in this moto, she's running those same lines as the guys in the previous ones, getting right up high on that banking, up to the spectators there. As we see Megan come down the hill towards our stationary cam, running that wide line, trying to keep it smooth. There's the 2:19 of Ada Harris as well. The 13 of Kira Collins going past. Mia Tung must have had a bit of a bad start to begin with. She's running 5th. I would have thought she'd be a bit higher up in this order, but hopefully she's going to make her presence felt here shortly. I think I just saw one of the riders having a dab.
Bella Arnott go down, mate. Bella Arnott right in front of me has gone down. These ruts have got another victim. She's getting up really, really slow. Could be a little bit of an injury there.
Yeah, I saw her dab the foot a couple of times on the way in. Hopefully that left leg, knee, foot, all that sort of area is okay, because that's probably what got twisted as she caught up in those ruts there.
Yeah, absolutely, mate. She seems to be struggling with that left leg. That's been an injury issue for her in the past. She's struggling to get that bike up as one of our marshals head on over to make sure that area is safe. As I look over, Taylor Thompson comes flying into that whole shot graphics corner. The gap has opened right open for Meg on the Stark Vargas. She comes through that whole shot graphics corner now, and a good gap back to 3rd. The girls have all settled out. Everyone's in their sort of position right now. There's a few battles going on further back in the pack as Bella gets her bike up and gets going again, but that does not look good for her.
Yes, as Taylor Thompson comes over this inner middle tabletop here, we'll get an update on the running gap as they come over, but at the moment it was a 4.3 second gap that Taylor Thompson has over Megan Lincoln, but we'll see if that's extended, because I feel like there's a little bit bigger gap than it was the last time past as Megan pops up over, and yes, it's extended massively. It's almost out to 9 seconds now Taylor Thompson has at the front of this pack. That KTM Australian machine's working well on her Michelin tyres out there. She's obviously got the grip. Getting around there is Taylor. We keep an eye on some of the other riders coming through this section. There goes Mia Tung trying to make a move, Russ.
Yeah, absolutely, mate. She's dove to the inside there. She looks like she's going to make it stick. She's gone inside again for the next corner and then up and over that tabletop as she enters the trickiest section of the track. It looks like she's getting a little bit of a resistance from our number 13 rider there.
Yeah, Kira Collins has not given up without a fight here. She was holding that 4th, but she's moved back to 5th now with Mia up to 4th position in the running order. There is a little gap, probably 4 or so seconds up from Mia now to get to the 3rd place position, which is Ada Harris. So we'll see if Mia can bridge that gap over the remaining probably a couple of 9 to 10 minutes here of this moto. So plenty of time for Mia Tung to still make her way forward up onto the podium.
Now, Ada Harris is one of the girls that stepped up to this class this year, right?
Correct, yeah. So this is the first time in the seniors for her. So very good to see her out here running as high as she is straight off the bat from the juniors. So obviously the pace that they've got down there, pretty high. We keep an eye on Mia Tung in the whole shot graphics corner. Just making her way through there. Oh, Kira just getting a little bit light on the rear and lighting that tyre up as she tried to exit, getting a bit of a flick happening. She survived that okay. Just makes it good TV coverage when we see that sort of action happen, because it makes you go, oh, there's something going on with that one. As we see Mia out to the top of the berm there in the National Motorcycle Alliance corner. Drives up for our middle tabletop. She's got some work to do if she wants to catch Ada Harris. There's a bit more of a gap that might have been opened up here. As we see her come over now, and we'll get that updated. Yeah, she's dropped back another 7 or so second gap from 4th to 3rd. So a lot of work to happen there. Taylor Thompson still leads this one with a 10-second gap over Megan Lincoln on that number 66 machine, the Stark Varg. Mia Tung on screen here, doing a good job on her Honda Australia Coastal Motorcycles ride. Looking good in that brightly coloured We Are Lusty Troy Lee design stuff. So good. Ooh, bit of a bump there through that corner. Didn't get it as smooth as she'd probably like, Mia. But running it right out to the wall there, banking off it to try and get the drive to go down the hill. Everyone's using the very edge of that tabletop on the downslope there. Just how the flow goes to carry your speed. There's not much real estate left on the edge there if you get it wrong, that's for sure.
No, that is right. The girls they've tried all their lines. Every single option is on the table for them, but because of how this track is formed up, the options are starting to get a little bit limited of what you can do. My theory is that you can't be searching too much for your lines. You need to figure out what's working for you and stick with it. The chopping and changing doesn't seem to be working, and I think that's what's bringing a few riders undone. As Bellarana goes past me, she seems to be okay. I think that left leg is hurting her. She's just changed up her lines coming through here to get away from these nasty ruts that brought her down earlier, and choosing to go to one of the outside, cleaner, smoother runs. As Taylor Thompson, our race leader, comes down, she's not far off lapping Bella, putting her an entire lap down.
We see Mia Tung back on screen here, just trying to get the drive out of that final corner to get up and over the finish line tabletop. I just noticed Taylor Thompson come over as well just before that, and she was just getting that left hand off the bars, giving it a little shake out, maybe a little bit of forearm pump building up for Taylor Thompson. She's got nearly an 11.5 second lead, so she's got the time to have a little bit of a rest if she needs to, as we see a few more of our riders come down past you there, Russ.
Yeah, look, there's an interesting little moment that's happening here with Ada Harris. She seems to be catching Meg. Now, Meg got really badly held up by some back runners there, and that's allowed Ada Harris to make a lot of ground up on her. Now, if Ada can get through these two back runners, she's going to be able to make up some time, and she does. She goes over the first tabletop, launches between those two riders, and now has Meg firmly in her sights.
Now, I'm just noticing some of the names further down our list that are starting to move up a bit that might have had some issues early on in this moto. One that I would have thought be up here a bit higher, but must have had it maybe a tip over or got caught up in that first corner. The 25 machine, Claire Pollard, just into the top 10 now, so she's sneaking up in there, but I expect to see her name probably more in that top 5, maybe in Moto 2 if we don't have any issues. But
that's exactly right. I'm looking at Claire going around right now. She doesn't seem her usual self out there, mate, so I'm not sure if she's got a bike issue or dealing with a bit of arm pump or whatever, but she's cruising around, she's putting her laps in, but she doesn't look like the aggressive Pollard that we normally are used to seeing from her. So maybe we'll catch up with her afterwards and see what was going on.
Yeah, normally her and Ada Harris are very similar in pace. At least last year they were. So yeah, a bit shocked to see Claire further down. It's got to be some sort of tip over or something early in the motor that's caused this. So
absolutely, and her and Ada were doing some serious battle last year too. Those two girls didn't seem to have any love lost between them and didn't mind pushing each other around on the track a little bit. So there is definitely something going on with her for her to be riding around the way that she is right now.
So we're just keeping an eye. We've got the number 2 on screen at the moment. That's Ella Hamilton. And the 17 following closer behind, that's Izzy Barker, who I think you had a chat to earlier, Russ. So Izzy's out there going up nice and high in that berm as well. They all love that wall of that banking to get towards you there, mate. That corner just seems to be getting wider and wider and wider.
I'm telling you, mate, they're going to be bouncing off the fence there shortly.
I'm actually surprised that we haven't had any officials put some of those white track markers back up, because they've all clearly been blown out of there at some point earlier this morning.
There is a pile of white markers laying on the ground, mate. They've all been ripped out and tossed down the hill by the rear tyres of these bikes. So I think it's a bit of a lost cause, if I'm completely honest.
Potentially. Now we're just seeing the 28 machine. Our favourite rider, Sarah Jane Collins, with the headlight on the WR there, just getting passed by the 13 of Kira Collins. So the riders all just working their way around this track, and some of them are going a lap down. We've also got, I think that's the 54, yeah, Geraldine Vella on screen as well, just next to Sarah. Those two are battling out for 17 and 18th. So they're having a good little ride there at the tail end of this field. And there's Ella as well on the 2 machine, trying to make her way past both of them. So some good battles with these girls out on track, and I think that was Taylor just shooting past our screen. And it was. There she is, the 161. She's the one out the front of this pack on her KTM Australia machine with a 14-second lead over Megan Lincoln on the Stark Bug. Now, Ada Harris was, like you said, Russ, trying to get a little bit closer in here. She's probably 5 seconds from Meg, but not really making too many inroads there. But I just noticed there's a rider down in the back of our area here. I think that was the 54 that we were just talking about. Geraldine might have just had a little tip over. But she's up and going, which is all good. So we keep an eye on Taylor at the bottom of our circuit here. Now we are going to be not too far away from probably a lap or two, and we'll be getting our last lap board here. So Taylor's doing a good job in this moto, controlling it from the front, apart from that little first couple of corners where she had a good run with Megan Lincoln. But through the whole shot graphics corner, she's got this race comfortably under control at this point. Just needs to navigate this track easily around and avoid any of the pitfalls that we've been talking about across the weekend. Wheeling through the rollers there as we pick up Megan Lincoln on the Stark. Not sure who's following her closely there behind, but it's not the third position of Ada Harris at this stage. So there's Meg going through the National Motorcycle Alliance corner, and it's the 88 that's just behind her there. And that 88 is Liv Barker, so she's just gone a lap down. But I think I just saw Ada Harris popping into the back, a shot there, just about to pass Liv. So third, and is trying to keep Meg in sight. She's doing a good job, Ada Harris, on her Husqvarna. We can see our man in the purple vest there, Shiv, just having a look, doing updating the socials for Motorcycle New South Wales. A few of our camera guys there doing social work as well in the purple jackets out on track. So we see, I think that's Ada, yeah it is, on track, just stretching out that tabletop, making sure she gets all the way over it. In the 219, there she is. Looking good in the pink T-dub gear. Into the Risen Unlimited corner, just making her way through, trying to avoid, you see her tuck back in there, rather than continuing to run that wide line out of that corner where all those acceleration bumps are. You see her just sort of pivot and turn inside of them to try and avoid some of that rougher area of the track to try and make this the drive and the acceleration happen with a bit more ease for her. So Ada's doing a great job here in third place in this moto. Just up and over all the tabletops at the bottom of the hill there. Now, we've talked about this a few times, but this whole track is drying. We're getting a little bit of dust showing, and you can see how shiny and light coloured the dirt texture is at the moment. There is still some darker spots, but majority of the track is turning a very much lighter colour of brown as we go on through our program here.
Did you say a little bit of dust, Dave? You must be up in the box, mate, to only be receiving a little bit of dust. I'm down here in the field, mate, doing the hard work, getting absolutely dusted out by these girls. I'm going to need to grab a set of goggles, mate, because it's getting seriously dusty out here.
Well, look, you're going to have a break in a sec because the last lap board has just popped out, so the riders have got one more to go here in the MX women's class. It is still Taylor Thompson at the front, Megan Lincoln in second, Ada Harris in third. Mia Tung is fourth on track. She's yet to come across to get that last lap board. She's just about to do so, I believe. And then, yeah, we'll be continuing on. In fifth is the 13 machine of Kira Collins. So Thompson on screen there. Just about to put another rider a lap down. That's the W18 of Stevie Williamson. As Taylor clears those couple of jumps, just making her way around the circuit for this last lap here. You're watching her make her way through these last couple of ruts. She's just catching up to the 4.74. That's Olivia Hadju. As she navigates just inside of her there. Oh, they're going to get a little bit close. Olivia did a good job just to sit up and keep as much room as she possibly could for Taylor to get through. So we keep an eye on our track, and Taylor getting some word that there might be another rider needing some attention, but not sure who that is. I haven't seen anything on our camera. You can just see that one there, the Subaru, making its way down to the rider, so they'll get the attention that they need. But this moto is almost done as Taylor Thompson comes to the Kennards Hire final corner. She's going to head over the finish line tabletop, and that is the Moto 1 win in the MX women's class for the KTM mounted Taylor Thompson, with about a 15-second gap over second place, which will be Megan Lincoln, who is coming to the line now. It might have actually even extended on this final lap here. So the 66 machine just over now. Megan Lincoln, 22-second gap that Taylor Thompson had over second place. Ada Harris is going to get third. Russ, you're down with our winner, the 161 of Taylor Thompson.
Mate, I am down here with Taylor Thompson. Taylor, that was an absolute clinic, buddy. You launched out there and got a huge lead and held it the entire race. You were hitting your marks. You looked really good out there. Tell me about how that race went down for you.
Yeah, that race was pretty good. I just tried to manage. I had a pretty big crash in MX2 when I got run over and I've hurt my shoulder. So yeah, just trying to get out in front and ride my own race and just try not to get stuck in those first couple of laps. But yeah, the track's really, really awesome. They've done a really good job out here. And yeah, I'm going to go back and get ready for MX2 race 2.
How is the bike feeling? Because when we're watching you navigate some of these massive braking bumps coming to this back section, you look really quite comfortable on the bike. Some of the girls are having issues. Some of the riders here today, anytime they're dropping the bike, it's causing huge problems. So if you can stay up on the bike, it's going to put you at the front of the pack. You look really comfortable. Tell me a little bit about your setup.
Yeah, ATR suspension's been working really, really hard to get me comfortable on the bike. We do have a really good setting in my bike at the moment now. But yeah, today's like a real big day also on technique. Suspension does help, but just making sure you're standing up nice and long into the corners, getting off the brakes nice and early and keeping your roll speed up. That will help out there today. But yeah, like what I said, ATR has really, really helped me out. I feel really, really good. My bike's handling awesome.
Awesome. Are you tending to choose the high outside dusty lines in those corners, or are you diving to the inside to use those ruts?
To be honest, I was going to the outsides because my shoulder started really hurting. But if, ideally I would go to those insides. Those insides are a lot smoother than those outsides. They're starting to get a little bit choppy and a bit square edgy. But yeah, some of those inside lines have definitely formed up really, really well. It's a really good racetrack out there today.
Awesome. Well, congratulations, buddy. We'll catch up with you later on. Well done.
Oh, and our MX Vets is just kicking off, and we had a couple of riders going for it, sending it deep and laying themselves down on the track. 4 riders not making it through that first turn, but it looks like it's going to be a whole shot for the 79 machine, and that's going to be the Mitchell Budd, but Todd Waters is right there with him. I'd expect nothing less out of Todd, and he's going to have to try and make a quick pass here as he goes down the hill towards our stationary camera. The 79 of Mitchell Budd is still holding that lead position after a great start and throwing down a nice little whip just right next to Todd Waters over the middle tabletop as this race for the MX Vets gets underway. Now to
Mate, Todd is sorry to jump in there. Todd's just set him up and gone outside, inside. As he makes the move, he cuts him off and takes the line away from him. As the boys head up the back hill there, Todd at the number 47 machine lays the bike over into that corner and launches it over that tabletop out the back. Manages to keep it really low and hold his pace as he comes into the back tabletop section now. And I think we're going to watch him try and put a gap down. Those 2 boys have already gapped the rest of the field in 3rd, 4th and 5th.
Yeah, they're moving away rather quickly, Russ. So those 2 guys obviously on a bit more of a higher level than the rest. And obviously we're talking about Todd Waters, who's currently still running national level MX1 class and was keeping Jed Beaton honest in our first MX1 AB race earlier in the day in our program here. So Todd's out here getting some extra laps in, trying to work on his fitness, as he said with our interview post-race earlier from that MX1 race, trying to be a bit fitter for the 2026 season that's coming up, and he's definitely putting in the laps now. So he is in the lead. It is Mitchell Budd in 2nd, and as they came over the list, it was 101 of Tyson Osborne that's in 3rd, but I think it's now changed to the 9 of Nathan Brocktrup, who was 2nd in our championship for the Vets last year, to Aaron Parker, who actually isn't out here in this race. I did see him in the pits, but he's not running the vets class this time, interestingly enough. So I'm not sure what his choice in the class is there for 2026, but Brock Trott up to third, as Todd Waters just put down a 1:40 lap time on that opening lap of the race.
Todd Waters is actually about to start lapping the rear of the pack too, mate. He's already caught one of the back runners. He's laying down some serious heat. Coming into this back section was really interesting. He didn't take the high line on that berm up by the fence we were referencing earlier. He took a mid to low line and came round basically sideways, had the throttle wide open. He's now gotten past that back marker across the back line there into those tabletops. He's really putting a gap on the number 79 now, and I believe we're going to see Todd start to disappear.
I'm not sure what the 45 of Andrew Beale was up to there, because they're getting lapped already, but maybe he had an issue at the start there. Maybe he was one of the 4 riders that were down and took a while to get going, because he shouldn't be getting lapped on basically lap 2 of the race.
Absolutely
but he
not.
is.
Todd's got a clean racetrack in front of him now, which is a dangerous thing. He can hit his own marks, he can run his own race, and a rider of Todd's caliber, he ain't going to make any mistakes. He knows exactly what to do and how to absolutely gap this field now. So you're going to watch him put on a bit of a show. I believe we're going to see him back the pace down maybe slightly. Might see those lap times come down just a hair as he gets comfortable and just puts in his laps.
Well, you have to wonder as he hits that, like you said, he's not going right to the top of that berm. He's staying sort of middle of the corner now as he shoots down past you. But you have to wonder if he uses this part of the track, or the track time for this moto while he's out here with the vets, to actually explore for that MX1 race and see if he can find something to just close that gap to Jed Beaton on that CDR Yamaha bike for Moto 2. So this could be an interesting time to see Todd just open up the track a little bit and test the waters, as they say.
Yeah, Todd Waters testing the waters, mate. I think that's exactly what he's going to do. He's going to look for a few interesting lines. I can see him cutting down now, coming into this back tabletop run. He's standing tall, straight-legged, so that to me shows that he's quite relaxed. He's not in full race mode. He's probably taking a breath. I mean, you already called him old, so the old guy's probably sucking in a bit of fresh air and just making sure he's going to be good for the rest of the day.
I think you misheard me. I didn't say he was old. I said he was sandbagging in the old man class. So.
Mate, what I heard was old and washed up. I'm going to let him know you said that.
I'm going to have to go apologise to Todd after this, but anyway, he's doing a good job out in front of this MX Vets moto. And I did think it was funny that he said that this was the first time he realised he could enter a vet class race. So this is the first time he's gone obviously over the 30 point in the calendar, because you have to be over 30 to be in this particular vet race here for the Motorcycle New South Wales State Motocross Championship.
Mate, there is nothing more typical motocross racer than forgetting how old you are, right? And we see that all the time in these vet classes. These boys, some of these guys that are in their 40s and 50s still ride like they're 21. So to me, that was a pretty funny comment that he didn't realise that he could even enter it, as he comes down here and absolutely rails these ruts in this back section that have caught a lot of people off guard, brought a lot of riders down. Todd blasts through that like it's absolutely nothing.
Oh, I don't know if you saw that position that he just ended up in as he came out of that inside rut there that has a little roller on the inner, and there's a big hole on the exit, but he basically whipped himself out of that rut and landed in the hole sideways, but kept going. But it was very impressive from a back shot here on our footage as he's destroying the track here in the MX Vets.
And getting right into some lap traffic now. So he's just gone past one back runner and he's got about 3 or 4 in front of him. Not too sure what their race numbers are.
Well, he's just gone past the 127 of Jack Richards, and I think that's the 328 of Brad Stafford that he's also making a pass on that Honda machine there. So Todd's just carving up some of these back markers here.
Blue flags are out and giving him a clean run. Some of these back markers are really good at knowing where they are at and making room for the race leaders to come through.
We'll have to keep an eye on Todd as he goes through the whole shot graphics corner next time around, because he just made himself a new line, Russ. He followed into the corner as you would at the beginning, up into the berm, but then he literally cut down as hard as he could, accelerated as hard as he could, and broke the crust of some of those ruts that he crossed and basically just made himself a new line. So we'll see if he can do that again next time around.
Let's also have a look at this fast banked corner here as he comes into it. Again, choosing that middle line. It seems to be working really, really well for him. Interestingly, that a lot of our other fast guys are taking that really high. So Todd doing some really different stuff out here to a lot of the other riders.
Now just keeping an eye, obviously Todd's out front, you know, doing a great job, but our running order obviously is Todd Waters at the front. Mitchell Budd still the 79 machine in second. He's 25 seconds down on the lead. And in third position is the 9 machine of Nathan Brocktrup. He hasn't even, he's just come across the line now. He's 37 seconds down. He's closely followed, so we've got a bit of a battle in third and fourth by the 99 of Cody Russ, because they are within a second of each other there as they are on screen now. So the 9 and the 99, they are battling it out for third in this moto as we see them on screen, heading up over this short chart tabletop. And Brocktrup is gonna go inside there. So Brocktrup's trying to protect his position here in third. He's taking the inside ruts here as forcing Russ on the 99 to go outside and try to make his way the long way around him to get that third position. But these two are battling hard on the Cowie and the Suzuki. Here is Brocktrup and Russ on the 99. So we watch him down over the tabletop sections at the back of the track.
So Dave, I've just come over here to the whole shot graphics corner, kind of in the center of the racetrack here. I wanted to see up nice and close and personal.
Oh, you might have just seen the 99 make the move on Brocktrup there on the 9 machine, just the corner before there. They were going to come right to you now, but it's changed for third. It's the 99 of Cody Russ.
Yes, in the corner he comes, mate. He looks to be taking a similar line to Todd Waters there to get through the center. But it looks like a back marker is going to cause the number 9 a little bit of dramas and hold him up just slightly. The blue flags are out. Sometimes these riders are a little bit unaware of what's going on behind them.
Yeah, as we saw that shot too in the whole shot graphics bit, you can see the bit where Todd blew it apart way on the exit, crossing all those ruts, and some of them are starting to use that because it's probably a bit smoother now that he's developed that line. We'll see if he gets it, keeps using it later on through this moto. Maybe it might be the line he uses when the MX1 boys come out later on in our program.
Well, mate, I'm standing here right next to it because I really want to check this out. It's really interesting that he's exploring the track, putting a few new lines in, and like you said, probably doing a bit of R&D for the other class. And here he comes right now, the number 47, T-Dub himself, comes in the middle of the track, a little bit slower, goes into a deeper line. I don't think that's the one you were referencing earlier. That was a lower line there.
No, he definitely started at the top of the berm in the entrance, but then like midpoint of the berm pivoted and cut straight across the ruts on the exit. So yeah, no, he's not using a rut line through that corner all the way around. As always, we're watching the 99 get a massive kick at the back end of that Kawasaki as he went to go for that first tabletop at the bottom of our circuit. He survived, but it just didn't look very pretty for Cody Russ there on the 99 machine.
Todd Waters coming around that turn 1 mid-turn again. He has used that same line all day long as he launches down into this bottom corner just above our medic team in front of our stationary camera. He's really got this section on lock and he's doing the same line over and over and over again. Like I said earlier, I think that that's going to be what separates average riders to great riders here this weekend. He's figuring out the lines that work quickly and then sticking with them throughout the day.
So Todd Waters still lapping in a 141.2 Russ, so not the same pace that he was doing in the MX1s, but pretty damn close, and he's just still cruising around out the front of this one, doing some hot times.
And mate, that's what I was talking about earlier. I think I can look at his body language and see that he is slowing up, and by slowing up I mean, you know, a second or two. But basically what he's doing is relaxing into the race. He's got a huge lead. He doesn't need to push. And like we've been talking about, he is exploring the track, just checking a few different things out, experimenting a couple things. Being that he is a team principal, he's probably thinking about some suspension settings and some other bits and pieces going on as well. So I don't think there's any real pressure on Mr. Waters right now to perform. He can just put his own lap times in. As he goes past a rider and blows him clean off his bike, Todd comes up into the National Motorcycle Alliance corner that's caused riders a lot of issues today. Nice little lazy whip out there over the tabletop as he comes past you in the box, Dave.
Yeah, no, he's definitely on point here. We just got Nathan Brocktrop on screen. He was just having a little battle with the back marker, the 61 of Scott Shaw, who I don't think he realised that wasn't really a positional change, but Scott's still trying to hang on to him because he thought he lost the position here, but Scott's down a bit further down our list in 13th, and Nathan Brockdrop's up in 4th, so yeah, just an interesting little battle there. He wasn't giving him an inch, was Scott, as Brocktrop tried to make the move to get past him in our Risen Unlimited section of the track here. We just see a couple more riders. There's Todd Waters, just getting held up a little bit by a back marker, number 328 of Brad Stafford, but he's cleared him now, has Waters, heading down the back of our track. Just flowing down and around this circuit is Waters, making it look easy, turning the front, getting a bit of a whip and sideways action over those bigger tabletops down the back section.
He's really leaning over his bars as he comes down into those smooth sections. It is interesting now that he's really focusing on being super smooth. I think that's, you know, probably partly because he is getting a bit older. He doesn't need to slam himself around as much as he probably used to, or some of these younger guys do. But he's focusing hard on being really smooth.
There's the line.
There's the line, Dave. I just saw that. So he's gone high into the dusty, slick stuff, pivoted the bike about halfway through in the middle of this whole shot graphics corner, and then cut down across all the ruts. Really interesting to see him do that.
He's starting to, like, where the way he's cutting down and going across the ruts, and like he was hammering the throttle the first time I noticed that he just sort of broke the crust of the ruts, and so he smoothed that line out for himself, and the more he's going to do it, the more it's going to actually become probably the better line in that corner. So pretty clever, the old crafty man. Just making a couple of lines for him, and I can just call him old
the
that
old
time.
crafty vet, right?
Yeah, exactly.
The old crafty vet's been doing it since forever, and just has absolutely figured it out. Now, he's just gone for a different rut down into my corner here, mate, which is the first time I've seen him do that all day. He's pretty well stuck with the same rut, but like we were mentioning, I think he's just exploring a few different bits and pieces, using the advantage of the massive lead he's got, check a couple things out. Maybe not for this race, but maybe for the next one.
Yeah, definitely. This got to be an exploration mission for him here about getting ready for the MX1 class, because he's going to need to know where these best lines are, and he's got the chance to look at it, something that Jed Beaton won't have had any option to do because he's only running that MX1 class on the day. So yes, he might be a bit fresher, but he won't know what the best line is after being out there only, you know, it'll be an hour or more since he's been on track, but Todd will have been on probably within the last 20 minutes by the time they get to their next moto. So,
all right, Todd coming around now in the middle of a bunch of back markers. Blue flags are out. He's boosting past the 100. He's going high, staying high. He does cut down on one or two ruts, not the same line we were using earlier, but a similar kind of style, going high into that dry, dusty stuff, and then cutting down across some end ruts.
You could tell he wanted to do it, but I think those couple of back markers as he came to the corner, he sort of lost where he was up to in that corner and just missed the line. He got close, but I think he wanted to do it, but yeah, just a little bit off put by a couple of those back markers as he was in there. But he's got the last lap board out now, Russ, does Todd Waters. So 1 to go in this MX Vets class race. Give you an update on the running order. It is the 79 of Mitchell Budd, still second. We've had a change for third here because we've lost the number 99 of Cody Russ down to 10th position. It's now showing us as the 67 of Bo Dargle in third, Nathan Brocktrop on the 9 in fourth, and Lee Harriman on the 808 in fifth on track. As we see Todd Waters just hitting that Risen Unlimited corner of our track, the bank off the corner, off the wall, and head down the hill here and head down to those jumps. Maybe we'll see some nice sideways action of Todd Waters, a little bit of show there. Not too much. He's saving it for when he gets to the main motos in MX1 maybe, is Todd Waters. So just cruising around here on this last lap. He's got a massive gap. Like, he is probably, what, halfway through the track, and our rider in second has only just come across the line. He's got a minute on the field. As we watch him through that same corner, there he goes, trying to cut down through those ruts. He's cutting them across. out of the whole shot graphics corner. He did that yet again. So he's trying to smooth out that line for himself, maybe for later in the MX1 race. As he's just in the National Motorcycle Alliance corner, he's got one jump and one corner to go. So he goes around into the Kennards Hire corner. Todd Waters on that race line, T-Dub Husqvarna over the finish line for the win in the MX Vets class. And it's going to be at least a minute before we see our second position, which should be the 79 of Mitchell Budd. But we'll get Russ to grab a hold of Todd Waters and ask him about that sneaky line and this minute gap he's got on the field. Russ, over to you, mate.
Mate, absolutely destroyed the field out there, but what we were really interested in watching is some of your lines. A lot of the guys are using this turn one going super high up close to the fence here. You stayed lower in that most of the race, and then we saw you experimenting with a few lines. In that whole shot graphics corner, you were taking that high dusty line and then cutting down, squaring it up and coming across the ruts. Is this planning for the rest of the day, or what were we thinking there?
Yeah, this is just a bit of bike time for me, getting out there on my bike. We made some changes, pushed the forks through. I was struggling with the bike, wanting to tuck under in that first moto, 450 motor behind Jed. So I just want to go out and try and run with Jed. I want to stick it to him, and that's what this race was about. I was just trying to find some sneaky lines. It's quite technical out there. Track's pretty fast because it's not that deep, but it's still got some techie lines. So I was trying to go out wide, cut across the lines, get up on that smooth stuff. So trying to make a bit of a plan to race Jed. So I'm really looking forward to it. We've got one race and I'm straight up now. And so we'll see what we can do.
Awesome job, mate. You looked really good out there. Bike looked settled. It was amazing. Good job.
All right, good to catch up with Todd there after that win in the Vets class. We've got a look at our next race on the circuit here. You can see him sitting there waiting for the Vets to get away. This is our 13 to 16 years junior girls. They're on 150cc 2-strokes and 250cc 4-strokes. And you can see the starter there, just with the board there on the left side of screen, waiting for the signal to put the 15-second board up, and there it goes. So we'll be away here shortly. As the girls get ready, the revs are up, 5-second board is over, the gate will drop, and we will be away in this 13 to 16 years girls. Well, bit of a wheelie there for a couple of the riders. Good start there on the Husky. It's Ada Harris getting the whole shot in this one. Great drive there. She's very good off the start, is Ada. And she's going to lead this one away. But there is the 25 machine in second position of Claire Pollard. So we'll keep an eye on her as well, because she is going to battle this one out, probably with Ada Harris all the way to the finish. And we'll try and pick up who's our rider in third position. It will be the, I think that's the 258, or maybe it's the 288. Mia Cameron, I couldn't quite pick that one up. What's we got on this thing? No, it's Jayla Parker. It's the 58. So good start for Jayla. As we see the 288 of Mia Cameron and 67 of Chloe Hart. There goes Layla White. 20 of Ashton Warren go through as well. There's the 299 of Bonnie Aldridge. And Holly Empe goes through on that Kawasaki there at the tail end of the field. As we see Ada go out to the bank and then cut in to miss those acceleration bumps on the exit of the Risen Unlimited corner. And she's leading well at the front here, driving down the hill with Claire Pollard on the Honda, keeping her in check, trying to keep her in sight there. These two have had some pretty good battles over the last season in the motocross titles here for New South Wales Championship. We'll have to see if they can reignite some of those battles that they had from last season as they come to race here at the ACT Motorcycle Club. You can see Claire just taking a bit more of an inside run there in that corner as Ada went all the way out. Let's see if any of them noticed the rut or the line that Todd Waters was trying to develop. None of them have used it just there. So Claire is trying to creep towards the back of Ada. Keep her close as this moto develops. Now this moto will be a 12-minute plus one. And we'll keep an eye on it. We're gearing through the comms that there's a bit of a crash over the back. So The rider 257, Evelyn Roberts, sounds to be down, so we're going to have to see if they need to get the medics over there, but we'll keep an eye on that as this race continues. We see Claire closing up onto the back of Ada Harris here. Another lap in the books. Ada Harris leading on her Husqvarna. Claire Pollard there on the Honda, closing up for that second position, following the same rut through that corner there. Now Claire turned the fastest lap on that last lap there with a 1:53 as she was going around here in Moto 1. We're watching them in the Risen Unlimited corner. Oh, and there's some Red Cross flags out, so they're going to have to roll that section. That'll be where our rider is down. And hopefully they're getting the attention that they need and we can get these girls past here safely. So we're going to see Ada and Claire probably slow down quite a bit here to roll these jumps, go through slowly past them. They're actually going to detour them off the track next to the dam and keep them going here. So we'll see how this goes. They're going to come back on the track. And they're past that section, so just keeping an eye on what's happening here. Obviously we've got the riders, they're all trying to get the flags. There's a bit of confusion here. Some are going left, some are going right. Hopefully what is going on is protecting. We've got the marshal with the bike there looking after the down rider, which is a good idea. So back to our front, and Ada and Claire, they have gapped out here at the front of our field for this 13 to 16 years girls 250 4-stroke and 150 cc 2-stroke race. Now Claire is closing right to the back of Ada Harris here, and we're into the Kennards Hire corner for those leading two. This is going to be a good battle here as this race develops. Hopefully they can not be impeded too much by the down rider, and hopefully that down rider can get the medical attention that they need and we can continue this race without too much interruption, because Claire and Ada are very good at passing each other at times and passing each other back, so hopefully we can see some action here shortly. But Claire has closed right up on her Honda towards the Husky here of 219 of Ada Harris. The lines here just following each other. A little bit different one from Claire there. She's gone a bit wider. She's going to try and follow that outer run. She has to wheelie over a couple of those acceleration bumps that Ada missed by tucking in a bit tighter there on the exit. So maybe a bit of a better run there and a bit of a better line from Ada to miss those acceleration bumps. But we're back down to where those red cross flags are. They're going to just cruise down, miss that jump again. Go around. Now we see we've got the medic car on there trying to look after our downed rider. And they're going to pop back onto the circuit and we're racing again.
We've got another downed rider here, mate. The number 20 on her Yamaha. Nothing major, just a little tip over in this same Kennards Hire corner that's been plaguing riders all day long. Looks like she's done the reverse pickup, mate, and she's good to go.
The reverse deadlift is a common move on a motocross track, Russ. So they're getting their squats and deadlifts in. Good to see that they might not have to go to the gym on Monday at this point. All right, as the race continues, we've got Ada and Claire. It's always a little bit difficult when you've got a medical situation going on and you've got to sort of lose that rhythm that you get in the race. And as they continue on here, it's just hard for them to keep that race momentum going, and obviously one might slow down a tiny bit more than the other one through that medical section so they can gap out. But we've got them in the Kennards High corner again, and they're back close together is Ada Harris and Claire Pollard. But we're just watching some of our other riders here go through the whole shot graphics corner. I think we're just picking up, is that there, that's Jayla Parker there, I think, going through on the 58. Well, it's got 258 on it, but it's 58 in the scoring, timing and scoring. So Jayla just there on the black bike. We've got about 5 minutes to go in this moto plus a lap, so not too much longer to go. So Jayla Parker is in fourth, and we've got the 288 of Mia Cameron just back. And then we've got Layla White in 7th and Ashton Warren in 8th. So Just watching Jayla Parker come down here into this tight corner. And we can see Russ there just waving at somebody in the screen as he does. As we watch our girls go past that section a bit. Chloe Hart there and Layla White just catching those braking bumps into that corner before this tabletop. They've just come up and over. So they're just making their way around. Now those two were battling yesterday on the 85cc girls class. They're having a good run here up on the bigger bikes, both on the 125s by the looks of it here in this 13 to 16 years girls class today on our Sunday races. So they're battling pretty well, the 6th and 7th, as they battle their way down the hill. Now they're going to come to where those red cross flags are, so they're going to have to slow down, do that little detour they've got going here. As you can see them going past the dam again, just rolling through that section. They pop in here. There goes Chloe, nice and high in that berm there to try and keep out of those inside ruts. Gets the run at the tabletop and clears it nice and easy. As we go through, oh, Chloe's lost the front on the exit of that corner, crashed right in front of Layla White. Chloe's got to get herself back to the bike. She's trying to stand up, might have knocked the wind out of herself there. She's also blown the goggles off the helmet.
Yeah, she's moving a little bit slow there, mate. I don't think she's injured, but she's definitely moving a little bit slower. The reverse deadlift, up we go.
Yep, seen that one before a few times today. We'll probably see it a few more times yet, but it's surprising. She blew the goggles off, I think, on that one. So that was a good little tip over for Chloe Hart. Hopefully she can get this thing going without too much hassle, and then she has, and she's away. So she dropped probably a couple of positions there. Layla White managed to sneak past her. I'm not sure if Ashton Warren got through there or not, but she'll be down at least in 7th position. There is Layla White in the all-white gear. Good combination for her as she comes up and over the finish line jump there, with about 2.5 minutes plus a lap left in this moto. The gap at the front is tiny again, so Ada Harris still with the lead, 0.8 of a second over Claire Pollard. As Layla White just continues there through the rougher section of our track, up and over the short, sharp tabletop. Didn't get the drive that time to make the entire jump, was Layla. She heads into our Risen Unlimited corner. We pick up our front two. There is Ada Harris still leading with Claire Pollard right on her tail as they head into that National Motorcycle Alliance corner. They're going to come up and over this tabletop here to head to the Kennard Tire corner. Now, they've been pretty much like this the entire race. Claire hasn't really got close enough to make a move on Ada Harris at any point. She's going to need to work just a tiny bit harder to get a run on her, but at this stage, the gap is 1.4 seconds as they cross the finish line here. So Claire's got a bit of work to do to try and get up close enough to show wheel to Ada Harris. Ada's been leading this one from the start. Good hole shot for Ada. She's very good off the gate. Obviously got the good reaction time. Knows how to get the drive down. We've seen her do that plenty of times last season. So she knows how to get a good start. And Claire's got to work on that one a little bit to try and be matching her a bit better. Just jumping over some of those acceleration bumps was Claire. That was a nice little change of the line. She obviously got a bit better drive earlier on, so she could carry some more speed as they head down to the bottom of the circuit. Now they're going to have to do that little detour. Our rider is still unfortunately down, getting attention. And they're just cruising past in that little detour that the track crew has set up. And they're back into the action here. So Ada from Claire. Now the lap times here, the girls are doing about a 1:58. Now we obviously can't probably give an accurate idea of what they were doing because they were down in like the 1:53. So that little detour in the track, just slowing their pace a little bit, probably losing their flow that I mentioned before as well, because it just breaks up what they've got going on, and there's pace that they're going because they've got to slow it right down. It probably will be helping their heart rates just get a bit back under control. And here comes Claire. She just closes up in this section of track. She's obviously got a good line into the rollers there. And she closes right up into this National Motorcycle Alliance corner, but she hasn't been able to do anything after that. So she's got to try and keep the toe here with Ada Harris. Now the girls are going to come past the finish line here in just a sec, and they're going to see that last lap board. So if Claire wants to make a push here, now's the time for Claire Pollard to try and get this pass made on Ada Harris with 1 lap to go in this 13 to 16 years 250cc 4-stroke junior girls race as they shoot past our man Russ, who's having a good scroll on his social feed by the look of it. I'm glad you're enjoying life out there, mate. So here is Chloe Hart, I should say, on the screen. She's about to go a lap down after probably having that tip over, and took a little bit of time to get going for Claire. Too many C's. Chloe. As Claire comes behind Chloe there, trying to get the pass done. But Ada is just pulling a little gap again on Claire on this last lap. So where Claire closes up on the front section of the track, the back section seems to be where Ada does her best work and gets away from it just a little bit. So
Dave, you mentioned social media. Here I am just checking out the Motorcycle New South Wales social page, mate. I don't know if you've been following along.
I'm working hard up here, mate. So
all their posts have been. That's where all their posts have been going, mate. So everyone watching the live feed, if you haven't given those guys a follow, make sure you jump onto social media, Instagram and Facebook. Motorcycle New South Wales, all their action goes up there. A lot of good information as well goes onto that page. So make sure you give them a little bit of a follow.
Keep an eye on our leaders, trying to pick them up. Here's Ada. Where is Claire? Is she close enough to make a move? I don't think so. She's just off the back of screen there. But this is where Claire has done her best work to close up. But we're running out of time here. At this point, it would look like it's going to be a moto win for Ada Harris if she can keep it all together in these final sections of the track. Got to get up and over that tabletop cleanly, and she does. As she heads into the final corner for our Kennards higher turn. She's going to see the checkered flag here. It's going to be a moto win for the 219 of Ada Harris, followed closely by the 25 of Claire Pollard. Third position is going to be, at this stage, she's a bit further back. We've got the 474 of Olivia Hadju. She's still making her way around the circuit here. I'm just looking for her on track. She's a fair way back, so we might not be able to catch her here, but we're going to go to a bit of a special segment here. Russ has been walking around with something on his body that I'm not sure he needs to for what he's doing in the roving pit sort of job. But Russ, what have you got going on here, mate? What are you going to explain to us?
Mate, I'm down here and I'm wearing the Alpine Stars Tech Air airbag. Now, we've had a bit of an incident over the back there. Red Cross flags are out and the medical team is helping that downed rider. So I thought this is a perfect opportunity to talk about some of the safety equipment and initiatives that Motorcycle New South Wales are actually taking to keep our riders protected. Now, Motorcycle Australia, the governing body nationally, this year made chest protection mandatory at all races. Now, for me, it's always been a smart idea to wear chest protection, but it's never been a mandatory rule for riders to have to do that. This year, they made that change, and it is now mandatory. What I've got on here is the Alpine Stars Tech Air MX airbag. Now, what this is a huge step above just a regular chest protection plate. This is an airbag system. It inflates forwards and back, and the shoulders expand and protect your collarbones. If you've been around motocross riding at all, you know that collarbones are our worst enemy. These things seem to snap from any opportunity they possibly can. From a small tip over to a big crash, the collarbone is one of those first things that go. I think we may have even had one rider with an injury around the collarbone area yesterday. So the Tech Air MX is just one of the items that you can now purchase off the shelf that will give you that extra level of protection when you're riding in the bush, when you're on an MX track, or anywhere that you choose to ride your motorcycle. For me, they're a fantastic idea. They're comfortable. They're easy to redeploy. They run off a argon canister in the back, so they're extremely safe. They're very quick to repack and to reuse throughout the day, and it is awesome to see that these aftermarket companies out there like Alpine Stars are investing in keeping our riders safe, and it's really cool to see Motorcycle Australia make chest protection mandatory in the hopes that we can keep more riders in one piece and staying safe on their motorcycles.
That's a good update there on some of the protection there. A good update there from Russ on some of the protection changes and safety changes that Motorcycle New South Wales is making, and not just Motorcycle New South Wales, but all the governing bodies in our sport doing similar things here. Now we're just going to take this chance to have a break here in our coverage. The riders are coming to the gate getting ready for their next round of motos, but we'll have a break here on our coverage from round 1 of the New South Wales Motocross State Titles here at ACT Motorcycle Club.
The 2026 New South Wales Motocross State Titles, presented by Whole Shot Graphics, Kennard's Hire, Risen Unlimited, National Motorcycle Alliance, Skywalker Studios, Westpac Rescue Helicopter Service, Black Dog Institute.
Whole Shot Graphics. Be first. Be original.
Looking good, eh?
Cano. What do you think, Nonna? Giramento de K.
Hey boss, Kenneth sorted it. All good?
Kenneth.
From big jobs to even bigger jobs, get the Kenneth feeling. Kenneth.
Kennard's make your job easy.
For over 20 years, the Black Dog Institute has been trusted to listen to the experiences of real people. Every day, we work to uncover data, patterns, and insights into mental health to develop actionable, practical solutions. It takes pushing boundaries to be an international leader in digital health, not only researching and developing the technology, but also making it accessible to everyone. From clinical treatment and online support to early intervention and prevention programs, we're on the cusp of a new era of mental health science and action. As our technology advances and our scientific research continues, our ability to innovate and impact does too, with the ripple effect of our work being felt for generations to come and bringing hope to millions more. Together, we can continue to tackle the big issues in mental health.
Oh, it's very important to me. If the bike's riding me, I don't like it. I want to be able to have a nice, smooth bike, balanced suspension and chassis. So, yeah, I'm on the new Honda team, Motocross Elite Racing, and we're starting to get the bike going now, and it's getting really comfortable. But, yeah, I've actually had to challenge myself with that a bit lately. We've gone from the Yamaha to the Honda, changing the whole setup and learning more. So, yeah, it's very important.
Bike setup's everything. If you're uncomfortable, it really does show. I talk to my suspension tech pretty regularly. We have a good set of base setups that we do change from track to track. My suspension is overall pretty good. I don't really have to make too many big changes. But yeah, between suspension and even tyre selection.
Yeah, bike setup's very important for every rider. You can be really, really fit, but the bike beats you up. The motor's too fast, suspension's too hard or too soft. You don't have the trust in the bike. So I spend a lot of time trying to get my setup as safe as I can for me, so I'm comfortable. At my age now, I don't want to get hurt, I don't want to crash. So I just try and make the bike as balanced as I can so I can just ride it to what I feel safe.
Oh, it definitely plays a massive part in how you ride every single track. Some tracks obviously demand a lot more from the bike, so if you get a smoother track, it's sort of different layout compared to a rough track. So it's always changing, always sort of adapting really. It means everything. You got to have your suspension dialed in for each track, make sure you got the right tyre pressures, and yeah, if it's a sand track, make sure you're running a paddle tyre, and if it's hard back a bit like this, make sure you're running a normal knobby tyre.
I'm standing down here in turn 1 on this awesome motorcycle track here at the ACT for New South Wales State Titles Round 1. We wanted to take a little moment just to check out this first corner. It has been a corner that riders have been attacking in many different ways. Todd Waters, the number 47 from the T-Dub team, he's been staying low in this corner and ripping around the inside, setting the bike up, it's sliding a little bit sideways and driving him through. But as you can see on the camera shot, the outside line has been favoured by the vast majority of riders. Coming off the finish line tabletop, it's blue groove and shiny on the outside, and then riders are railing this berm all the way down to this edge. You can see where I'm standing right now, there is a huge step in the middle of this berm that has formed kind of two different options. The darker soil to my left here, which is giving you quite a bit of traction. There's mulch in there, there's a bit of moisture as well. Or if I step up here without falling over, the other option is high on the berm. Now, a lot of riders have been using this and taking it right to the extreme top level. There is literally nothing left right to the very top. As I put my foot in there, it's completely powder. So the crowd hanging over the fence here have been getting dusted as riders rail the very top of this. On the exit, there is a huge amount of bumps coming out of here. Sort of like acceleration bumps, I guess that would be, because the riders will be on the gas as they shoot down around here. Big holes, lots of wheel spin, slipping and sliding, and a crowd behind the fence that are absolutely loving the action down here at Round 1 Motorcycle New South Wales State Titles.
Cross-train. Cross-train, listen to people, and probably get a mentor, someone that can talk you through the highs and the lows, because you have a lot of injuries in this sport.
Always believe in yourself. Like, you can do anything if you just put your head to it, so you just got to keep trying until you get your goal.
Don't be an idiot and go as fast as you can.
Maybe try a little bit harder and you never know where you end up.
Work more on technique and the basics. Try to perfect the technique first, and then focus on the speed. Yeah.
Take training a bit more seriously. Listen to mum and dad. Dad was always up there when I was a bit younger about me gym and training and stuff like that. And I never took it too seriously, even though I was pretty good. So now that I'm older, I see what he meant. Yeah, definitely listen to your mum and dad.
Even when it gets hard, just keep pushing, never give up. Injuries aren't going to stop you from anything, it's only going to make you stronger.
I would say train more ruts, but then again, I trained a lot of ruts growing up, so that sort of definitely helped with everything. But even just stoppies and wheelies, learning that, sort of master them little skills, I reckon, would be something I'd sort of tell myself early on.
All right, welcome back to our coverage of Round 1 of the New South Wales Motocross State Titles here at the ACT Motorcycle Club. We're about to get into Round 2 action from our day. We've got the MX1 A and B class up on the gate, so we've got all our heavy hitters out here. We've got Beaton, we've got Waters, we've got Bud, and we've got a few others that are going to try and challenge and get themselves onto the podium if they can. But last time out here on the Moto 1, it was the dominant performance from the Monster Energy CDR Yamaha mounted jet Beaton, number 14. So we'll be looking for another solid start from him. And we'll have to see how all of these guys are able to perform as we get this gate ready to drop. Now, we're not quite there just yet. Obviously, the riders are getting set, but they're not under starters orders just yet. As we're just watching to see when the board is going to get signaled to start, because we haven't got there just yet. Russ, whereabouts are you, mate, out there on the track? You got a good vantage point for the start of this one?
Mate, I'm standing down here at the National Motorcycle Alliance barrier. You would think I'd have that name down pat today, with the amount of times that we have talked about it over this weekend. This corner has made and broken riders all weekend, and it is a treacherous one. It's basically a 180-degree U-turn corner with multiple lines. I'm seeing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 different ruts on the entry and some absolute trenches on the way out. These white markers on the side of the track that you'll see are spread out throughout the corner. The barriers have been rebuilt 2 or 3 times, but I just wanted to point out one of the options here is this high line. I don't know if the camera can see me, but there is a high line basically here where the riders have blown through that top corner and it is completely and utterly destroyed.
All right, it's gate drop time, and they're going to see how that corner goes when they get there in a very big hurry. Who's going to get the whole shot here in the MX1 AB class? All the riders come together. Oh, I think that's Beaton that's just hit the deck. It is Jed Beaton.
It looks like Jed Beaton is down.
He got taken a little bit wide and caught the back tyre of one of the riders in front, so we're going to be in for an interesting run here if Beaton decides to make his way through this field, because he was your Moto 1 winner and he's at the back of the pack at the start of this one. Leading us through is the 25 machine, and that's Liam Jackson with the whole shot. He's followed by the 28 machine of Cooper Holroyd. So we've had a big turn up in our running order, because I just saw Todd Waters come through in about mid-pack as well, so he's had a terrible start as well. So we see all the pack run down the hill. There is Beaton on the outside. He's like very much at the back end, but he's already made some moves. There's the 48. He was caught up in that as well. That was the number, Kurt Ninners. So look, a big change up with the 25 machine. He's out front, Liam Jackson, as he heads down the back of our circuit with Cooper Holroyd on the back. Over the section. Now, the 25 machine is doing a great job, Liam Jackson, at this point. He is making a little gap here at the front. Obviously, with Beaton buried in the pack, he can't, there's no one really to run away at the front of this. Now, the third place rider is the 75 machine of Travis Olander, and I think I've seen the 299. Is that Ryan? It is Ryan Jones there as well with a reasonably good start. He's having a battle with the 37. That's Jack Kenny. And I can see Riley Burgess there as well on the 275. So we've had a big shake-up. There's Reese Budd actually as well, probably in about 8th or 9th position as he comes through the pack here. But at the front still, looks like Cooper Holroyd's trying to join up with Liam Jackson at the start of this. So we're going to have to keep an eye on where Jed Beaton is at the moment. I think he's still fairly buried at this point. Yeah, he is. He's way back down in the pack, having to battle through the riders. Another lap down for Liam Jackson.
Oh, we've got a rider off here again at the National Motorcycle Australia. Barrier Mate, another rider off. As we go for a leader change, the 28 has shot into the inside and taken the lead away as they head up over the tabletop around the back. Big lead change here. The boys are battling back and forth. No one wanting to give up any position at all.
So that's Cooper Holroyd on the Moto Coach Elite Racing Honda that's taken the lead and the control of this MX1 A and B race, Moto 2.
Jed Beaton moving forward. He's carved up about half of the pack as he heads up into the sweeping right-hand bend. He's dealing with a ton of dust and roost as he lands over the first tabletop, setting up for the back straight run here. He is working super hard. He's keeping that bike dead flat and as low as he possibly can. It looks like he's coming up on the back of Connor Rosendich. If I can tell from this distance, he dives to the inside and he's pushing really hard to move forward.
So Russ, we've had one full lap that timing and scoring has got through, and Jed Beaton was obviously on the ground but then battling through the whole entire pack at this point, but he was still your fastest man on track with a 140.8. He's the purple on the screen here on timing and scoring, so that is impressive in itself that he's able to do that in a massive amount of traffic.
I can absolutely see that, mate. It's visible that he is the fastest guy on track as he comes launching through those rollers. Now, interestingly enough, Connor Rosendich looks like he's trying to hang on the back, maybe take a few pointers and learn some lines, but I don't know if he's going to be hang on because Beaton is on a mission. That bloke has got that Yamaha, that CDR Yamaha wedged wide open, and I don't reckon we're going to see him back off at all. As he comes down the hill into the braking bumps, he dives to the inside, textbook through that tricky corner. He's got the 22 Honda machine in front of him right now, and Beaton is a man on a mission. He looks to be in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 position already.
Yeah.
He's got 3 guys right in front of him. He's going to make 2 of them pay right now. He's got 1 done as he go up into the back section.
So that's Bud, Reese Bud on the 22, just in front of Jed Beaton. So that's 4th and 5th, I think they'll be now, after they just passed through Riley Burgess. They're trying to make the move on the early leader and hole shotter, the 25 machine of Liam Jackson. Bud's got around him around the outside by the looks of it. He's going to have to hold that line tightly if he wants to, but Jackson can't stay there, and Beaton's going to follow Bud through there as well. So now up to 3rd and 4th in this moto. So interestingly enough, Reese Bud on the 250 in this 450 class, he's doing quite a good job. Obviously doesn't quite get the jump from the gate because of the lesser power side of things, but with Bud and Beaton together, it'll be interesting to see if Bud can stay with Beaton as this moto goes on and they make their way further forward in the pack. But the running order now, Holroyd out front on the 28, the 75 of Travis Olander, then it's going to be Reese Bud, the 22, and then the 14 of Jed Beaton as they run on track. But Beaton, last lap around, a 1:38.0. Man, your fastest man on track as they come over, and we'll get another update. Whoa, this time it was Reese Bud with a 1:37.6 going faster again. So that 250 is putting down some heaters.
Yeah, Beaton gets a little stuck as he dives to the inside here. So this is the first bit of resistance that he's seen on his mission to get to the front of this race. He's not quite able to move up on Bud just yet. Even though he's got the horsepower advantage, Reese is putting in an absolute stellar show to hold that beast off behind him. And if you've done any racing, you will know that that Yamaha, that CDR Yamaha, will be barking super loud. Reese will know exactly who it is and where he is at all times.
So just keeping an eye on our number 47 machine as well. We got second in our first moto. He's not actually very far up the order.
Beaton's just made the move on him, mate. Sorry to jump in, but Beaton has just made the move on Bud. He's gone past him on the straight, dove to the inside, and he has made the pass stick. He is now in 3rd position as he comes around our Kennard's higher corner into the whole shot graphics corner. He's been using this middle rut all morning, and he's going to dive to the inside again now. He is a man on a mission, wide open as he comes past his mechanic, waving a white towel around his head, hyping him up as they come through the rollers now. He's going to make a move for second. He's going to go high in that corner, run it wide, and up over the tabletops.
Oh, and just inside of Travis Olander goes Jed Beaton. That was pretty close looking from the angle we were watching that one on. But he's going to move into second is Jed Beaton, and he's going to flash to the top of the times as well with a 1:36.4. So he's into second position on track. Only one more rider to go, and that is the 28 of Cooper Holroyd, who's been holding down that top position for a couple of laps now. But I think Beaton's going to be trying to make a move on him very, very shortly. Bud's still sitting there in 4th position. He's going to try and look to get past Travis Olander here shortly as well.
Here goes the move, Dave. Here goes the move. He's diving to the inside. He gets blocked. He's out of options. He's going to try and put the heat down on him. He's looking backwards. There's a bit of pressure from behind. But
that was close from behind with with Travis there, almost coming together on the back of Beaton's bike. But
yeah, you watch how low he keeps this CDR Yamaha over these tabletops. He's significantly lower than anyone else and really driving down those down ramps to hold the pressure. He's going to go for an inside dive here now too.
And look at that rut that he just
made
used.
It work. That was unbelievable.
How low did he get in that line to make that turn possible? And he's gone straight to the lead.
There it is.
The number 14 now in the 1st position in our MX1 race after being down in that first corner, dead last. It's only taken him, what, 9 minutes or something to get to the front?
Look at the gap he's just put on them too, mate. Not only has he caught them,
but there goes Bud as well.
Yep, Bud's hanging on the back of him.
He's just gone and found his way into 2nd position. So now that those two guys are at the front, can Reese keep Jed Beaton in sight? Because he didn't get to have this opportunity in Moto 1. He had to come from a bit bad start. did Reese. Now that the two of them are 1 and 2 on track at the mid-moto point, let's see what Reese can do and if he can keep that CDR Yamaha inside.
Watch the lines these two take. So Beaton goes inside, Bud goes a bit further around. All four of those riders took really nice lines in there and drove themselves out of that corner cleanly and smoothly.
All right, so we got 1, 2. Now we're having a bit of a change here. Cooper Holroyd's just lost the position for third. Travis Oland has just taken it from him. So it's now Beaton, Bud and Olander is your top 3. Trying to keep an eye out for where Todd Waters is on our running order when the screen updates for our timing. And Todd is up to 6th position after a bit of a bad start. So Todd Waters is not going to feature in the overall at this point unless he keeps moving forward here. But Bud doing a good job keeping that 450 Yamaha inside of Beaton. He hasn't gotten away from him just yet, and this is probably a great chance for Reese Bud to test out how that new Honda ride is going for him.
Oh, he's stuffed up into that corner there by the whole shot graphics, mate. He didn't get the rut he wanted. It stood the bike up straight. He had to get on the brakes or at least off the power to straighten it back up again. So Reese Bud making a few small mistakes as he tries to hang on to the back of Beaton.
So we see them both take the very tight inside rut there in that National Motorcycle Lines corner, just trying to stay out of the deeper ruts later in that corner and shorten the track up as well. As we see him come and put another lap down over the finish line tabletop. Beaton, Bud, Olander, 1, 2 and 3. Bud right up high, almost up on the fence there. With that report that we had from you, Russ, earlier, he was right up to the top of that line there.
Mate, he's running on hopes and dreams up the top of that berm, mate, because there is nothing left of it at all. Here comes Todd Waters, mate, flying down the hill here into this corner on his 47 teed-up machine, looking to make a move to get around this other rider, and Todd looks like he is on a mission himself.
Well, that'll be Riley Burgess that he's trying to put a move on the 275 KTM.
He dives to the inside and gets that move done. Burgess gives him plenty of space to get through, and Todd now has a bit of clear track to catch the 28 machine.
Just keeping a good close look on our second position rider, the number 22 of Reese Bud on that Moto Coach Elite Racing Honda. He's definitely keeping Jed Beaton inside. The gap is only 1.5 seconds, and it's been pretty much this way since the two of them got to this 1 and 2 positions in our MX1 A and B Moto here at the ACT Motorcycle Club. So Beaton, as much as he probably had to work super hard to get these passes done early from being down in that first corner, might be just taking a little breather now that he got to the front. Maybe we'll see a bit more of a charge at the end and drop Reese Bud off, but at this stage, they're staying pretty close together.
The track crew are furiously trying to get some water down on this track to control the dust and to give these guys a bit of traction. As I'm seeing Beaton come down the hill into these braking bumps, he takes a mid-line there, gets a little bit held up. Bud probably does it a bit smoother, and the boys are still going pretty hard. The gap seems to have stabilised between those two. But where is Mr. Waters? Down the hill he comes now. He chooses the high outside line there, which is definitely a safe move. Gives you great drive into that Motorcycle New South Wales corner. Up over the tabletop and around towards the Risen Unlimited corner. Bud now dealing with a few back markers as he tries to keep the gap held between him and Bud. I don't see any blue flags out just yet. There we go, a few marshals got the blue flags out, letting them know that there is a freight train coming behind them.
Reese just trying to navigate those lap riders as well, trying to keep Jed inside as those riders get between the two of them and sort of block them out. It's difficult trying to make those moves when the two of them are fairly close together, but the riders get between them and maybe don't realise that there's a battle going on that they're not a part of. But we watch Beaton as he goes through those rollers. He's actually gone to the middle of that corner this time. Bud to the very inside that he's been using now for a couple of laps. They are still very much close together. I said it was 1.5 seconds. The last time past it was 2.3, but I feel like that's tightened back up again. We'll see here just a second as they come over the finish line. Yeah, it's under 2 second gap, so it's pretty much the same for the last 4 or so laps here in this moto. We've got about 4 minutes to go, plus a lap. Beaton had a challenge. He didn't have this one all his own way, and it's still got pressure from Reece Budd here late in the moto. It's great to see these two pros out here battling it out. They're on, CDR Yamaha is one of our top factory teams here in Australia. He's here for the state titles, and he's getting challenged by that new Honda Moto Coach Elite Racing team of Reece Budd. So awesome to see how this is all playing out here in the Australian capital.
Todd Waters hanging it out as he pushes super hard. Coming around that turn 1, the bike was right sideways for him, which is not something we're used to seeing. Down around the Kennards corner, got a little bit loose as well. He's moved into the back section now. I think that's a sign that he is pushing super hard to try and make this gap up. He's got a clean bit of track to make it up to the bloke in front of him, and he is throwing down right now.
All right, that's Nathan Brocktrop just getting past there by the leader, going a lap down. Now
Todd has dropped it. Todd Waters coming in to the other National Motorcycle Alliance banner over the back section behind the start gate. He's asked far too much out of that front tyre, and it has let go on him. He's washed the front, binned the bike. Now he's picked it up. He hasn't lost any positions, but that's really going to hurt him as far as time goes.
We see Beaton up and over the finish line. There's Budd, just still pretty much the same gap, 1.7. There's nothing in this race here. I wonder if Beaton is just pacing himself through these last few minutes of the moto just to not get that heart rate too elevated so that he can, run away at the end. Maybe just keeping Reece just on the tether. But look at how close they are now. Budd right to the rear wheel of Beaton here late in this moto. I think Reece has got some extra incentive to get this one done here. If he beats Jed out of a moto win here, this would be pretty impressive for the little 250 Honda.
Beaton dealing with a little bit of lap track in front of him. The lapper does move aside. Checking where he is as far as Reece Budd is concerned as well. They both move forward into it, but there is a few lap riders coming up that they're going to have to deal with again.
All right, look at how close this race is at the front of our MX1 A and B grade. This doesn't get much better. 1 and 2 right inside of each other. The 14 and the 22. Jed Beaton, one of the biggest names in Australian motocross scene, leading this race with Reece Budd right on his tail. As we get to the closing stages of this moto, we've got about a minute to go before they're going to see the last lap board. So they're probably not going to get it this time past, but they're going to be about 2 laps to go here. The pace is hot still. They're running very good times here. Beaton's best lap time is a 136.4, but they're still at the 137 range, both of them punching out 137s like they're nothing.
What are we seeing out of Todd Waters, mate? Give me a lap time on Big Toddy.
We'll check that one as it scrolls back around. Give me 2 seconds. So Todd Waters is doing 148 as on the last lap around. Obviously, that was when he went down that you mentioned, so I'm not sure about his previous lap times, but that last one, not so good.
Our race leaders have come around, mate. The gap is exactly where it was before. Beaton still out in front and Budd on the chase. It is really impressive that Budd has not fallen off the back, being that he's only on the 250 versus Beaton on the 450.
It's really, this is a solid ride for Reece Budd. I mean, he's had some good rides in his past, but he's had a couple of rough years with some injuries, not being super comfortable on different teams that he's been with. But he's here now, putting this together, new ride with the Honda, looking strong as chasing down this CDR Yamaha 450. That against his little 250, this ride is going to fill Reece with a lot of confidence for the season ahead. And if he can get past this lap rider without too much issue, which he does, he's just got to try and keep that toe with Jed Beaton for these last little couple of laps here. And maybe he can sneak something out here and get past Beaton. But Beaton's just maybe got the biggest gap that he's had so far just with that lap rider. He's just sort of snuck just a tiny bit away, and I would say it's probably only a 3-second gap, but that's probably the biggest one that we've had so far through this moto for Jed Beaton so far.
He's definitely opened up a slight gap, mate, as he chooses the outside coming into that tabletop, and Budd goes for the inside. Beaton now coming over the finish line jump. The next rider in front of him is Brandon Steele, the number 23 on the Moto Coach Honda team, for Beaton to put a lap down. This is going to be good for Beaton because he's now lapping into some of the faster riders. So I think it's going to help him really start to put a bit of a quicker lap time in, if that's even possible. The guy is on fire, but he's got some faster guys to kind of deal with here. The blue flag is out for Brandon Steele as Jed Beaton comes around on the 14 machine and fires it up into the back section. He chooses the inside lower line, as does Bud, as they head down to the back tabletops. It's very dusty. Vision is becoming a bit of an issue down there. And that's Todd Waters going past me in the background, working really hard to make up for that drop that he did earlier. He's choosing some really interesting lines. I think he might be... Yeah, he's choosing the insides here, just trying to carve his lap times down a little bit. I dare say his heart rate was up pretty high before. As he goes into the back section, he's choosing to rail the bottom of the bank and hit that tabletop at full speed.
All right, we're just keeping an eye on Jed Beaton on our front man. Getting a good drive through those rollers, but Reese Budd is very much right on his tail still. He's actually closed that back up, that gap that sort of expanded there on that last lap around. He's definitely closing it up again, but we're getting the checkered flag right now. The race is done. Beaton, after being down in that first corner, going to get the job done with that moto win. So that's 1-1 for him on the day. For Reese Budd, that's second. That's an awesome second position there for that Honda rider. He is going to go 3-2 on the day to probably get second overall. So well done to him. And we're just looking for our third place rider, which should be the 75 of Travis Olander, but he is quite a bit further back. And here he is, come just over the line now. So that will be third place for the 75 of Travis Olander. Now, Russ, you've got our moto winner, I believe.
Yeah, mate, I'm standing here with Mr. Jed Beaton on his CDR Yamaha, mate, his Monster Energy CDR Yamaha machine. Mate, that was a hell of a race. We really enjoyed seeing everything going on there, mate. Give me a little bit of your feelings on how that went for you.
Yeah, obviously went down in the start. I think I was like, 2 or 3 going into the corner, and just hit someone's back wheel and went down, and then tried to regroup from there and get back up to the front. But the track is real sketchy and edgy today, so sort of had to be a little bit careful and, take your time where you were going to pass someone and all that. So, didn't feel like I had the greatest flow out there. The track was, edgy as, so, just all in all, good to get a few gate drops in and, go again.
Last to first, mate, no matter where you do that, that is always impressive to do. Just to have the composure to keep yourself together, to pick the bike up, know that you're dead last and push all the way to first. This machine looks like it's working really, really well, mate. Tell me a little bit about your setup and what you guys have done to have it performing so well here today.
Obviously it's just all to do with the pre-season testing that we put in, and the bike feels really good, but on a track like this, it's really... You don't have a perfect bike for this sort of setup, so we'll go back and analyse these last races that we've done. I've done this one, and we done one at Wonthaggi, and try and make a step forward again before we get racing with the Nationals. So looking forward to it.
Awesome, mate. Congratulations. That was a hell of a race. Well done.
Looks good, eh?
Ken Earth.
What was that, love?
I said Ken Earth.
All done, girls. Happy? Ken Oath, all right.
From big jobs to even bigger jobs, get the Ken Oath feeling.
The 2026 New South Wales Motocross State Titles, presented by Whole Shot Graphics, Kennard's Hire, Risen Unlimited, National Motorcycle Alliance, Skywalker Studios, Westpac Rescue Helicopter Service, Black Dog Institute.
Own it, now get it, you got it. Click, click. Click, click. Ooh, what a view, look at you, looking real smooth. Ooh, what a view, look at you, zoom, zoom, zoom. Ooh, what a view, look at you, looking real smooth. Ooh. Click, click, zoom.
I'd say at least 50-50. A lot of on-the-bike training is sort of, if I'm not feeling not too good, I'll do ruck training and sort of a lot of skills work, which I know a lot of people normally don't do, but I think that's a big part of everything. And then, yeah, obviously off-the-bike training is just as big. So.
Off the bike, I'm probably spend 2-3 days a week in the gym. And on the bike, pretty much every afternoon. There's many chances I can get. Train, yeah.
I used to train a lot on the bike. Now I don't do much. I never did cross-train as a young man when I was riding in my early 20s, with more bike time. Where now I sort of just do running, cycling, swimming. And I do that for more discipline than anything, not so much for the bikes. I just enjoy riding the bikes, and that happens to help it, but I don't go out specifically training for bikes, motocross. I enjoy racing my bikes, that's why I'm here.
On the bike, I probably spend a week up to maybe 5 hours a week on bike, and then off bike I try to spend about an hour a day, an hour, 2 hours each day.
Oh, look, I'd say I'd spend more time off the bike than on the bike, just due to my job. When I ride, I try and spend at least a whole day or 2 days riding when I can, but yeah, just 4 or 5 days a week in the gym. Just have a PT and stuff like that, but yeah, other than that, just more on the gym than on the bike.
Off the bike I probably spend 3 to 4 hours a week, and on the bike around 6, 7.
Looking good, eh?
Keno, what do you think, Nonna? Gentleman to the cane.
Hey, boss. Kenneth sorted it. All good?
Kenneth.
From big jobs to even bigger jobs, get the Keno feeling.
Kenneth.
Kennards make your job easy.
All right, we are back at ACT Motorcycle Club, getting ready for our next race, which will be our MX1C grade. This will be their Moto 2 for the day. We'll be looking for another good start from the 220 of Kobe Wise. He got the whole shot. He was the Moto winner. He was also the fastest qualifier today for this class, so we'll see how he goes. But there's going to be a bit of a track condition changes here. We've seen a few blokes with the hoses out, trying to get some water into this track because it is starting to dust up just a little bit. But the gates, the board's gone over, the gates are about to drop. We're going to be away here. Got a nice long hold on that start there for the C graders as they shoot to this first corner. There's a Stark on the inside, that's the 53, but it looks to be the 972 of Maverick Welsh Ross getting the whole shot in this particular class. We'll see. There's Kobe Wise, the 220 on the Yamaha, having a good run as well on the inside, but it looks like that Stark has found some good pace down that second straight to get that lead of the moto. And that is Seth Hardman out front, but he just run right off the edge of the track. And, oh, there's a big crash on the finish line as well. We've got a number of riders down. The 74 is one of them. That's Joel Bird. He's holding his elbow, unfortunately. We've got the 105, I think it is, down as well. That's Cody Scutz. And there's another rider there that's still trying to get moving. So we'll see if they can get up and get off the track here. But Not a good start to the moto for these couple of guys. We've got a broken goggle strap for one of our riders who I can't see the number on because he's facing the wrong way and his bike's upside down. It's the 177 of Adam Beck, so he's going to maybe have to have a bit of a DNF here. He's got to fix up the visor and get some goggles sorted out. But back to the front, our leader is the 220 of Kobe Wise. So despite all that commotion, the moto winner from the first one has found his way to the front. In second position is the 808. That's Lee Harriman there, trying to keep that Moto 1 winner of Kobe Wise in sight as they head down the back there, that short little tabletop into these deep ruts of this left-hander. Harriman just having a little bit of a struggle. Same with the 387 there, that's Stephen 1. He's a bit loose, Stephen. I've seen him a couple of times get out of shape, giving it a bit too much throttle at times, and he's just looking a bit that same way just then as we caught him on camera. But here is Kobe Wise on the Yamaha, doing a good job out front, looking nice and clean and tidy in that gear set that's purple. Goes well with that blue bike, actually, and that underclass gear that he's got going on. Up and over the tabletop through the middle of our track here. Now the finish line jump has been cleared. By the looks of it, all of our riders that were down there on that opening lap are off and up and going, so that's a good sign. So first lap in the books here for our MX1 C grade as they come over the finish line. Now obviously we've got a bit of a mix up there with Adam Beck. He was one of the riders that was down on that first lap. It's just the timing sitting there with him as number 1, but it's not the case. It is the 220 of Kobe Wise and Lee Harriman in second, Stephen Wand in third, Seth Clark in fourth, and Maverick Welsh Ross, the hole shotter, he's dropped to fifth at this point of the moto. Early days in this MXC1 run for Moto 2. As we see Kobe bounce off that wall. Plenty of riders been doing that all weekend, trying to keep their momentum up as they drive down the hill, trying to keep pace with all of the track here. Now, Kobe got the best lap so far in that opening lap with a 150. So C grade is running a much different pace to that 135, 37 pace that we just saw in the A graders, with Jed Beaton and Reese Budd running a hot pace through that moto there for Moto 2. Be eager to see what Reese Budd can do when he comes out for the MX2 race in just a little while here. As we see the 387, that's Stephen getting nice and loose on what looks to be his YZ 252 stroke. Just chattering around there across all the bumps and banging it on the exit, getting it sideways. As we see Kobe just carrying the front as best he can through those rollers, just to keep the bike light, make it float through there on a nice straight trajectory, hopefully. And there's Lee Harriman, the 808 in the second position. As we see another lap go in the books for Wise on that 220 machine. How high does he get up the bank here? Nah, not too bad. Probably mid-pack there, mid-track, as he shoots down the hill. Past our stationary cam, here comes Lee Harriman, second position. Taking a nice wide line through there. Stephen Wand trying to get a bit closer to the back of that second position for Harriman there in the back of that shot as well. Now a couple of lines there now developed in that corner. There's that middle rut that goes right around smoothly, or somewhat smoothly, around that inside roller. That inside rut has started to get a nice hole at the end of it that some of the guys have been jumping into. There is our 177 Kawasaki Adam Beck just up circulating. He's got things sorted out after that crash on the opening lap on the finish line tabletop, so good to see him up and moving. Get some nice action there. Good style from the 220. That is Beck there, just circulating. Not at the greatest of pace, but he's up and circulating, so good for him. The 808, here is Harriman, second position on the YZ. Just making his way around Beck. Now, we seem to have gapped a bit further back now because Stephen Wand was coming in towards this race. There he is, so he's not quite as close as I thought he was getting, but he's definitely running that loose edge top of that berm. Having a look at the dam on the other side of it. He might end up in there if he's not careful. And he makes his way past Beck. And we just see Harriman just getting a little bit hung up there as he tried to get through the middle of that corner to get a run at the rollers. where he caught a bit of a rut there, just sending himself in a bit of a funny angle. Wise in that Kennard's High final corner, putting another lap in the books. Still turning a reasonable lap time. He's in the 152s at the moment. For this Moto 2, that's not a bad time for the C-Class guys. As we see Harriman go past our screen. Here comes one, that 252 stroke, just bouncing around a bit as he comes down the hill and through those braking bumps. Maybe it's just his setup that's a bit loose in terms of the suspension not coping well on this track. As we see Harriman finding that dry section of the track now. It's gotten really shiny and baked out there. It's going to have a few blue tyre marks on it. And same just here as they pitch out to the bank, pivot off of it, jump down the hill. Wise has got some nice little style on that middle step up. As he navigates through those ruts. It's very dry now in this National Motorcycle Alliance corner there. It's at the bottom part of our circuit. Just taking that inside rut. It's probably not the, you can see on the exit there some of the holes that he's had to navigate through from that inside rut. Maybe I don't know if there's a good line on the exit of that at all, but it didn't look that smooth for the leader as he went through that section that time around. Popping up and over next to our start gates there. Ooh, bit of a dab of the foot, bit of a twitch in the front. Didn't have the front completely planted as he tried to pivot that bike through that corner. He's taken that rut, not completely the inside rut that we saw the MX1 A and B guys using. There seemed to be another rut just inside of that was even closer to those track markers that Bud and Beaton were favouring at some points throughout that previous moto. Now Wise just actually looks like he's kind of cruising around with a 6.8 second lead over Harriman at this point. So doing the smart thing, just making sure he gets around this track nice and easy. Don't do anything stupid, as they say, and just navigate his way to the end. Maybe you can get out the Google Maps and just navigate nicely, find the good route, avoid the traffic jams as he goes for this Moto 2 here in the C-grade class of MX1. That Risen Unlimited corner looks terrible, but everyone's still got to battle through it. He's getting up high on the bank, trying to get through those acceleration bumps. Now Wise has been supported by the Southern Highlands Motorcycle Centre. Underclass being that gear that he's rocking. You see the UC on the chest. That's the underclass. I believe that's an Australian company actually. LMY Constructions, MCD Racing, Thrive Horticulture, Wise and Sons Earthworks. So maybe he's a bit of a familiar guy. Maybe we should get him out on the Earthworks if he's part of that Wise and Sons. Maybe he could do some track maintenance out here and sort out some of this track. There's some equipment there that we've got for the track. Get himself sorted out on a smooth line at some point. Harriman still holding down that second position there as he shoots into the whole shot graphics corner. Both these riders just doing a steady race at the front, trying to stay out of as many of those ruts and bumps as they possibly can. Don't need to do anything dumb just to get this one home. We've got about 5 minutes plus a lap left in this particular moto. See that probably the nicest, smoothest run through that National Motorcycle Alliance berm up in the middle top section of our track. Nicely up and over the finish line tabletop. As we see Wise back on screen taking that second inside rut, standing on the pegs just to keep the bike light, let it work through there, use the suspension over those bumps that are going to be right through the middle of those ruts now. Easily up and over our tabletop here on the backside of the circuit. Watching the bike just chatter along over those bumps. There's a little crest there. Oh, we've got a down rider here in the whole shot graphics. That's the 31 machine. It's Ryan Johnson, Edge Air supporting him and Kawasaki mounted. Obviously got a bit cross-rutted in that whole shot graphics corner. Easy to do at this point in the day. Back to our leader, Kobe Wise. Not as much style that time. Still a little bit of angle and attitude on that bike, but not as much as we've seen on a couple of the other laps. Maybe we'll keep an eye on him on the last lap through that section. He might get it a bit upside down if he has the has the chance. We see him just cruising through, still liking that second rut there, but you can see he had to overbalance himself because he wanted to drift out wide on him on the exit of that corner. Wise just cruising through this section. Still turning reasonable time. He's not dropped off the pace too much. He's done a 1:54 as his last lap time. We're at about the 10-minute mark, so, or at least that was for the last time through. Now here he comes. He's going to go up and over this middle tabletop. Just a lap rider there waving at him. Oh, that's the Stark, the 53 of Seth Hardman, who had the good start and then decided to jump off the side of the track for some unknown reason on the opening lap of the race. And looks like he might actually be done here. Just pulling off the side of the track is Seth Hardman. Not sure what his plan is there, but he's not continuing on at this point in time. He's just stopped at the top near the exit there of the track. As we see Harriman just pop through our screen there, past the stationary cam. Oh, bit of a dab. Had a look over, did Kobe Wise. Trying to check out where second place was, see how much room he had. Wasn't paying attention, probably pushed the front in that rut and just had to dab the foot to keep the bike upright. Luckily he managed to keep that one upright and keep moving forwards. So as he shoots down the bottom of the circuit, he's got a couple of lap riders in front of him. And he will be just, oh, those ruts at the start of those jump sections, not the easiest to navigate. He's got to get past the 7 here. That's Dylan Foley. Dylan's supported by Native Concepts and Fraser Motorcycles. So he's got past him. Next one on the list is a Kawasaki. The 144, that's Lachlan Day. A2B Trailer Service Pro Haul. He's gone a lap down now. Has Lachlan. Kobe doing a good job just getting through these lap riders without too much hassle. Not really having to get too aggressive with anyone. With a yellow flag out here, there might be a down rider somewhere nearby. There is, just at the end of the roller section on the entry to the National Motorcycle Alliance corner. You're going to see them pop in the screen. They're just behind the tree there, out of sight. But there goes Kobe. There's the down rider. So I'm not sure if that's... Oh, that's the 105. Again, Cody Schutz is just down. He's been down a few times today. Not having the best ride is Cody. But another lap in the books for Kobe Wise. Having another look over just to see where that second position is. He's got a good 7.5 second gap over Lee Harriman, so no need to get crazy here and push too hard for Kobe. Just keep a nice steady pace. He's doing a second or just under a second faster a lap the last time around, so still just continuing to build that gap is Kobe Wise over Lee Harriman. Let's give an update on the rest of the running order. Stephen Wand is still holding down third on the 387. The 14 of Seth Clark is in fourth. Our whole shotter for this moto, the 972 Maverick Welsh Ross, is in fifth. Lynn is 583. Lincoln Gwynn on the GCF Contractors Husqvarna is currently in sixth. Jake Herbert on the 64 is in seventh. In eighth is the 11 of Maclay Brownlee. And then the 9th is the 31 of Ryan Johnson. And in 10th, the 191 of Patrick Nicholas as we run at the moment. And then, in 11th, I'm going to make a shout because it's my favourite number, the 127 of Jack Richard. All right, Harriman on screen there, just navigating that corner, trying to stay out of that rut as best he can. He seems to have a reasonable line sweeping through that corner. As we can see some of the water still going down from the officials. There's third place, the 387 of Stephen Wand. Still just looks like that bike just bounces around a little bit. It's probably a little bit low in the rear, if anything, looking at it. The front looks rather tall. The back gets rather low. Maybe he's got this sag set down low. He likes to chop it outfield. If he got it up a little bit higher, it might help him be a bit more stable and turn in a bit better. But he's definitely sitting low as he's going through that corner in the rear there. Let's watch him through the rollers. Yeah, look, he's using that completely through the stroke on the rear end of that YZ250 through the rollers there. Probably needs a little bit more hold up on that bike through that roller section, does Stephen. we can probably put you in touch with like someone like Technic Motorsports, Stephen, if you need some suspension work or something. So give me a call. I've got it on our Always Moto podcast. All right, Stephen still continuing on here. YZ250. Who's Stephen got listed with him? Oh, I don't actually have any sponsors for Stephen. Oh, mate. Could have given you a shout out to the sponsors. All right, carrying on here. Through and up over the tabletop. Good line there over the outside. He's going to run the wide line around that top berm there. Here's our leader again, Kobe Wise. Now we are on the last lap, so this will be the last time through this track for Kobe Wise in the C-grade MX1 class. Just got to navigate a couple of corners here to get the job done. Having a good look over, make sure he's not under pressure. Make sure he hasn't slowed down too much. He does have 8.6 seconds the last time they went past the finish line over second position, so he's got time to cruise here. Just needs to safely navigate through the whole shot graphics corner, and he will be your winner. And if he gets this moto win, he'll have a perfect day. He'll have the fastest qualifier, first moto win, second moto win. All he missed out on was the second moto whole shot because he got the whole shot in Moto 1. But doesn't matter, he's going to be the #1 overall for the day. Here he comes through the middle of the track, over the middle tabletop. One corner to go into the Kennards Hire finish line corner. And here he is. There's the checkers out on the finish line tabletop. That's your winner, the 220 Kobe Wise in C-grade MX1. All right, we might take a chance here because the field's felt rather spread out. There's the 808 getting in second, Lee Harriman. We'll take a quick break here on our coverage before we come back to our next race, which will be the 13 to 16 years 250cc category.
Looks good, eh?
10 O's.
What was that, love?
I said 10 O's.
Well done, girls. Happy? Ken Oath, all right.
From big jobs to even bigger jobs, get the Ken Oath feeling.
The 2026 New South Wales Motocross State Titles, presented by Whole Shot Graphics, Kennards Hire, Risen Unlimited, National Motorcycle Alliance, Skywalker Studios, Westpac Rescue Helicopter Service, Black Dog Institute.
The Westpac Rescue Helicopter is here for our community. And this holiday season, we will be ready to respond 24/7. Please stay safe, and thank you for your support. To donate or for more information, visit rescuehelicopter.com.au or call 1800 155 155.
Right to talk, yep. All right, just getting some lovely shots of Canberra. That's actually the Telstra Tower that I found out has actually become abandoned recently in the last few years. They are not occupying that. I remember going in that as a kid. But we've got some of the cool shots of Canberra. Actually, last night went to what they have called Enlighten Canberra, where they're lighting up some of the buildings around the Parliament area. They lit up Old Parliament House, they lit up the new Parliament House, and a kind of a bit of a vivid Sydney sort of theme going on down there with this Enlighten Canberra. And they had a whole food truck venues and everything going on, so good to check that out at the moment. But our next race is the 13 to 15 years 250cc. They're on the gate, it's down, they're away, they're heading to this first corner. Let's see how it all plays out. Couple running wide there, everyone seems to be up and going. The 99 with his hand up, I think it was, because he might have cut the corner there, just letting everybody through. But the man that's going to get the whole shot is the number 8, who won our first moto, who was our fastest qualifier. He's got the whole shot. It's Rafael Rossiter. He's going to lead this field through, up and over the finish line for the first time. The 32 is in second position. That's Joby Dunn. He's actually got number 3 in the timing, so we'll see what happens. Actually, they've changed him, have they? They've got him to... No, it's the 32 of Paul Refalio. We've got to write it down as well. Oh, is that Rossiter? We've lost the leader in that first turn there after the finish line jump. So we're going to have to see. He's obviously not having a good time there in that one. He's up, wandering back to the bike. He's going to have a bit of work to do if he wants to get into this one. So our leader is now the 32, I believe, once we pick this shot back up and we can see the numbering. It is the 32, and that will be Paul Refalo, I believe, out front with the lead now of this 13 to 16 years 250cc, and it is the number 3. Just behind him is Job Dunn, trying to get to the lead. He was very fast in our opening moto, but came from a long ways back and couldn't catch up to the leader. So now that our Moto 1 winner has gone down early, he's got the chance to take the opportunity to get this overall, as he takes the lead now on that YZ. Does Job, and he's on the GYTR Yamaha Junior Race Team, so he's got some good support here, and he's putting this to work, and he's going to have a good lead. What's happened there? I think we've lost another one of our riders. We might have lost our leader, second leader there, the 32, which it looks like we have, because we've now got a different number in there, which might be the 360, if I'm not mistaken. But we'll have to check that in a second when they all come across the finish line here. Yeah, it is the 360 of Braden Grace Lovelace. He was out leading early in one of our earlier motos of the day, so he's found himself in second. I think we managed to lose Paul Refalo there at some point in this lap, who was in the lead, then was in second, and yeah, I've just seen him coming through mid-pack, so things have changed up quickly here as we see Job out front with a bit of a gap now over Lovelace. There's a battle going on for third, and I believe that's Chase Sherlock and Tyson Williams. Tyson getting that third position in the Moto 1, so he's looking to get himself back in the mix here. Trying to take the inside line is Tyson. Not quite close enough to make that stick at this point as they head down the hill. As we see them battling there, Tyson's going to try and keep this YZ nice and low. Throws it sideways, shifts it down a gear, I saw in the air there. Going to run this wide and try and carry some speed to get up close to that third position. So Sherlock just holding on to that third position for the moment. Tyson trying to get a run. And we get him. He's going to go all the way around the outside here. He's going to try and make this. Oh, that got done. Somehow Tyson Williams managed to go through the middle of the corner still with Sherlock just the rut inside of him and go around the outside and close him off. So nice riding there from Tyson Williams. He's now up to third, so he's chasing down Grace Lovelace for second position because he's right all over the back of him as well. So I have to see if Tyson can get this one as well. But at the moment at the front, Job is disappearing out of sight. He has got a 9-second lead early in this moto. So Tyson's going to have to try and put the move on Lovelace and see if he can catch into the exiting, or quickly exiting, number 3 machine on that Yamaha of Job. As we see Tyson just battling through that inside rut, up the hill there, get right to the back wheel of the 360 Husky, who just lost some traction on the exit of that corner. Let Tyson get even closer. We're just getting word there's a rider down at the end of our track too, the 99 machine, which will be Cade Tipper. Unfortunately, looks like he's having some bike issues or something's wrong because he's not happy with himself. But he is not moving anywhere just at the moment. The gap has just opened up a little bit, but the boys are throwing it sideways over that middle step up. Lovelace, then Williams, but they've just got a little bit of breathing room between second and third at the minute. And we've got our man Russ down on the start line there, looking at what's happening for the next moto. So we might be having a little chat as this moto continues on here. And the battle's just simmered off for a second. So Russ, who have you got, mate?
Mate, I'm standing down here on the start line, watching a few of the riders prep their gate. What I wanted to talk about was not only just the start straight that we've been talking a lot about today, but how the riders actually choose to prep their gates. If you look behind me on that camera shot, you'll see a lot of them kicking the ground. They're prepping their little spot for their bike to go. So obviously the gate pick is a result of your race results, from the winner obviously getting preference all the way down. All the way down. So all these guys get to choose their gate as their race results finish, and then what they're looking for is they're looking for a rut that they like the look and the feel of. Now, what happens over the course of the day, being a dirt start, is the ruts start to change. So there's some ruts here with a bit of a kink in them. There's some that are a bit straighter, there's some that are deeper, and some that are more shallow. So the riders are going to try and do what they can. Now, there's a fair few rules around what they're allowed to do, but within what they're allowed to do, they're going to try and prep it as best they can to give them the biggest advantage. You'll also see some silver, black, and even timber blocks. These are starting blocks for the riders to use, especially these shorter guys that can't get tippy toes to the ground and hold the bike up ready for the start gates to drop. So a lot of thought and action goes into prepping these starts gates to give them the best possible start on our ACT motorcycle track here today.
It's a good update there from Russ down on the start line, but as we were just watching on the camera as he was chatting through that start position, and we had a bit of a bump there, but we had a change for position on the track. So Tyson Williams was able to get through to second, but we just saw Tyson and Braden Grace Lovelace come together there at one point. I think they're still up and going, but they might have just re-changed positions after what I just saw just as the camera's cut away. And it looks like it has meant that Lovelace has got back into second position. Williams has just dropped to third after tangling with him. So there's going to be a bit of a push here again to see if Tyson can get back to that position. He's probably got a bit of aggression coming up after what happened there. He's having a look back as well. He's just looking down at his bike, wondering if something maybe he lost the rear brake, getting bumped there when they ran into each other. Maybe he thinks he's got a flat. Things look okay as he goes past us here at the commentary box, but we'll see how he plays out. But he has got some company just behind him. The 259 of Joshua McCloskey is also there in fourth, so he's not too far back. And then we've got a couple of riders all just close there, all in the screen. So it's not over just yet for this battle for second and third and fourth and fifth as we continue on here in the 13 to 16 years 250cc race. We see that Risen Unlimited corner. They're coming out of there. That's where the pass was done before for Tyson, but he's now back into that third position. So we've got Tyson just coming, trying to get back into this battle here in third. We're going to drop back down to Russ. We've got Russ on the gates. He's going to have a quick chat with a couple of the guys that are down there on the starting line getting ready for MX2 A and B race coming up next.
Mate, I've got Boydie down here. He's someone that's prepped probably the most amount of bikes, I reckon, on this starting grid here today. There's a lot of bikes with your stickers on them, mate. First of all, how are you doing? And tell me how we're going with bike setup for this track here today.
We've had a pretty good weekend. It's been a bit challenging. The track's got some rough, deep ruts, but rough corner entries, and it's getting quite slick. So the setup's a bit different come each race. We've been fiddling and playing all weekend long, really.
Mate, absolutely. Your bikes are doing really good. We've seen a lot with the Boyd's Moto Racing Team sticker on it. Underneath your truck there is, I don't know how many bikes, mate. I had to take my boots off to keep the count going. But what's the key to a bike setup for this track here today? What's one thing that you really need to get right?
I mean, it all depends on the rider, but what we've been trying to do is get enough hold up in the forks for those faster corner entries, but have it soft enough to handle those chattery bumps.
It doesn't seem like it's a big horsepower track, right?
No, I mean, because it's slick and slippery, we've had to work on keeping the bike smooth and being able to get that power to the ground actually today. So, bit different.
Yeah, absolutely, mate. Best of luck with it out there. Your team's looking great.
Thanks, mate.
Nice check in there from Russ on the start line with Matt Boyd of Boyd's Motorcycle Surgery. Boyd, like we just said, he's probably got the most bikes prepped out here. He's got his own truck now that he's bringing to the events and looking after a lot of the riders here for their race day needs and bike prep needs. So if you need some help with that side of things, check out Matt Boyd and the Boyd's Motorcycle Surgery. As this race continues on here in the 13 to 16 years 250cc, it's the number 3 machine out in front, and that's Job Dunn on that GYTR Yamaha junior race team. He's leading this one. We're coming down to the end here. We've got a minute plus a lap to go, so probably where he is on track in that Kennard's high corner. We've probably got 2 laps to go in this race, but he's looking good out front. Here's Job, just using the middle of the track there. He doesn't go up high, up to the fence like we've seen lots of riders doing as they're trying to carry more speed. Just seeing out of the corner mile 2 out of the com box, that 99 machine is still getting pushed off the track finally. And obviously a bit of a mechanical there that's caused that one for Cade Tipper. Hopefully he can get that thing sorted out, but it's Ausdig maintenance supported, HMS, TNT paint and panel, Yamaha. Unfortunately, Cade not finishing this moto here, Moto 2 of the day for this class. So just as this one's coming to a close here, we've only got a lap and a half to go, but we're going to quickly check in with Russ again on the start line. He's got Reese Budd, I believe.
Mate, I'm standing here next to Reese, and dude, the performance you put in just earlier, chasing, beaten down, hanging off the back of him, the 450 versus 250, mate, super impressive, especially knowing that you haven't actually got that much time on this bike. Tell me a little bit about hanging off the back of beaten there on that last race.
Yeah, look, it's definitely pretty cool. Like, I feel like he was taking it a little bit easy, but look, overall, I just felt super comfortable on the track. It's really good. My bike's working great, so I think that's the biggest thing. I feel good. My bike feels good, so you put those two together and you get performances like that. So yeah, look, it's nothing special. Still got another race to here, so we're just going to focus on a good start and hopefully battle with the boys again.
Mate, and that's definitely not just team talk, because for you to be able to push that hard to hang on to the back of him, you must be feeling comfortable on the bike, mate. Well done. Congratulations. We're loving watching you out there.
All right, we've got the last lap board out here for the number 3 machine of Job Dunn. He's got 1 to go here. Now we're going to try and check in. He's got a decent gap on second position. Now I think that battle is raging because I can see Tyson Williams and Grace Lovelace in that last corner at Kennard's High, just battling right next to each other, trying to pass each other back and forth here. So we'll see how much they got going here, because this is the battle for second position as we go down the hill towards our stationary camera. The second and third battle is raging here on that last lap. And they just got Jot out of screen there. So there's nothing between the two. The timing says it's half a second. It looks like less than that as they shoot up the hill there. You can see him battling to get through the ruts. Williams on the inside looking to make a move, but Lovelace just holds his speed through the middle of the corner. Here goes Williams on the inside, but Lovelace again gets a better drive out of that corner. Holds on to second in this moto for the time being as they head down the hill. Head to those 3 tabletops for this last lap of the 13 to 16 years junior lights 250cc race. Ken Tyson put in another effort here. He's had to come back to get to this point. He was in there. He did make the pass, but then there's some contact happened a couple laps ago. Lost his track position, did Tyson. He's had to battle back. He's going to dive to the inside here. But again, Lovelace taking the better line, getting a better drive out of it, and just riding straight past Tyson on the exit of the corner. We're running out of time here. A couple of corners to go. Through the whole shot graphics corner goes the second and third position riders. They're crisscrossing, trying to find the best position for themselves to make the move. Is Tyson or for Lovelace to try and hold him at bay as they head to the rollers. Tyson's got a good run here. He's going around the outside, but I think that was a good move from Lovelace, just closing off the line. Williams a shot to the inside. Can he block him on the exit? Get up and over this tabletop. He's taken the position as they head to the Kennard's High corner. He's going to have to close it out here. Can he keep that line protected? He does so far, and it's going to be Tyson Williams stealing second position from Brandon Lovelace at the very depth of that moto. So we're going to have the number 3 of Job Dunn getting the win there. We're going to have Tyson Williams on the 169 getting second, and the 360 of Brendan Grace Lovelace getting in third. Oh, tight finish there for the end of that one. Russ, are you still down there on the start, mate?
Mate, I am, as the bikes just start to fire up and get ready for this next gate drop. Chatted to a few of the boys, having a look at some different setups there. It's a pretty full gate for this next one, mate. A lot of guys that can put it on the box. It's going to be a really interesting start and a great race.
All right, well, we might have a quick break here because there's a few riders still out on track before we get to the start of this MX2 A and B, because it's going to be an exciting one. So we'll be back shortly with a bit more coverage here from the ACT.
Looks good, eh?
Ken Earth.
What was that, love?
I said Ken Earth.
All done, girls. Happy? Ken Oath, all right.
From big jobs to even bigger jobs, get the Ken Oath feeling.
Kellogg's make your job easy.
All right, we're just looking at the drone footage. We're looking down onto our start straight. There's still some puddles on there despite the fact of how many races we've had go on through the day. But the next one up on the track will be a good one. It's the MX2 A and B grades, and we've got some massive names in this one. We had the moto win from the first moto going to the 53 machine of Dylan Walsh, which is a KTM Australia mounted rider. Second was the 21 of Ryder Kingsford, who actually led most of the moto but dropped off at the very end. And in third position was the 22 of Reese Budd, who had to fight his way through to get to that position. So we're looking for those 3 riders again now. Rush, you're down on the side of the track at this start, mate.
That's right, 5-second board just went down. Look for the gate drop. Here we go. Looks like the 22 machine potentially, or the 20 on the inside. No, it is going to be Bud on the 22 machine. Gets the whole shot and launches his Honda down those rollers. A few riders taking a bit of a tourist route there around the outside of the track.
What a bit of confidence can do for a man on a battle on a race bike. The 22 had an awesome moto in the MX1 class, chasing down Jed Beaton just probably half an hour or so ago, and he's then pulled the whole shot, the first one I've probably seen him do in quite some time. So he's feeling himself at this point out in front on that moto coaching elite racing Honda is Reese Budd. He's followed closely by Reed Taylor, who's made a move into second position. Our first moto winner is the 53 on that KTM. That's Dylan Walsh there in third position at the moment. But look at Reese Budd. He's trying to get away early here as he heads to the back side of the track. He's going to shoot down the hill from the middle there. He's getting himself out in front. This is the first time we've seen him lead today from the get-go, and this could put himself in a really good position for the overall in this class. We'll have to keep an eye on Reese. This is a long moto. These MX2 A and B motos, they are an 18 plus 1 minute race, so plenty of action yet to come here. We're very early on in the start of this Moto 2 for this class. As they head up the hill there towards our whole shot graphics corner, Bud just using the middle and then fading to the outside. Taylor in the background, Walsh using the inside, and there's Kate Kingsford in fourth. There's Ryder Kingsford in fifth, and Kobe Hantis on the 94 in sixth. So all of our heavy hitters are up the front here in this MX2 class. Plenty of action here. Most of these guys are going to be the front runners for this MX2 class of the Pro Nationals in a couple of weeks' time when it kicks off at Wonthaggi. And they're out here battling it out now in the New South Wales state titles. Bud showing everybody a clean set of heels at the moment. Up nice and high on the bank was Bud to shoot himself down the hill there towards our stationary cam. Same with Kingsford. Oh, that was Cade Kingsford up high. There goes Walsh. There goes Cade. Ryder, his brother, just behind him. There's Charlie Campbell on the start. Got a good start. Seth Birchall goes through. There's Rumans on the 44. The 74 of, I believe that is... No, that's Ryder. Matthew Taylor's there on the 74, but we're back to Bud out the front of this field here. Now, it's only a small gap. It's less than 2 seconds at the front, but in this field, that's a big distance at this stage of the race. So Bud looking the goods here. Putting together a nice opening few laps here. He's obviously found himself a groove. Getting super comfy with his new ride on this Honda. We know that this isn't his actual race spec bike either for the upcoming Nationals. We're talking to him in the pits earlier this morning. He's out on his practice bike, turning some laps here. They're still waiting on some components to finalise their Oz Pro MX setup. So hopefully whatever he's got here, this is going to be a great base for him to work from to try and build up even more out of this race bike for him. But what he's got here, he's doing a great job out front and keeping Jet beaten in that other MX-1 moto at inside there on the 450. So doing a great job, looking the goods with that black-red Fox gear that he's got going on as well as he heads into that Kennard's high corner. Oh, just a couple of kicks on the way out of that corner for Bud. Reed Taylor doing a solid job there in second position. He's on that race line, teed up Husqvarna team. Keeping Bud honest there. He's holding Dylan Walsh at bay as well, a KTM Australia mounted rider. Dylan, like I said, in Moto 1, he's back from his overseas adventures. He's done plenty of racing over in the US. He's done some racing in the UK. He's a New Zealander originally, but he's going to be racing all the Australian series this year. He came back at the end of last year with KTM Australia to do the Supercross and has decided to stick with this team through 2026 and do the entire Australian calendar. So you'll see plenty of Dylan Walsh this season as Bud getting it nice and sideways at the front of the pack there. Same with Reed Taylor over that middle step up. Walsh just behind him. Kate Kingsford not far back either. Ryder Kingsford's just off the back there in fifth. Not sure how he's doing after Moto 1 because he led the majority of that moto. Only lost the lead with like a lap or so to go. So whether he just faded back on energy there, not sure what the situation is with Ryder Kingsford today, but he was good. Oh, Walsh getting all sorts of sideways, lighting up that rear tyre out of that corner. He's trying to get the drive down, make a move on Reed Taylor, but there was no traction to be had there for Dylan Walsh. So we see them take that look at that inside rut, how deep it is and how they're having to get their foot up high over the inside of the corner. Oh, Cade Kingsford as well, getting a bit squirrely up the face of that middle tabletop, both feet off the pegs, trying to get the drive down. No traction to be had on that baked out surface, that part of that face of the up ramp. As we see Taylor down the hill, very smoothly through that rut. All of them doing a great job there. Ryder Kingsford as well, holding fifth. Just off the back of that is Kobe Hantis, Charlie Campbell, Seth Birchall. That's your top 8 as they run. Taylor trying to get that Husky out of that corner as quick as he can. Keeping himself tight in that sweeper down the hill, not going out to the bank.
You got a rider down right there too, Dave. The yellow flag there on the number 3. Flag marshal point. Someone's washed out on that corner. It looks as though they picked the bike up and got it going again though.
Oh, all good. So just keeping an eye on Taylor and Walsh. Their battle is intensifying here. Walsh has got right to the back of Reed Taylor as they come through that rut there. They had to go through the inside there because there was a lapped rider on the outside. Here goes Walsh. He's been using this inside of the whole shot graphics corner all day long, and he made that work for him. He's stolen away second position from Reed Taylor. So Dylan Walsh has made the move on the KTM, but Taylor's staying right there with him. He's going to have a run at him through the outside of these rollers, but he's not close enough. He's actually going to filter into the inside and follow him through that inside rut. So things have just stabilised there. Bud still out in front on that Honda. Now has Dylan Walsh in second position, followed by Reed Taylor, then Cade Kingsford on the Honda, then Ryder Kingsford on the Honda. So that's your top 5. Kobe Hantis just a bit further back in 6th on the Yamaha. And then we've got Charlie Campbell on the Stark Varg in 7th position. And Seth Birchall coming over the line on the Yami in 8th as well. So the gap at the front, Bud's got about a 4.5 second advantage over Dylan Walsh. As you see him just drag that foot through that inside rut there. They've sort of changed the lines up here, has the MX2 A and B graders in this moto, because they're using the inside of that sweeping corner to go down the hill. They're not fading out to the outside wall and banking off it. They must not like the run that the acceleration bumps have on the exit of the corner beforehand. So they're trying to find some smoother running. Maybe save their hands from, you know, copping all the beating and getting a bit blistered up as these guys battle through these longer 18 plus 1 minute motos. You see Taylor just trying to follow that line now that Dylan Walsh used to pass him through the whole shot graphics, and Kate Kingsford picking up on that as well. So maybe there's something to that little inside line that Walsh has been using. It looks fairly smooth if you can get your leg up and miss the dirt on the inside.
Taylor's just gone down right in front of me here. He's lost that second and third position that he was fighting for.
Oh, and he's
struggled to get the bike up and going again. He's finally up, but he could have lost a couple of positions right there, mate.
I think that's going to put him down to about 5th place, because I can still see Kobe Hanters just behind him. So he's lost a lot of track position, but not so many positions in the race order. But he was 3rd, he's now 5th. So Reed Taylor going to have to do a bit of work here to keep this thing going. I think he's also ripped his bar pad because it's flapping in the breeze as he goes past here in the com box.
That's right, I see that. Hopefully his bars are still straight. It wasn't a huge crash, it was a bit of a tip over. But hopefully the front of that machine is still reasonably straight so we can get back to work.
And we got him on screen here. He's actually slowing because Kobe Hanters is going past him. You can see that bar pad flapping along. Maybe he has got the bars a bit tweaked up here, because if that bar pad is ripped off, one, it could have just been his body going over the top of the bike there as he fell off. But maybe there is a bit of an adjustment that needs to be made to that front end. But he's back up the pace now. Kobe Hanters hasn't been able to get the pass done, so Taylor still holds on to 5th. Just maybe trying to get the heart rate under control there after tipping over, and actually struggling to get on the bike as he tried to remount it there, wasn't he, Russ? So Kobe Hanters, he's just actually pulling back up behind him. Taylor had a look over through that step-up section just to see how close he was and realised that he's all over the back of him.
Reese Budd's just come past me, mate. He's out in front and blasting. Walshy, on the other hand, is stuck with a few back runners, mate. They've taken away his line coming into that rut. He's he's forced those guys to make a mistake as he blasts through, blows their doors off, and gets through them finally. He's now back with a clean track and holding on to the back end of Reese Budd.
All right, there's Reese on screen coming towards our stationary cam. He's got about a 4.8. No, it's dropped down. It's just under 4-second lead to Dylan Walsh. Dylan Walsh has got the purple number next to him. That means he's done the fastest lap of the race. He's done a 1:36.8 the last lap around. So that's a pretty quick time there in this moto to be doing this late in the day, considering his qualifying time was a 1:34. So Bud just cruising down the bottom of the circuit. Now, Bud did a 1:37.6 last time around, so not quite the pace of the 1:36 from Dylan Walsh, but still super quick there. But that'll be why that gap has just sort of tightened up a little bit. And we'll just keep an eye. There's Bud going the other direction. Walsh on the inside there on his KTM, trying to get some pressure towards Bud towards the end of this moto, see if he can get him to make a mistake or something. But we have 6.5 minutes plus a lap still to go in this MX2 A and B grade moto here at the ACT Motorcycle Club, getting that lovely drone footage, watching the riders come sweeping through past us there.
Mate, Walshy has just gone down here.
Oh, no.
Coming in front of it. He's struggled to pick his bike up as well. Didn't take quite as long as Taylor did, but he got back mounted on that machine and going again. He's diving to the inside of this run now, but that's going to affect where he sits in the overall right now.
Well, that might actually, if he stays there now, because he's dropped to 3rd. So Kate Kingsford has actually picked up to 2nd now because of that. If he stays in 3rd, that'll mean that him and Reese Budd tie with 1.331 scores, but it'd give Budd the overall having the better second moto score. So we'll have to see if Dylan Walsh can get back past Kate Kingsford. But Russ, I wonder, did he use the same line that Reed Taylor crashed in the lap before? Because maybe Reed destroyed that rut and caused the same sort of crash, mate.
I couldn't tell you I couldn't tell you if it was exactly the same rut. It was an inside line in this tricky corner here where I'm standing, but I don't know if it was the exact same rut, mate, but it looked to be a similar thing where they tip the bike into these ruts, there's a bit of a hole or a hook within there, it grabs the front end and just rips it down out of their hands. So it's not really a rider error necessarily, it's just the way the track's forming up, but it's a really, really costly mistake.
Well, Reece Budd's now on screen. He's been leading this from the get-go with the whole shot. And now that, because of that crash for Dylan Walsh, this gives Reece Budd a 10-second lead over the second position of Cade Kingsford. Dylan Walsh is still showing on our timing and scoring as third after that crash, so he's picked it up. He's not too far back of Cade Kingsford at just under 2 seconds, so he's got some work to do if he wants to claim that overall. He needs to get that second position in the moto back to get the overall for the day. Otherwise, it's going to be Reece Budd with that number one standing up on the top step later in the afternoon when the podium presentation goes on. But I tell you what, Russ, the confidence that Reece Budd is showing me right now after that moto, chasing down Jet Beaton, the whole shot, you can tell what confidence does for a man, and I think this is putting him in good stead for the season ahead.
Mate, absolutely. And like we've been discussing, for him to be as confident as he is on what is his practice bike, on a team and a bike he hasn't got much time on at all, and for him to be dominating the way that he is and riding the way that he is, and not just that he's going hard, but he looks so comfortable out there, that's got to be a real concern for his competitors moving into this season, mate, because that is shocking. Most guys take quite a while to get comfortable with a new manufacturer, a new setup, and also the fact that it's a practice bike means it's probably got fairly high hours on it, and it's not set up with all the goodies and the go fast bits that he'd be used to.
No, he's got, if you're right, his competition should be scared right now, because if he does get all those other bits and makes this thing even more of a rocket ship, this gap could be even bigger, and those whole shots that he just got at the beginning of this moto could be huge come time at Ozpro MX. So this is a good start and good set point for Reece Budd in that new Honda team that he's on, that Moto Coach Elite Racing team. They've got to be pretty stoked on what they're seeing at the moment here at round one.
Mate, Walshy's just gone down again in the same corner, different line.
Oh, damn.
He went down on the inside before. This time he's obviously stayed away from it and gone to the outside, and he's gone down in the same motion as well. I don't know if this is coming down to tyre choice or whether he's just pushing that hard that nothing's going to hang on for what he needs, but man, another really unfortunate mistake for Dylan Walsh.
Well, I'm just watching Dylan go past, and I'm going to suggest that maybe at this point in the day, that front end of his looks very, very rigid. There's not a lot of movement going through those forks as he's trying to turn in, so I'm guessing there's no forgiveness when he tries to turn on that surface just in front of you there in that corner. So maybe that's all it is, just a little bit of a setup issue that he's not probably super comfortable with at this point.
Look, that could explain it, because the jump that he comes over just before he crashed has a very solid blue groove landing to it. It's a very harsh landing, straight into some boggy ruts and then a slippery right-hand corner. If his forks aren't doing what they're supposed to be doing, if they're way too rigid, that would explain that front end just pushing away from him as he comes into this corner.
Well, man, it doesn't look like he's having any troubles. Is the man at the front of the pack on screen. It's the number 22 of Reece Budd. He's still turning 138.3 lap times. He's holding a steady pace at the front. He hasn't backed it off at all. He's going to make sure that he gets this moto win here. He's going to push himself all the way to the end of this moto, which is a good sign for his season, because they're a bit longer motos at the Oz Pro level. As he comes out of that Kennard's higher corner, he's probably got 2 laps to go here by my calculations, and he's going right to the top and just roosting the hell out of everybody up the top on that bank turn there. Oh, and the rider behind him almost actually goes into the fence, like we were talking about, Russ. That one was close, but Reece Budd out front here, doing a solid job, still looks exactly the same as he does now as he did at the beginning of this moto. There's no fatigue look to him. The elbows are up. Body position's great. He's carrying his leg high through those corners. Everything's working right now for Reece Budd. I just feel the confidence just filling his boots right now.
Mate, absolutely. And like we were saying earlier, for him to hang off the back of Beaton while Beaton is on the 450, him on the 250, that is confidence building right there. He doesn't need to go and beat Beaton necessarily. If he can just hold pace with him like he showed us he can earlier, that is all the confidence that man needs. I'm looking down the straight here, and I just saw Burgess on the 275 machine come to basically a complete halt. Don't know if he stalled the bike there or what happened, but down the straight, someone's gone down. Is that Taylor? It could be Taylor, I'm not too sure. Can't quite make out the gear, but he's laying in the ruts at the very back end of the rollers. Not looking good at all. Taking a long time to get up. Can't quite make out who it is, but we've got our team rushing over there to him, keeping him safe. It's a very fast part of the track. I've been watching riders come through the rollers while I'm standing here, Dave, and the bikes are kicking left and right so hard. It is a gnarly section of track. Massive acceleration bumps into huge ruts, into rollers. It is just absolutely crazy as Dylan Walsh just goes flying past right now.
All right, so we're on our last lap. Can't quite see that rider that you've got down there, Russ, but they're just starting to stand up, or try to get to their feet at least. But as we go through, yeah, it might be the 44. I can just see the edge of his back jersey. That'll be Jake Rumans on the race line. T-Dub Husqvarna that's just had a bit of an issue, but he's up to his feet now. He's just limping himself off the side of the track. But as we go, this is on our last lap. We're watching Reese Budd, the 22 on the Honda. He's going to put together this moto here. Second as they run is Cade Kingsford. Third is Dylan Walsh. Fourth is Ryder Kingsford. Fifth is Reed Taylor. So, Reese Budd looking to finish this one off here. Put in some solid effort. He's going to make sure that he's got a... Reese has got an awesome run going here. He's just continuing on here. He's making sure that this Canberra track is absolutely dialed for him. He's going to be ready for this AusPro round when it comes up in a couple of months' time as part of the AusPro series. Here's Bud coming towards the rollers. We can see that medic situation just going on there. So here he comes. One more tabletop, one more corner. He's going to head to that Kennards Hire final corner. It's the Moto Coach Elite Riding Honda racer. Reese Budd, the 22, getting the moto win, fist pumping. He's stoked on it. Good job for Reese Budd there. Getting the moto win in the MX2 A and B class. Now let's see who comes across the line here in second. We're looking for the 20. It is Cade Kingsford getting the second. So that'll mean that Dylan Walsh will come across the line in third. And he's just about to come through our screen now. Here he is on the KTM, the 53 machine. So that'll be a 1-3 for Walsh and a 3-1 for Reese Budd. So I think if my rudimentary maths is right, that should give Reese Budd the overall in the MX2 A and B class races. So, right. Russ, are you out there doing something right now?
Mate, I am just standing here at the start of the rollers. Just checking it out, mate. There is some gnarly track conditions going on. As soon as this race is finished, I might go for a little wander on down there and see if I can get the camera crew to pick up some of the issues. We've had some major riders go down in this corner to my left. We've had some other significant riders go down in the rollers on my right-hand side, mate. So I think once the riders are clear off this track and it's all safe, I might go for a little excursion down there, see what I can find for you.
All right, sounds like you're going to be on an expedition shortly as this MX2 class is all clearing off the track. We might take a quick chance to get a break before our C-Class MX2 comes out, and then we might check in with Russ when he gets the chance.
Looks good, eh?
Ken,
What was that, love?
I said, Ken, oh!
All done, girls. Happy? Ken Oath, all right.
From big jobs to even bigger jobs, get the Ken Oath feeling.
So the ruts here coming out of our start straight where they meet up with the main track are an absolute mess. Not only are they causing issues for the riders coming out of the start straight, but as the track comes around into this sweeping right-hand bend, those ruts are causing all kinds of issues. There are significant acceleration bumps and braking bumps leading into this straight. There's track markers all over the place, and this sets the riders up for the rollers. If they come into here and their bike is kicking left and right, they've got to battle with that the whole way down that roller straight, and that's where we're seeing riders go blasting through that barrier at the end, riders cartwheeling down through the rollers, and even some of the best riders we've got here from the professional teams stuffing up this corner, this right-hand sweeper coming into the rollers.
As our MX2 C-grade takes off here. The 27 machine was up there, but he's not going to get that whole shot. It's going to be that fluorescent gear on the KTM. I can't quite pick up the number yet as they shoot out there, but the 27 machine is going to take over the lead and lead into that first corner. It looked like it was the 292 of Ryland Brown getting the whole shot there. But now it is the 27 machine getting Richie Lawler getting out in front, Ryland Brown in second, Blake Smith over the line in third as this moto kicks off. A few riders detouring off the side of the finish line tabletop past me here in the commentary box as we see them all shoot down the hill. There's the number 2, our Moto 1 winner in the mid-pack, I think it was there. Jake Taplin not having the best of starts, so he's got some work to do.
No, Jake Taplin went for a little excursion as he came out of this start straight. Again, those ruts I was talking about, shot a few riders off the track. Taplin went on a little bit of an excursion, but it was absolutely awesome to see young Ryland Brown and get that whole shot. He's a really talented young rider, mate, that is definitely worth keeping an eye on over the next couple of years. Privateer effort, but he's all heart and soul, mate. He's a great young rider.
As we're just picking up our leader here, the 27 of Richie Lawler coming through the section there at the end of the big tabletops. And I think we've got the 264, Blake Smith, following him now in second position. And he's on that Smitty's QBT Excite Motorsports, Apro Motorsports Triumph machine, trying to keep that number 27 in sight. Now, Richie had a bit of a rough go. I think it was in this class earlier in the day, having a few crashes. So hopefully Richie can put this one together a bit neater and stick things out at the front of the field as we're watching one of our Kawasaki mounted riders. I believe that's the 15 of Cooper O'Reilly having a good run here at the beginning of this moto. And I think that is the 220 as well in there of Kobe Wise back out here for another run. It is the 220, you can see there, and we'll get an update on their positions as they come across the finish line here. So that'll be Cooper in fourth and Kobe in fifth in our running order here for the C grade MX2. So we see Kobe trying to make a move there on Cooper, and I think he's got that done. He has, and looks like two riders behind Cooper are going to try and make a move as well. Cooper's lost a couple of spots here in this section of track, and if he goes wide, he might open the door for the third rider to take the move. And I think, he didn't quite get the run there. You almost lost another spot, did Cooper O'Reilly on the 15, but there's Kobe Wise, and that's the number 2. Jake Taplin finally getting a scene towards the front here, so he's currently 5th in this moto as they head down to the bottom of the circuit. Trying to make a move on Kobe Wise is Taplin. Ooh. That was an interesting moment on screen there as we were just watching Taplin and Wise. They hit that tabletop together, one on the outside, one on the inside, but both fading towards each other. And then over the second step up, we saw Taplin just put his hand up to apologise at how close they got, because that could have been really nasty as they were getting rather close to each other in the air. There's Taplin using the line for Todd Waters, the Todd Waters line out of the whole shot graphics corner, as we see Taplin now trying to make a run. He's probably up into 4th if I've got the adjusted bits right. We'll get that as they come over the finish line again. As we see Taplin there just pivoting out of that National Motorcycle Alliance berm, trying to get a run towards the front of this pack. We're watching Taplin again, still from the backside there, up and over the finish line tabletop. So as they come over and the leaderboard updates, it is Taplin now actually up into third position on the running order, and he's gone purple, so that means he's done the fastest lap. 1:46 for Taplin on that last time around. Looks like we've got a rider down just out of shot as well, just before the rollers, just trying to find their way out from underneath the bike, I think. As we keep an eye on Richie Lawler there, he's about to head down the hill. You can see the different parts of this circuit and the elevation as they drop down here. About to cut through, up and over the tabletops, past the dam. You can see how baked and shined up those tabletop up ramps and down ramps have gotten across the day here. We're getting towards the end of our program, and as we go through this moto, we might check in with some of the riders that are getting onto the gate for the next moto. I think Russ has got one of our up-and-coming champs in Blake Bohannon.
All right, guys, I am down here with young Blake Bohannon. I'm standing here with his GYTR machine. He's looking pretty relaxed and comfortable. Mate, in that last race, you absolutely waxed the rest of the class here, mate, but you looked really comfortable out there. Tell me how you're feeling on your bike.
Yeah, I feel really good. This 1-5's handling really good. Suspension feels good, and yeah, I just got a good start and rode my own race from there.
And did you feel like you were pushing fairly hard in that race, or were you in your comfort zone?
First couple of laps I was pushing to get away from the pack, and then after I had that lead I just settled down there.
Well, mate, you did really well. Very quickly, can you tell me about this helmet? I believe this helmet paint job is a little bit special.
Yeah, I got a custom paint job from Dave's Lids, so you can go and check him out on Instagram. Yeah, it's the sickest helmet ever.
It looks really good out there, mate. So does your GYTR. Back to Yamaha, mate. Congratulations. We're loving watching you race out there. Well done.
We got the inside scoop there on that fancy fresh paint job on the lid for Blake Bohannon as well. Nice job, Russ. As we keep an eye on our races here, Richie Lawler's just gone purple, I noticed on our screen. So our leader putting down some heat at the top of the board. He's done a 1:45.9 on that last lap around. He's put 2 seconds into the extra gap there at the front of the field, which is probably handy for Lawler. As we see Taplin just dragging the leg out of the Risen Unlimited corner. Just those ruts just dragging him down, making it difficult for him. Now there's a big gap in front of him. Now he was in third last time we saw, just before we went to the chat with Blake Bohannon there on the start grid. That's Lawler on the screen. And Taplin, yes, he is still third. So there is a 3-second gap from between first and second, but Taplin's about 13, 14 seconds back of Lawler at this stage. So a much better moto here for the 27 machine, Richie Lawler. Like I said, Moto 1, there was a couple of crashes. He kept coming up into the picture. I think he got as high as third at one point, but a couple of crashes just kept him from probably fulfilling his potential in that moto. But he's showing what he's got here in Moto 2 by leading this one and just starting to extend his gap on the field. The 2.64 of Blake Smith is doing a good job on the Triumph, trying to keep himself somewhat in touch with Lawler. As we see him through that Kennard's Hire. Last one, take a nice little edge there as he was trying to exit that corner as well. And up on the bank on the edge of the track, before the big bank up to the spectators there. Now he's cut down to the inside, trying to keep his flow going. We see him through the bottom there, up and over the short tabletop. Richie going out the other direction out of that U-turn corner. So they're still somewhat together, but the gap is now 5.2 seconds. So Richie just starting to extend this just a tiny bit further as we keep an eye on the drone footage. Some of it's a bit hard to get past some of those trees, but you can see Lawler just cutting back across the ruts there, trying to get to the inside of the track, trying to find a smooth bit of real estate to keep the momentum up. As he has another good run through those jumps at the bottom of the circuit. Through the middle of the corner, smoothly does it for Richie Lawler at the front of this race. Trying to take some different lines there, trying to find a smooth bit again in that corner. Through the middle of the whole shot graphics corner, not so bad. Dylan Walsh was making the bottom of that one work in the AB moto just beforehand.
Big crash out here, mate.
We're just hearing a Russ crash, mate.
Yeah, it looks like the number 74 or 4. He's got 4 on the bike, 74 on the jersey.
Yeah, that's Joel Bird. I think he went down earlier today as well. So Not a good run here for Joel.
This is that same spot that those riders were having. Yeah, look, he's up and going. He seems okay, but this is exactly that same spot that we were seeing some other riders hit the deck. They're coming over this low tabletop, landing in very, very hard, shiny blue grooves straight into deep, nasty ruts. It's a very tricky spot to navigate, and if your front tyre is anything but perfectly placed, you are going down.
Richie Lawler on screen now, doing the tabletop, looking the goods. But yeah, as much as any of these riders look stable at the moment, those ruts and the shiny spots of the track where they're landing and then having to transition from a dry section into a deep section can catch them out at any time. But that corner right before where the track merges from the start is the one that we're talking about with Russ there. We had Reed Taylor go down there. We had Dylan Walsh go down there twice in the moto. Now the 74 of Joel Bird in this moto go down, so that track section is quite treacherous after that landing from that short tabletop, trying to line up those ruts as they continue through that section. Lawler just into that area of the track shortly over the short tabletop, but you can see the colour change in the dirt. It's so baked out on some of these down ramps. Absolutely no grip when they land. And then they're expected to try and change direction to maybe line up for a rut. We can catch him out rather quickly. So we keep an eye. I believe that's our second position, the 264 Blake Smith, just on screen in the drone shot. He's just dropped back a little bit further. He's 9 seconds almost off the pace of Richie Lawler now. But this is still going to be a good moto for him. He got the whole shot in Moto 1, but dropped out of the picture, just off the podium by the end of it. But he's looking good in this Moto 2 for a podium position here. Oh, bit of kick at the end of that roller section. Got the back end really high before he could get it on the ground and brake for that corner. He's lucky he didn't shoot through the banners like we've had a few riders do across the weekend. As he pops up and over the finish line. There's the 74 that we're talking about that was down just off the side of the track at the finish here. I think he's going to have a bit of a DNF here, as we see Blake just head down the hill. There's Taplin actually coming from the back of the screen there. That's our third position on track. He's trying to close in on Blake Smith here for second later in this moto. There's still 3 minutes plus a lap, so plenty of time for Jake Taplin to get this done.
Another crash here made in the exact same spot in that same line. It is the number 258 on his Yamaha. He's gone for the high outside line, and that corner being so baked at this time of the day just offers absolutely zero grip.
Yeah, I think they're asking a lot of that front tyre when they hit that landing, and then it's under load, and then it starts to unload for a couple of those braking bumps to try and turn it at that point. Probably not in the best body position. Maybe they're fatiguing a little bit, and they're going to just, as we've seen, a few people have ended up, kissing the dirt. So hopefully a few more people can understand and see from the coverage that that's happening in that area, and they can take the recommended alternatives and make themselves get through there without too much hassle, as we keep an eye on this battle for second. Oh, our second position rider has gone down. That allows Taplin to go through, and unfortunately the Kawasaki rider has got caught up in that and has sort of held Blake Smith down for a second there. Now Blake's got to get this bike going, which seems to be taking him a little while. We've got another rider off screen that seems to have gone through the banners as well, just in the next corner. So it's all happening there in that section of track, just past the whole shot graphics corner. Blake Smith is finally going. Hopefully he's held on to that third position. We'll have to look for the 221 of Lachlan Neville to see how close he is as they come across the finish line. But that's going to give that second position to the number 2 machine of Jake Taplin, with quite a gap now from in front of him for first and nobody behind him for third. So Blake is coming through now. We're just going to see if he's still held onto it. I think he has still managed to hold on to third in this position on the track. And
Neville's just coming around to the finish jump now, mate. Looks like he's pushed through there. Getting gifted a bit of a position.
Yeah, so when this updates in just a second on the screen here, yeah, it's still Lawler from Taplin, from Smith, from Neville. So Smith, despite that crash, he's just managed to hold on to that last position on the podium for this moto. He won't be able to make any more mistakes here as this one winds down. We've got a minute plus a lap to go. So the next time around, we'll see that last lap board more than likely.
That rider is still off the back there. Is it a 103? It looks like his rider number is. He's still off the back of the berm there at the Motorcycle New South Wales banners.
Look, that'll be Lewis Oxley, and he probably, if he had gone through the banners in the corner before, it would have been perfect because his Whole Shot Graphics sponsored rider. He would have gone through the Whole Shot Graphics banner, and maybe they could have just worked it out between them about payment for that one. But he's taken it down the Motorcycle New South Wales ones instead. So.
Right, yeah, there's some sort of issue with his bike. He sort of just gently fell over the back of the berm and then struggled to get his bike up and going again. A marshal went over there and helped him drag it down the back of the berm, but now they're all sitting there having a look at the bike, so it doesn't seem like it's wanting to fire up or there's some sort of deeper issue.
I dare say there's probably a lot of bannering stuck in that rear tyre from what I saw initially on that shot when we saw him get there to begin with as Blake crashed. But yeah, maybe that's part of it. Maybe it's just a bit warm and won't fire back up. We'll have to see. And we're just keeping Blake Smith on screen with his fancy pink-looking boots as he's coming over the middle tabletop, still holding down third position in this moto. The last lap board is out, as you'll see as he comes over the finish line here. So 1 lap to go. Our leader is well and truly out in front in this one, Richie Lawler. Having a much better run here, still doing nice lap times of 148.2 out front, so nobody's catching him at that rate. Jake Taplin in second, Blake Smith in third. There's Lawler.
Dave, I'm just seeing the 103 machine getting pushed up behind the start grid now into the dummy grid, and you're right, there is a whole heap of Motorcycle New South Wales banner tangled up in his rear wheel and into his chain. The bike's rolling, but yeah, definitely not rideable. So bit of a DNF there for number 103.
Unfortunate, but like that's a pretty common thing when you go through the banners. It tends to get stuck in places that it shouldn't be and usually causes a DNF. But here we go. Richie Lawler with a couple of turns to go. He's got to navigate these rollers, avoid some of the holes so he doesn't get a kick and end up on his face. He ends up into that middle rut there in that National Motorcycle Alliance corner. He's going to throw it sideways over the middle tabletop. 1 corner to go for him. The Kennards Hire corner on the pegs. Dabs the foot. Doesn't almost threw it away. Over the finish line. So the 27 machine, Richie Lawler, is your winner. Car Brothers Motorcycles, Boyd's Motorcycle Surgery, Fox Racing Australia, Mental for Motos, all supporting Richie Lawler there. So good result for him in the second moto. And we're looking for the number 2 to just roll over now. That is Jake Taplin getting second. And we'll be looking for the 2-6-4 of Blake Smith on the Triumph to come through here in third. And he's just a few seconds away to pop in the screen. He's just in the Kennards High corner. There he comes. And that will be third in Moto 2 for Blake Smith. All right, let's take a quick break on our coverage of the Motorcycling New South Wales state titles at Canberra. We'll be back with more action right after this.
The 2026 New South Wales Motocross State Titles, presented by Whole Shot Graphics, Kennards Hire, Risen Unlimited, National Motorcycle Alliance, Skywalker Studios, Westpac Rescue Helicopter Service, Black Dog Institute.
13 to 15, 125s are on the gate and it is fully racked. We are just waiting for the last few riders to come off the track. While we're waiting for that track to go green, I'm just going to walk over here to this low tabletop. If the cameras can see me, the down ramp is 100% blue groove. As you land in the transition, you're not even on the flat yet. The transition, there is deep, boggy ruts. Coming off that jump and landing in soft dirt is a horrendous feeling and it totally upsets the bike. If you want to avoid the soft stuff, you need to stick to this high outside line, which is blue groove that is also chopped up all the way through. Inside or outside, neither one's a great option, and it's been bringing riders down in those last few sessions. Right behind me now, though, the 15-second board is up for this 13 to 15-year-old 125 class that Bohannon has been dominating. The revs are up, eyes are down, gate drop. Who's going to get the whole shot? Bohannon launches pushes out there on his Yamaha GYTR machine. He takes the inside line and he gets the whole shot again.
Awesome start there for Bohannon. He did run a little wide, but he managed to keep control of that first turn. He's going to use the berm there to carry his speed, to get up and over this middle tabletop. Throws the bike sideways for good measure. Now he's followed closely by what looks to be the Husky of the 215, and that's Oliver Rex right behind him there in second position. And it's the 312 of Jake Buttonby in third position on this opening lap. But you see Bohannon just battling his way down the hill there. Like you said, Rex following him closely. Oh, the 27, yep. He was dabbing the foot. That crash took a little while to get out, actually happening. But the 27 has gone down. That's Ethan Wolf, I believe, on the 27 machine there. Not having a good moment in the middle of that corner.
Down in your favourite corner there, Dave. How many riders has that claimed over this weekend?
I reckon we need to get the crew to do a little mash-up after the round to show that just that section, that stationary cam, because I reckon we'd have about a good 20 or 30 crashes in that section to cover.
We need a second one on this one before the rollers, mate. Between these two corners, and maybe even the motorcycle in the National Motorcycle Alliance banner at the end there. These three corners have really dictated the entire weekend, haven't they?
They definitely have. They've played a factor in completing how well these riders have been able to get around this track, because they've definitely claimed a few people. As we watch from our drone of the battle in third and fourth at the moment going on here.
Dave, young Bohannon is coming around this track to complete his first lap, and he already has a significant gap on the crew behind him. He takes that high, slick line in this corner I was just talking about and sets himself up for a hot lap going down the rollers. He keeps the bike really tidy. Again, he chooses to go high, which is a questionable line in that National Motorcycle Alliance corner, down over the tabletops, and he is just starting to walk away from the rest of the pack. Second, third and fourth all chase him down, but no one seems to have an answer for him.
We have had a change in our running order, and it was the number 8 trying to make that move from fourth. He's now up in the third. That's Rafael Rossiter, and he's just looking inside there of Oliver Rex as well. He's going to try and dive down here as well. He does, but he's not close enough to make that happen. So he did take the third position away from the 113 of Rusty Killick. But Rossiter looking to move forward here in this moto. He did get second in Moto 1, trying to get that second position back, and then maybe try to go after Blake Bohannon. But Blake, like you said, Russ, he's disappearing out the front, but Rossiter's trying his hardest to get past the 215 of Oliver Rex. At this point, he's trying to hold that tight line as they head down. Now he's got the inside run towards the three tabletops at the back, and he's going to move into that second position. Here's the number 8. So Rossiter now in second, drops back Oliver Rex to third, but it's still Bohannon out front leading this one. So let's see what Rossiter can do now that he's got some clear track in front of him. I think I just saw a bit of a moment for Bohannon just crossing over a couple of ruts, maybe not what he was planning on doing.
Dave, I don't know if he's had many moments at all, mate. I don't know if I believe that. He's been rock solid and dead smooth all day long. So unless I see a replay, mate, I'm going to choose to believe that Bohannon is just textbook all day long as he navigates this really tricky section here with this low tabletop into this ruddy corner and heads down the rollers looking like an absolute pro.
So you know what I think he's doing differently there in that corner that's claimed a few people right in front of you, Russ, is that as much as he's in that line that's baked out on the landing, he's not actually trying to arcs a lot of the front tyre by turning in tight to try and cut down from it. He's actually being super patient and letting the bike just flow around the outside of the corner so the tyre's not under a lot of load, and he's just doing it smoothly. So I think it's just a calm head on a young body there, mate, that he's doing a nice job of that corner.
Which, let's be honest, that's not normal, right? We don't really see a lot of calm heads on these guys in this particular age group, right? They tend to fix all their problems with the throttle. But you're right, Bohannon is just dead smooth. He's really calm. Even chatting to him, he just seems really composed. He does a great interview, and he's just calm. Nothing seems to bother him, and he's riding the same way.
No, he definitely is. As we see the 8 on screen there. Now we just cut back to Blake. Just got some nice style as well, just to keep the bike down low over those tabletops. He's not letting it get super high. Just a little, this wouldn't be a scrub, but it's just a tiny wash of some speed to keep the bike low as he can. And like I said, he's just letting this bike flow. He's obviously not the biggest rider. We talked about this in the last moto of the day that he was out on track, where he is a bit of a smaller stature on this 125cc machine. So he can't really muscle the bike. And let's watch him through this section I was talking about. He's just going to be patient. Let the bike flow around. He's not trying to force it to turn. He's just letting it follow the track naturally, which is probably the best option there. But because he can't muscle it, he is just letting the bike smoothly go where it should, and just sort of following it with a good body position and not at a super crazy rate of throttle application or brake, and just making the bike work as best he can, and he's doing a great job of it.
Dave, he was actually completely off the throttle from the second he landed in that corner till the exit. Watching everyone else hit this corner, it's completely different. Yeah, the guys are backing off as they land, but a lot of them are getting on the throttle really, really early. Bohannon was well and truly settled into the rut and on the exit before he applied any throttle at all. So I think you're 100% right, where he's just being so gentle and patient, which I'm not sure how that works to make the bike go so much faster. It's sort of doing my head in that you can be that patient and off the throttle and just be well out in front of everyone.
No, see, that's the trick, right? Like, he's actually figured out how to ride the bike well. A 125 likes to keep moving, and if he doesn't slow it down too much, it doesn't actually have to use too much to get it going. But he's just so fluent in there, and like I said, being smaller in stature, he's just letting it flow. So by not grabbing heaps of brakes, he's not then having to push back off the handlebars and keep the bike upright in the corner. He can just let it roll in and just keep himself neutral. And then by not grabbing heaps of throttle, because he doesn't have to, because he's still carrying mid-corner speed on these exits, he doesn't have to apply heaps of throttle. It's not throwing him off the back of the bike, so it's not really working him all that hard. He's just in the neutral position of the bike, not making the frame get loaded up either, along with that tyre by forcing it to turn. He's just using it how the motorcycle should be used.
Mate, it's an absolute pleasure to watch too. Every time he comes around, I'm losing my train of thought because I'm just staring at his riding style. It's so quiet. I almost thought he was on a Varg there for a minute because he's not wringing the neck out of this thing. You're absolutely right. He's just holding really nice momentum through all the corners and through all the obstacles. He seems like he's calm, seems like he's breathing and just settled in for a good solid race.
Now, as we watch Bohannon, obviously we're giving him an absolute rap right now, and he's doing a great job. He fully deserves it. There is 4 minutes plus a lap to go, but he's just gone off track, Russ. He's just gone off track trying to get around one of our lapped riders. He's managed to run out of space and had to shoot off. But even in going off track, he's done it as smooth as silk. He's just tiptoed around the outside of the track whilst the lapped rider's taken the wide line. And he's just popped back on track and continued on like nothing happened.
And, mate, that is what makes champions, right? We all know that champions win races on their bad days, right? Or come out third on their bad days. Or they turn incidences like that into something smooth and usable. It doesn't throw them off and rattle them. So I think Bohannon, not only just with his speed, but with his mindset, he seems to have all the ingredients of an absolute champion in the making.
Definitely does. As we're just continuing to watch his effortless riding technique go through the whole shot graphics corner. He's using that middle rut to his advantage. He's going to duck inside of the number 11 there of Cameron Carter, who's going a lap down now. And we watch him just flow the bike through that corner that we've been talking about so much today, particularly late in the day here, as that one has seemed to have caught a few riders out. Now, Blake has just gone purple as well from the previous lap, doing a 144.9, fastest on track by a good 2 seconds that last time around. So Bohannon not really getting challenged at all in this particular class. Rossiter is still second, Oliver Rex is still third, Rusty Killick in fourth. They aren't in sight of Bohannon at this point. He's the only man in the shot when we get to him. That 262. Just out front, looking the goods, showing off that new painted helmet lid. With his Fox gear, GYTR parts on the Yamaha. Right, so Blake just heading down the hill. Russ, you've wandered over to the start area, mate. Have you got someone there to chat for our next race up, which is one of our MX women's class races?
Mate, I do. I'm walking over to Taylor Thompson here. The bike is looking extremely grubby, mate, but that's to be expected because she's been riding the heck out of that thing all day today. I'm going to jump in here and have a little chat. Stand next to her with her giant starting blocks here and say g'day. Your stilts, mate. How are you doing? How are you feeling? What do you think about your gate pick?
Yeah, I think I've got a pretty good setup for the first turn. I'm going to try and stay nice and tight, so I set myself up, get out of those really tricky ruts on the inside before those rollers.
Yeah, they are an absolute trick there. How is the shoulder feeling?
Yeah, she's all right. Just a little bit sore.
Strapped up?
Yeah, she's all right. I had a bit of Panadol and Nurofen, so...
Strapped up and a bit of Nurofen. We're going to be all good.
Oh, yeah, I'm going to be fine.
Love your work, Taylor. Good luck out there.
Good check in there with Taylor ahead of the MX women's race. As our junior 125 13 to 15 years moto continues on here. I think when Blake gets to our next finish line, he's going to get the last lap board. So he's continuing on out the front here with a pretty decent lead at this point. So we might go, he's got 7-second lead at this point in time over the field. Just cruising now, 145. Dab of the foot, almost. That's probably one of the few mistakes he's made on his own. Out the front there is Blake Bohannon. As he drips around the outside of that corner, down the hill. Just a few more lap riders in front of him to deal with on this last lap. No, sorry, we've got 2 laps to go. He hasn't quite got to that last lap board just yet. But he's going to duck inside our lap rider here. Put him a lap down. Just bouncing off the end of that tabletop. Didn't quite get the drive that time to clear it completely. That was the 178 going a lap down Fletcher Manning. As we see him through the whole shot graphics corner. Just tiptoeing around the top of that berm there. Through the rollers, using that suspension nicely on his Yamaha just to control the position. He's got another lap rider just in front of him. About to put the number 12 a lap down. And that's Mace Kellett as he goes through. So we're on to the last lap now for Bohannon. A little bit of a twitch there as he went right up high on the bank. Heading down the hill there. There's the 12 of Mace that just went a lap down. He's in 24th position at the moment. Blake going to tuck to the inside probably because of a couple of lap riders there in the path on the outside. He's going to have to follow him through here on the tight ruts. He's going to be able to sneak past. I think that's the 96. Zach Milgate. Or is it the 99? Oh, that's the 99 now going past as well. So that's Lewis Rule. So Blake's just wrapping up this one. We're going to grab a quick interview on our start gates as well while Blake finishes off this moto. Russ, you down with another rider, mate?
Mate, I'm down here with Meg. Meg that threw us all off with the last name change. We had no idea what was going on. Dave was all over the place. You're back to racing, new last name and a new bike. Tell me how you're feeling on the Stark Varg.
It's definitely different, put it that way. It's tough out there on this track, not having a clutch and gears to help you out, but it's good in other ways as well. So feeling pretty good on the bike besides the major lack in fitness, but you know, that's what happens when you're 4 months postpartum.
Mate, you're doing amazing to be out here 4 months postpartum. That is seriously, seriously cool and seriously tough. How much riding have you been able to do? I'm guessing not much.
I've been on the bike 2 weekends in probably the last, I'm going to say, 3 or 4 years. So, yeah, not a lot of bike time at all, but when you've got a 4.5-year-old daughter who loves motorbikes and wants to see you race, what do you do but gear up and get out there?
Mate, I love that attitude. That is very cool. It's so cool for a young girl to see her mum getting back out there and ripping. Mate, for someone who's just fresh back, unbelievable how well you look on this bike, especially on the VARG in these situations. Obviously, a clutch would be super handy to get through some of this tricky stuff, but how is this bike off the start?
Yeah, it's unreal. That was actually the first time I've done a race start on it, so wasn't really sure how it would go, but yeah, it gripped up good and got up to the first corner really quick, and then I actually struggled to pull her up, so we'll see how this one goes.
Congratulations, Meg. Great to see you, Eddie.
All right, nice little check in there. We'll just wrap up this one here for the 13 to 15 years. 125cc moto was the 262 of Blake Bohannon getting the win, and it was the number 8 of Rafael Rossiter getting second, and 215 of Oliver Rex getting third in that moto. So that'll be the overall win for Blake Bohannon there. And we'll probably get a chance to steal a quick break here before we get to that MX women's race that's on the gate, pretty much ready to go.
The 2026 New South Wales Motocross State Titles, presented by Whole Shot Graphics, Kennard's Hire, Risen Unlimited, National Motorcycle Alliance, Skywalker Studios, Westpac Rescue Helicopter Service, Black Dog Institute.
We're back on track here, getting those drone shots. We're just getting the last couple of riders off from the 125 13 to 15 years. We're going to have the MX Women's on the gate. Russ was just talking to Meg Lincoln there, formerly known as Meg Rutledge. She's back on the bike doing a Stark VARG. Now she's going to have a start here. Moto 2 of the women's. Russ, you're down track side, mate, right on the side of the start line. What are you seeing at this point?
Mate, chatting to Meg was super, super cool. For her to be 4 months postpartum, she's done 2 weekends of riding to be back on the bike. That where she is in this group is unbelievable. She's surrounded by girls that train 2-3 times a week, and she is up the front of this pack. As the 5-second board goes up, the heads are down, the revs are up. Let's see who's going to get the jump. Meg to a solid start in the middle with a huge wheelie as she leads the pack into the first corner. She gets the whole shot.
Down.
The Cowie is down. Few riders caught up there.
Well, it is the 117 of Mia Tung that's managed to sneak out with that whole shot in the end. Meg Lincoln is trying to go to the inside, but she's paddling away out of that rut. So it's still going to be the 117 that holds on to this early. The rider that went down was the 77, I believe, and that is Tabitha Newcomb. She got into the back of Meg Lincoln there, who's actually going to try and steal back the first position, and she does as they shoot down the hill past the finish line as they come towards our stationary camera here. But yeah, Megan Lincoln just cut off. Oh, there's a rider down right in front of us. It's the 17 that's gone down. It's Izzy Barker. She's just blocked the track a little bit, so it's stopped the 13 of Kira Collins from going through as well, as we see the rest of the riders go past. But yeah, I'll get to that point eventually about the start. But as the 66 machine, the Stark, tried to turn in, she didn't quite have enough over the front of 77, and they just got in together. Unfortunately, 77 was just a tiny bit back of the handlebars for the 66 and just went down as Meg turned across the front there. So it just caused a bit of a concertina effect across the front there. But Dave, we've got the 66 out front now.
Meg is checking out. It is first lap and she is gone. There is already a gap back to second position and then back to third position, which is Bella Arnott there on her Power Sports Central Prep machine. The three girls have sort of broken away a little bit from the rest of the pack due to that little incident there on your favourite corner as Meg heads into the Whole Shot Graphics corner. She's picking some really good lines there and just putting this Stark VARG to work. Let's see how she deals with this roached out corner as we come into it. Really gentle on the throttle. Can't hear a thing out of that bike.
It's interesting that she was talking about wanting to have a clutch in the gears. I give her a week more more on this bike, and she won't even notice that they're not there because it's actually better with them not being there. You're just not used to it. You've been so used to riding with them your whole life that when they get taken away, you expect it to do something. But once you figure it out, she won't need it.
Bella Arnott coming under some serious pressure now by Taylor Thompson. She takes away third position from Bella as she launches over the top. She's going to be looking to make her way back to the front, which is where Taylor belongs. She goes high, Bella Arnott goes low as they come down to the Kennard tyre, Dave's favourite corner. They both take an outside, safer line as Bella tries her best to hang on to the back of Taylor Thompson. But Taylor is quick. She's pretty quick to drop Bella there, put a gap between them, and charge forward towards Meg out in front.
Well, that's a good recovery from Taylor Thompson, because on the first lap through, she might have been caught up in that first turn crash there, because she was in 13th when we came across the line the first time through. So to be third on the second lap through, that's an amazing recovery for Taylor Thompson. So we'll have to see how quickly she can get. And she already is to the back of Mia Tung here in second position. So she's going to try and make a move here probably in the next corner or so. As we head in, we've got a couple of line options. Can Taylor, oh, she's got a bit of a rough run there. But she's going to try and save it, go to the very inside. Can she get past Mia? Not just yet. Mia holds on to that second position for just a bit longer, but here goes Thompson up the inside, but Mia's got the drive out of that corner to keep that position for the time being. Here goes Thompson again in the inside of the Whole Shot Graphics corner, trying to accelerate hard out of it. Looks like she's going to hold on to it this time around. So Thompson into second position in the moto. Can she set out after Megan Lincoln on that Stark, or has she got enough cushion at this point? We'll have to see how this moto plays out. We've got a long way to go just yet. 10 and a half plus a lap to go. How will that fitness go 4 months after Perth for Meg Lincoln out front on the VARG at this point in time?
Mate, I feel like she's doing it for all the mums out there, mate. That is just super, super impressive. To not only be out there riding only 4 months after giving birth, but to be leading the pack and showing these girls what's up. It's very, very impressive, especially on a new machine, a machine that couldn't be more different to anything else out there, being on the Stark VARG, clutchless, gearless. Like you said, she probably will grow to love it, but man, what a difference it makes. And we all know as riders that that clutch lever is a bit of a safety blanket often. Often when my kids go to train, and their coach will actually remove the clutch from their bike just to teach them how to ride a bike without it. So it's just something that as riders you get so used to it being there, and it's so handy when the bike goes up into a wheel stand or does anything you don't want it to do, just to rely on that clutch to control the power, take that away, and it's a very different feeling.
Now, just noticing out the commentary box window here that something's happened to the 25 machine of Claire Pollard, because she's not actually too happy and she's actually pulling off. So it's going to be a DNF for the Honda mounted Claire Pollard in this one. So not a good time for her in the MXW class here in the senior category. So we'll keep an eye on whether she comes back out for the other girls race at the end of our program, the 13 to 16 years one.
Meg coming around to me now, mate, as she launches over this low tabletop, takes that outside line, the big blonde ponytail, the plait hanging out the back of the helmet, flapping in the breeze as she tries to keep away from Taylor Thompson, and Taylor is on one, mate. She is charging. She takes that high line up into the National Motorcycle Alliance corner, which has brought a few riders undone. She gets through it beautifully. Mia Tung hanging in there for third. She also chooses that high line. Now, Tung was getting caught up in a few of these inside ruts earlier, which is what's caused that gap to happen. Bella Arnott in fourth, under serious pressure as well. I don't know who that is. We'll see if we can spot a number. 219, it looks like.
Ada Harris on the Huskies.
Ada Harris putting serious pressure on Bella Arnott. Both girls on Huskies as they come around to that high berm. Both of them choosing a bit of a midline and heading down into that Kennard tyre corner.
Now, just keeping an eye on the gap at the front. It was the lap before, about 7.5 seconds, but that lap that Taylor Thompson put in, the one before, was actually 4 seconds quicker than Meg out front. And then on the next time pass, we're down to 4-second gap, so she was 3 seconds a lap quicker than the last time by. So Taylor Thompson is taking big chunks of time out of Megan Lincoln
I'm
at the
sorry,
front.
did you say 4 seconds, Dave?
Yes, we're down to 4 seconds, and it doesn't look like that as we see them on track right now. There's probably less than a second as the gap, so she's eating big chunks of time, is Taylor Thompson.
Unbelievable, and that might be the fitness coming in. Meg telling us she's not ride fit at all, and Taylor would be peak fitness. I don't think Taylor's had any major injuries coming into this season, so that means that she's had a really solid off-season and has been training super hard. Probably hasn't been at home dealing with a newborn baby.
Probably not those sleepless nights that go along with that either, so she's probably a lot more rested than Meg is at this point. But Meg's doing a wonderful job for what she's got going on all round in terms of the whole life scenario. So, but Thompson's going to dive to the inside there. Oh, a bit of a paddle.
Oh, she stalled it. Has she stalled it? Just got stuck.
Kept going, just had a bit of a paddle there. So all going again, but she's going to have to make up that ground that she's lost. But basically the gap is not really worth talking about anymore because she's right there.
Bit of a gift for Meg there as she takes a look back, probably takes a deep breath, sucks in the big ones, and knows that she's got to put in a push to keep Taylor in that second position. Taylor's just going to sit there right behind her and run Meg down over the course of this race.
Oh, write it down there on our screen that the two leaders have to split as they go up and over that. Here comes Thompson. She's going to go to the inside here. She's going to run out and block the line from Meg. So we had a change for the lead. Thompson now number 1 on the board. The number 66 is going to drop back to second position. See if she can at least maybe keep pace with her for a couple laps here, or maybe this is the point where Meg goes, yep, I've done all I've got in the tank for the now. I'm just going to try and hold on to second position.
And second position at state titles is still super, super impressive. Meg has nothing to be concerned about there at all. I get that she's a racer and probably wants to win, but if she comes away with a second or on the podium today, I think that's a huge win for her.
100% it is, so let's just keep an eye on it. We're going to give an update. Mia Tung is still sitting in third there. She's some 14 seconds back from the lead at the moment. Ada Harris is in fourth now. She's made that move on the 12 of Bella Arnott, who sits fifth. Sixth is the 13 of Kira Collins. Seventh is the 2 of Ella Hamilton. Eighth is the 2-4-5 of Sia Perry. 9th is the 4-7-4 of Olivia, and then 10th is the 25 of Sienna Cadiz. That's our running top 10 at this point of the moto as we see Taylor just go through those rollers. Meg not too far behind, keeping her inside at this point. There might be a bit of a saving of the shoulder by Taylor Thompson now that she's got to the lead as well, because she did have a bit of an issue, as we talked about on the start line there. She's had some Panadol Nurofen, she said, so just going to have to get through this particular motor, then she's done for the day.
These girls are pretty tough, mate. That crash looked pretty serious, and just to be able to throw a bit of tape on it and take some Nurofen and get back out there is super impressive. To come through the pack, get to the front and hold it, mate, tough as nails.
Yeah, and we've got another rider down just in the same spot that we had the lap before when the leaders came through at the bottom of that up-down tabletop. Not quite sure who it was, didn't pick up the number on it, but they're up and trying to get it started by the looks of it. So Thompson just leaving that Risen Unlimited corner, heading up the hill, banking off the corner there, using the wall to keep the drive and go down the hill. See Thompson just navigating those couple of ruts that have really just destroyed the entry to this bottom section of the track. She's having a little look over there too. Not sure if she wasn't looking behind, but looking down maybe at her left hand or something. So maybe something's just irritating her there as she tries to get to the inside to use that deep rut. Just struggling to get over that tabletop from that line, unfortunately. So she bounced off the end of the tabletop there. You can see the gap just slowly starting to expand from the first to second position there. Meg just struggling, I think, at this point just to keep pace. But she's doing a great job. Having led those few laps, usually when you get out in front, you do expend a bit of energy at the front of the pack because you know your heart rate elevates. You're all excited that you're there. Try to push a bit harder to try and see if you can get away. Ooh,
Taylor
almost
having a little moment there at the end of the whoops. I was just thinking, watching her come into those rollers, that she's not backing off at all. She probably could slow it down slightly. She's got a decent gap, and knowing that Meg's probably struggling with her fitness a little bit, Taylor could probably wind it down just slightly to keep herself safe. But in true racer form, mate, I'm not sure that that's in her playbook.
No, that's not usually how we go, but she has got a 7.5 second lead now, so you are right, Russ. She's got the room to maybe just take a second off the, the lap time and just take that little bit of push into some of the corners, just a touch off, so that she can be a bit more controlled and just make sure she gets this one to the finish.
Well, the theme of the day, Dave, has been unforced errors. There's been a lot of races lost today from unforced errors, and that's why I think it's really important when these riders have got a decent gap to look around, understand what your gap is, maybe read your pit board, and just knock it back a couple of percent. Keep the bike upright. The way the track's formed today, when you drop the bike, it takes a long time to get it up out of the mud, out of those ruts, and get it going again. So it's just not worth any unforced errors, especially when you're in Taylor's position. You've got a 7-second lead.
Yeah, she's close to getting this one done. We've got 2 minutes plus a lap, so still a little bit of time here to be completing this race. We are getting late in our program, not too much left of it.
I'm watching the Baker sisters go around too, mate. We chatted to those two girls earlier on their Honda machines. Both looking really good, working their way through the mid-pack together. We might touch base with those two girls later on. I'm looking forward to seeing how they go throughout the entire series.
It's good to see so many. We've got 18 riders in this women's class here on the board at the moment. Obviously, a couple of DNFs have pulled out from this one. But yeah, we've got a great lineup of women in this particular opening round here for the New South Wales state titles, as we just keep an eye on Taylor up and over that tabletop there. Still, look at that technique, deep into the corner on the pegs. Then she sits into it to get the drive on the exit. Doing a great job. Even with that sore shoulder, you can tell that she's still got the elbows up as high as she can get them. Just controlling the front end of that bike into the corners. Choosing a line that she needs to make her way through safely. Just tucking and tippy-toeing through that rutted corner there. Make sure she gets the drive to get up and over that tabletop. This rut on the exit of that corner, heading to that Risen Unlimited corner, is destroyed, Russ. It's absolutely mangled on the exit. But so's the exit of the Risen Unlimited corner. The amount of acceleration bumps, watching the bike dance as she's coming out of there. There's not much to be had there traction-wise, that's for sure.
No, absolutely, mate. And just watching Bella Arnott go up over the finish line in front of the box there for you. That up ramp is looking crazy, crazy slick, mate. The slightest breath on a throttle going up that hill is going to cause a serious amount of wheel spin. So these girls have got to really play this thing smart, be gentle on the throttle, keep the bike upright and not make any mistakes.
All right, Taylor. Doing a good job here, finishing off this moto. Ooh, little dab. She got the front just to push a little on the inside entry to that corner. She's still continuing on. These are some of those general mistakes that we make on the dirt bike as we're racing that you probably won't even remember if you got asked afterwards if that was an issue for you at all. But just continuing on, you can see even on that baked section of track, she was trying to get on the throttle and just the back was sort of sliding sideways. She's still driving forward a bit, but it's so baked in some of these sections, as Russ was just mentioning, that you can lose traction in an instant. And she's using that very tight inside line there. Just switched around. We picked up some of our other riders. I think that's the 25 of Sienna Gadis there. And maybe the 17 of Izzy Barker trying to make a move. And she does. She's ducked to the inside, past Sienna. They're going to go up the hill. Now there's the Cowie in front of her. That might be the 77 of Tabitha Newcomb. This is 8th, 9th, 10th in a battle there. We're just picking up a few riders a bit further back. That's the 2, 4, 5, I think, of Cy Perry on the Honda, if I'm not mistaken.
Correct, yep.
We just see the 77 on the Cowie. Tabitha coming down the hill there. That's Izzy just trying to follow in behind on the 17. She's just made that move up the field a little bit, so she's now 9th. She's trying to chase down 8th is Izzy. So having a good late race charge on the 17 machine. See if she can get close to Tabitha and maybe take another position here late in this moto. She's got a good run here. She's going to dive to the inside, I think, and try and take it. She's got it from Tabitha. Nice move, Izzy on the 17. Takes that position away, so that'll move her up into 8th position in our running order. Nice late race charge. She's going to catch up to the lap rider there. That is the 28 of Sarah Jane Collins with the WR headlight blaring into the camera there. So she's just got to get past Sarah neatly, and she does, and she'll be able to carry on here. Keep that charge moving forward is Izzy. And Tabitha's still just there in the background, keeping that cowie going. Maybe see if she can cling on to the back of Izzy, because Izzy's moving quite well at this point, doing a couple of seconds a lap faster than the girls around her. She's doing 2:02s, the others are in 2:05s and 07s, so a much quicker time. Actually, Izzy's just gone a 2-minute flat, so definitely moving a lot faster than the girls just near her at this point of the race.
Taylor and Meg just working their way through some back runners there, mate. Taylor, she's got plenty of time up her sleeve, so she's taking it pretty easy to get around those as she takes the checkered flag. And here comes Meg for P2. Absolute legend. Well done to Meg.
She can go and have a nice calm sit down until the 4-year-old starts running around asking questions of what mum did just now. So
I was going to say, what do you mean calm sit down? She's a mum. There is no sitting down.
That's what I meant. I was just going to say she'll sit down, think she's got a moment, and then it'll be all on again. But in third position, 117 Mia Tung. Good recovery in that moto, considering the first moto, not so good for her. So that will be our running order there. It will be the 161 Taylor Thompson, Megan Lincoln in second, Mia Tung in third. Ada Harris is going to get in there for fourth. Bella Arnott's going to come across in fifth. All right, we'll take a break on our coverage. We're going to come back with the Vets MX up next. We'll be back shortly.
Whole shot graphics. Be first. Be original.
The Westpac Rescue Helicopter is here for our community. And this holiday season, we will be ready to respond 24/7. Please stay safe, and thank you for your support. To donate or for more information, visit rescuehelicopter.com.au or call 1800 155 155.
All right, welcome back. We're getting to the final stages of our program here on day 2 of our round 1 of the New South Wales Motocross State Titles for Motorcycling New South Wales. Our next race up on the grid is going to be our Vets class, so that's our over 30s. We're looking for another race win out of the 47, Todd Waters. His first vet race. He's also been a part of the MX1 race earlier in the program. I'll have to check. He is definitely sitting there. Yes, I can see him as we're panning across the start grid. He's there just one inside of the box. He's got the 79 next to him, who was the whole shot getter in the first race, and that was Mitchell Budd. So we're going to have to keep an eye on both those guys. They were both capable starters here. Let's see who gets the jump out of the gate as it's down, and it looks to be that 47 machine. Todd Waters heading to the first corner first. He's got a rider on his right-hand side trying to battle him out. That's the 104, I think, or maybe it's the 101, Tyson Osborne. Oh no, it's 104 on the back, but Todd Waters gonna hold that one out, lead this one up to start this moto here. Head into the Kennards high corner. There's the 79 with another good start just in second. And there's a Cowie there in third, which will be Tyson Osborne, followed by the 67 of Bo Dargle. That's your top 4 in the Vets as we head into the opening laps. Down through our stationary camera there, there's a 61 shooting through. Now Mitchell is going to try and keep Todd inside here as long as he can, because Todd a little bit quicker, unfortunately, than Mitchell in these motos. He's still obviously very fast, is Todd Waters. He's part of our pro scene. He got second to Jed Beaton earlier in Moto 1 of the MX1 A and B class. He's obviously going to be on the Oz Pro MX Tour this year as well with his T-Dub Raceline Husqvarna team. So this is another point for him to get some laps in on the pro track that will be on the circuit for the Nationals this year here at Canberra. And Todd said to us earlier in the day, he just wants to get a bit more track time in and get a bit more race fitness to try and help his season go in the right direction for 2026. As we see him in that whole shot graphics corner, does he do his line? He does. Straight away, cuts back off that berm, cuts down across the ruts. That's his favourite line we picked up on earlier in the day. He was doing that in the first Vets Moto. We didn't see too much of him in the second moto for the MX1 A and B class. He got a bit of a bad start, didn't feature. But he's making the most of it in this Vets class. Out front on his Husky. Driving through that one. The rut wanted him to go one way, but he was fighting that. He power slid his way out of it. All the way up to the top of the bank. There's nothing left up the top there. Oh, we've got a couple of riders down, I think, in the back section. That's the 91 of Reese Hume. Just cruising on the inside there, trying to find a spot to get back onto the circuit. And he pops back in there safely. So we see Todd starting to gap this field. He came over already on the opening lap here with a 4.5 second lead, doing a 1:43.1. Much quicker than the next best of 1:46 to Mitchell Budd. So, like I said, Mitchell just not quite got the pace that Todd does, but he's just going to try and keep him inside as long as he can here and see what can be done. I spot the number 9 there, Nathan Brocktrop, just in the back of shot. He's had a bit of an average start. He's at about 7th or 6th or thereabouts. He must have taken over Lee Harriman because the 808 is just behind him there, so they must have switched spots. So Brockdrop's probably up to 6th. Just in front of him is Bo Dargle. I think that's a 61 that's meant to be a 67. And then we've got Adam Parrington just in front of him on the 68. So keeping an eye on them all. No, they've actually switched positions there. I think that Yamaha is our 68 machine. Oh, bit of a stall there for the 61 on the Husky. He's got it going. Lucky for an electric start. That's Dargle just getting it going. Lucky for an electric start button. Otherwise, he might have been there for a lot longer if he had been on Brocktrop Suzuki. As we see him just battling through that corner, bouncing along. That roller section has become quite nasty here late in the day. Dargle trying to use the very inside rut there, but just battling his way through, clipping that inside track marker with his foot. Not the smoothest use of that section. As we see Brocktrop making another battle here. He's just got past the 68 of Adam Parrington, so he's up to 5th. Is Brocktrop on the Suzuki. Looks like Harriman's trying to make the move as well to follow Brocktrop through. And he's going to go the long way around past the 68. I think he's got that done. He has. So nice move there for Harriman. Going to continue to move forward. So Brocktrop will be 4th now. Harriman will be 5th, I believe. And we'll see if they can catch up to the 101 of Tyson Osborne, who's doing a good job there on his Cowie. Bit of a step out there for the Suzuki of Brocktrop. As he heads down the hill now. Got the Cowie in his sights. Can he get a hold of him and make a move here at the end of the tabletop section possibly? But we've had a change there because Dargle has gone up into 3rd past Osborne. We watch him through the berm there. It's very dry in that section now of the berm. Up high. Dust everywhere coming out of this track. Got to get through this moto and one more of our program, and then the track can rest. It's been a big weekend here of racing for the ACT Motorcycle Club. You can see a couple of those banners down. That's where one of our riders earlier went through that Motorcycle New South Wales bannering on the exit of that corner. Brocktrop trying to get a run through the rollers to get to the back of the Kawasaki mounted Osborne. He's closed up a little bit. As we see him battle through those braking bumps to get to the Kennards High corner. Through they go, past our commentary box. They're using that wall a lot up there on the side of the track. Brocktrop going to the inside. Does he make that move stick? Looks like it's going to work out here for Brocktrop on the 9. I think Tyson might be finding his limits because he's just standing on the pegs, cruising through some of those corners in the lap before, and he's having a look back to see who's there next. So Osborne just dropping off the pace, but that moves Brocktrop into 4th now, as he just cuts into the inside to go down the hill. So he's got a bit of a gap now, Brocktrop, to try and make up to get to that 3rd position on the podium. Not sure if he'll be able to keep pace with Bo Dargle at this point, but we'll see if he can get there. Now Todd Waters out front, giving this field what for. He's just gone purple with a 1:43 flat in this moto. So pretty quick times for Moto 2 there for Waters. As we see just a couple of bits of this track here. Watching Brocktrop trying to use that Todd Waters line, cutting down out of the whole shot graphics berm early to cut across some of the ruts and find a bit smoother real estate to get out of there and get better drive. As we see the 99 is going to try and make a move there, I think, Cody Russ. We're just looking, I think we're looking to see, there he is, Todd Waters in the Risen Unlimited corner. He has checked out 23.5 seconds at this point of the moto, out in front with 7 minutes plus a lap to go. Todd's just cruising on the pegs around the outside of the corner there, heading down our hill. Going to go past the 144 Kawasaki mounted Lachlan Day. Just cruising on the pegs. That body language that Russ talked about in the previous moto for the vets from Todd. He's up nice and tall. He's not really in that race position as such, but he's just making it work. He's still turning a really good lap time. It's amazing how fast these top-level guys can go even when they're just cruising. As we see him head into the very inside of the whole shot graphics corner, just drifting it out. Got the front to climb the inside of the rut there. The back was still in the bottom of the rut, but the front was out of it. Had to just accelerate hard to keep it in line and keep moving forward. And you watch him there just carry the front into the first couple of the rollers. Just cruises out to the outside of the National Motorcycle Alliance berm. There's not much happening in this one at this point, Russ. There's Todd's just cruising, passing some of the lap riders, goes past the the 161 of Gavin Wise, Southern Highlands Motorcycle Centre supported rider. But Todd's just making sure this Raceline Husky teed-up bike just looks good out the front, really.
He does, mate. He's just out there logging laps, like you said. And there is a national coming up that's going to be at this track. So a lot of these guys are pretty happy to get some laps in and just see how the track develops and learn it. So when it comes time to that national, they've got a bit of a heads up on the rest of the field. But yeah, look, Toddy's out there. He's still enjoying it. He's obviously still an athlete, mate. He's training hard, riding hard. And even though he's in the vets, mate, he's still got what it takes for sure.
Oh, he definitely has. Like, he was running up front in a couple of our motos in the pro class in Ozpro last year, showing everybody that he's still quite capable at running that front pace. Todd's obviously well experienced. He's been over in Europe, raced for some very high profile teams over there in the MXGP side of things, got some very good results as well at times. Had some big injuries as well over there, which is unfortunate, but running his own team these days, just concentrating himself on the motocross side of things. He doesn't do supercross anymore. He's probably decided he's too old for that.
Yep.
But he's got obviously his team that does the SX side of things. But yeah, Todd's definitely still a very capable rider on the motocross track. So we see him just easily go through those rollers. He's about to make a move on the 28 of Kobe Cumberland. Put Kobe a lap down. He'll get him here in the Kennards Hire final corner. Oh, bit of a slide out there for Waters. Probably in a section of track he wasn't expecting to be when trying to make that pass on the lap rider. Just found a bit of an odd section of grip, I'd say.
It's actually the second time in that lap I saw the rear end step out for Todd. So not sure if he's maybe getting a little bit tired or, yeah, whether he's just doing some exploring in some other parts of the track that he hasn't really figured out too much yet, mate. But few little uncharacteristic mistakes there for Mr. Waters late in this race.
Well, it doesn't really matter too much because, as you can tell, he's going through the Risen Unlimited corner there, and the timing is just updated to show second place going through. So he's got 32 seconds over second position, the 79 machine of Mitchell Budd, and even more over third position, who is another, 41 seconds back, as in 67 mounted Bo Dargle. So the gap is pretty easy at this point for him to manage, particular rider of his caliber, but he's just got to make sure he carefully goes around some of these back markers and doesn't get himself caught up in anything too crazy here as he goes past the 91 of Reese Hume, who had a bit of an issue earlier on in this moto. He was the one that was on the inside of the track at one point, not following the race line, as they say. But there is Todd on the pegs around that corner, coming to that difficult section we've been looking at all day. But he did make that pivot that we're talking about to try and cut across there to get to the outside of the rollers. So he is in that danger zone where people have been pushing the front, but he managed to keep his body position in the right spot to not load the front too much and obviously not cause an issue. Looks like somebody might have had a little moment with our Kennards Hire bannering there, because a bit of it's down on the ground as I saw Todd go past it. So good thing we've only got one motor to go. I don't think anyone will worry about putting that one back up.
No. So getting towards the end of the day, mate. Few of the cars and the motorhomes are starting to roll out. A few of the riders are done for the day here at round one at the New South Wales state titles. What do we got left for the day, mate? What's left on the run sheet?
Well, we've got only, a minute and a half and a lap at this one, and then we've got the 13 to 16 years junior girls to come up. So we'll be looking at, Ada Harris and Claire Pollard having another battle there. Hopefully Claire is okay. As I mentioned in the women's run, it was the moto before this that she pulled off, didn't finish that one. I'm not sure what was going on, but she didn't look too stoked on something as she pulled off.
I didn't manage to find her in the pits, but on my way back over the box, I did see her rolling up towards the gate.
Okay, so we're good.
The bike seemed good, and I believe she's over there in the dummy grid or even behind the gates right now as we speak. So be good to see Pollard back out there. We know that she's got some pace and she's got some fight in her for sure. So really interested to see if she can have a solid race, put down some good laps and see where she can end up.
As we watch Cumberland just take on those tabletops there at the bottom of the circuit on his Cowie. Here's Todd Waters again back on screen. That angle made him look super fast as he headed into the rollers just then. And we see that's the second position. That's the 79, Mitchell Budd. In a very different part of the circuit compared to our leader. He's almost 40 seconds back of our leader is the second position here, Mitchell Budd. But doing a good job. Very consistent ride. Gave Todd all he could handle in the opening lap or two of both of these motos with good starts. But just like I said, not the pace to keep running with him throughout the moto, unfortunately for Budd. But more than capable, and if he continues on through the rest of this series, I'm not sure that Todd will be here for every one of these rounds, because he might be focusing on that national series. So maybe if Budd turns up to the majority of these, he might be our champion by the time we get to round 5 in Cessnock. So obviously we probably should talk about the fact as we come to a close here towards the end of this day that the second round of this championship will be coming up in a couple of weeks' time at Lake Macquarie.
Yep.
We'll also then be heading to round 3 at Dubbo, probably a month or so after that, and then a few weeks after that we'll be going to the far south coast for round 4, and then we finish up round 5 at Cessnock. So pretty jam-packed couple of rounds here for the Motorcycle New South Wales state titles. Obviously all of it will be streamed on our YouTube channel. If you're watching it now and you haven't hit that subscribe button, maybe hit that subscribe button. It'd be a good idea to show your support of the series and of the coverage that we're putting together here. Hopefully you've enjoyed all of the comments, maybe not all of them, but some of the comments that Russ and I have put out there.
We'll send you a link for any formal complaints.
It'll be a no reply at link if anyone's wondering. But yeah, look, it's obviously a great thing that Motorcycle New South Wales is doing here for the sport, providing this coverage and exposure for our riders. It's obviously giving the riders exposure, their sponsors some extra coverage, and just showing the sport in a really great way from the grassroots all the way to the top. as we just watch a little battle here between the 28, which is Cumberland. You might be getting... Oh, yep, he just... Oh, no, that is our second position, 79, Mitchell Budd. He's gone really wide in that corner to go around the lap rider, and he's rolled up the whole shot graphics bannering right into the back wheel. Now, he has to just back that up. Keep backing the bike up, because it's stuck in the rear brake. Now, what's going to happen there is it's going to melt to that disc, because it's going to be super hot. There goes Brock Trop. So that is...
You sort of get one chance to get these out, don't you, Dave?
Yeah, you just, like I said, keep rolling it backwards and it'll keep going out the way it came in. Here he goes. Keep going, keep going. He's getting closer, but there we go. Look at that. But it's taken him how long, and he's dropped so far down the path. So we're saying he's had a nice consistent run there in the second. One little mistake with the lap rider, and he's probably going to drop off our overall podium potentially with that position as well.
Oh, man, that is a big outcome from a very small mistake.
So here's Brock Trop coming across, getting the last lap board. He's now up to third, so the running order's changed. It's Waters still out front with a massive 1 minute lead over second, which is the 67 of Bo Dargle. The 9 of Brock Trop now in third. Now we're going to wait for the 79 and see if he comes over in fourth or if he's dropped further down. No, he's going to come over in fourth, because I was just seeing Harriman just behind him on the 808. So that's a massive loss of time there. He's lost about 30 seconds or more in that section. And whether that's enough to drop him off the podium, I'm not sure, but it'll be close in terms of our overall thing. Now that was Todd Waters just getting the finish flag, but he's decided to go through and continue on for a little victory lap by the looks of it. He's missed the finish flag.
Yeah, I mean, we said he was here logging some laps for the Nationals, right? So,
well, he's just getting an extra one.
Sneak another one in there.
Maybe he'll check out the good line to throw a whip on or something on this one, you know?
Maybe he's just proven a point about his fitness or something. I'm not too sure.
Something along those lines, yes. So, look, we're still waiting. Obviously, he's lapped all the way up to, by the looks of it, 6th place in this moto. So, you know, pretty good effort there from Todd Waters. Not that I'm sure he's calling this one of his better efforts in the sport, but it's still something that he's achieved there. As we see this one, so we'll leave Todd to do his victory lap. The other races are a long way from the finish line yet, I believe. So we might take this chance to have a quick break on our coverage before our final moto of the day.
The 2026 New South Wales Motocross State Titles, presented by Whole Shot Graphics, Kennard's Hire, Risen Unlimited, National Motorcycle Alliance, Skywalker Studios, Westpac Rescue Helicopter Service, Black Dog Institute.
The Westpac Rescue Helicopter is here for our community. And this holiday season, we will be ready to respond 24/7. Please stay safe, and thank you for your support. To donate or for more information, visit rescuehelicopter.com.au or call 1800 155 155.
All right, we're ready to go with our final moto of the day. It's our 13 to 16 years junior girls, and they're away Who's that one getting to the first corner first? It looks like the 288, but she's also sort of collected the 219, which has forced another rider even further off the track. I think that's the 474 of Olivia, just finding the very limits of the track. But it's Mia Cameron going to get the whole shot there on the 288 machine. And we're going to see if we can find Ada Harris, who was the one that she sort of just initially closed off in that corner. She's going to get herself there in a second. She's our first moto winner. Getting a little kick there as she comes over the finish line. And in third on the track is the 25, the Honda, Claire Pollard. So Claire and Ada are probably going to try and get past Mia here reasonably quickly, as Ada does make that move to take away the lead of the moto. We're going to look for, there goes Layla White on screen, the 20 of Ashton Warren. I did see the 474 of Olivia just go through, so she's obviously got herself back on track, which is good after that. She shot right off the start there on that first turn out into the boonies.
Yeah, sort of got forced out there. One of the other riders got kicked straight, didn't they? Sort of pushed her out. So avoided any real incident, which was really good. But yeah, did go on a little tourist route there.
All right, so as they head down the hill, Ada Harris has got a little gap on Claire Pollard. And they're heading over those tabletops. Now, this is pretty much how they run all the previous moto. Hopefully we don't have any issues this time around. Our down rider, I think, is Evelyn, and she's not in this one. So hopefully all is well with Evelyn from Moto 1 crash. But hopefully we can get a bit of a clean run this time around for the girls at the front. Ooh, Ada just having a little dab and a bounce through that section of the track. There's all that big gap in the whole shot graphics banners from the previous race with Bud there. He's probably just helping the track crew clean them up. I think it was maybe his idea.
Mate, what a bloke.
What a gentleman.
What a gentleman. Absolutely. Just doing his part for the sport.
Just sacrificing himself for the greater good, right? All right, Ada out front there. She's got probably a second or two on Claire as they come through for what will be their first timed lap on this circuit for their final moto of the day. Ada still sending the finish line there nicely. She did a 1:54.6, which was a pretty good time there to open it up, considering the best lap time I wrote down from Moto 1 was a 1:53 for Claire Pollard. So they're very much on pace as they were earlier in the day, despite the track conditions probably at their worst at this point. They are the last ones on track for our series opener here in the ACT. And they're going to finish this off strongly. As Ada just navigating what it looks like a difficult rut there in the Risen Unlimited corner. Oh, pushing the front. You could see the side of the tyre as she was trying to come straight at us there. Stayed on top of the bike luckily, but she pushed that front really far in that corner. Bounces off that first tabletop. Didn't get a good drive, but she manages to get up and over the second one.
Yeah, that's a really interesting point there too, Dave, is that's I believe that's what brought the other rider down, the female rider down earlier on in the day, was bouncing off the top of those rear tabletops. There's quite the, you get quite the bounce when you come up short. You're falling out of the sky from a pretty great height. You hit that top, the very knuckle we call it, and bounce all the way down to the bottom. If the bike is sideways when that happens, it's pretty bad, pretty uncomfortable, and not a situation that you want to be in.
No, definitely not. As we watch Ada just cut across the track there to try and find a bit of a different line that she wants to... Oh, look at the holes that she's battling through there at the start of the rollers. It's almost a roller section before the rollers started. That section of the acceleration bumps has gotten so big and round.
Looks a bit more like a New South Wales off-roads kind of section there, mate.
Oh, these guys don't even know what it's like to ride an off-roads. That's nothing, really. Come on. But girls are doing a good job on a difficult track here. Obviously a very different scenario being on a motocross track with a motocross setup than it is being out in the bush with an off-road when you're trying to be maybe a bit more prepared and expecting a track like that.
That's right. With our nice soft and squishy suspension, mate, they're not quite running the same sort of spec out here, are they?
No, definitely not, because they're not going to be making those tabletops without with those suspension setups. As we see Ada run nice and wide around there, trying to stay out of that deep inside rut. But she's gone to the inner part here, and watch this bike on the exit. Bounce, bounce, bounce. then finds a smooth bit for a second there, then bounces, pushed it again. You see the front wheel left a skid mark that time as she tried to go around that corner. She's definitely trying to cut to the inner or middle part of the track there, and it's just pushing the front massively through the middle section of that corner. Got a bit further over the tabletop that time.
Yeah, clearly didn't like that bounce feeling of coming up short, so she's put a little more effort in, maybe a little bit more of a seat bounce, and just launched that bike over that tabletop nice and cleanly.
Just added a little bit more sauce that time around.
Yep.
Right, up and over we go. Look how dry that down ramp is. It's just nothing left of that one.
It's unbelievable how much this track has changed. It's great that people watching at home can visually see the difference between these track sections. Those shiny down ramps at the backside of the tabletops, even the up ramps, some of these corners. You can see the dust coming up. I mean, look at the shine off the backside of that tabletop right there, Dave. That is crazy. Right into some deep, dark ruts.
Super dry conditions in some sections, and look, I think kudos goes out to the Skywalker Studio boys for getting us these images and putting it all together well across the weekend to show us some of this stuff. They've gone along with all your crazy ideas too out on track, so they should be given an absolute medal after keeping up with you all weekend. So,
and mate, this is just round one. Imagine what we're going to be doing by the time.
You've got more ideas for next one, haven't you? So you're just going to put them through the ringer, absolutely through the ringer, make them earn every dollar that Motorcycle New South Wales is going to pay them.
And I only brought one prop with me this weekend, mate, the Tech Air MX airbag. Round two, we're going to bring a whole bunch of props.
He's going to turn up with a gear bag, and it's going to be like Mary Poppins. It's going to be never ending, right?
Absolutely.
Ada doing a good job out here. She's just holding a nice 3-second gap over Claire Pollard. Claire doesn't seem to have much to bridge this gap here at the opening round. Now, we had a similar sort of vibe last year at some of these rounds with these two races where Claire seemed to have a bit better run at some of the tracks. I think Lakes was one of those where she had a bit more speed, and then she didn't have it quite as much, and Ada seemed to take it on a couple of other tracks. So maybe this is just another one of those scenarios where Ada's more comfortable here, Claire will be more comfortable at the next round, maybe at Lakes. So we'll have to keep an eye on these girls' classes across the series, because I think they're gonna flip-flop a little bit here.
I think so. It's going to be really interesting to see, like you said, how this all pans out over the entire series. I mean, this weekend is just simply round one. So win or lose, it's not probably going to dictate the outcome of the entire series. So it's going to be very interesting to see how we go into round two at my local club, Lakes.
All right, we keep an eye on our front runners. Now, we'll give you a quick update on the running order here for the field. It's the 219 of Ada Harris out front, the 25 of Claire Pollard in second, the 288 of Mia Cameron in third, the 474 of Olivia Hadou in fourth, Jayla Parker in fifth. We just got the 20 on screen there having an issue. That's Ashton Warren. She's in eighth at the moment. So back to sixth was the 67 of Chloe Hart. In seventh is the 608 of Layla White. Then Ashton. Bonnie Aldridge on the 299 in ninth, and Holly Impey in 10th. And like we said, best wishes to the 257 Evelyn Roberts, as she's not in this one after that crash in Moto 1. All right, we'll just keep those girls going around there, as Russ and I are going to make a little trek outside and get out for the end of our program here. This is the last moto of our day, so we're going to get some of the action from the trackside and keep an eye on the girls as they close out their motos. Just watching Mia Cameron land that tabletop, the finish line. She's got Olivia 474 not too far behind her there for third and fourth, so that battle is probably something worth watching as we see Jayla Parker come towards the finish line as well. So I'm out with you on the trackside, Russ. I'm not sure that I know what I'm doing out here.
Mate, just be real careful. There's dust and wind and weather out here. I wouldn't want you to melt.
I didn't bring my comfy chair.
Unbelievable, mate. I'm really hurting for you here, mate. I don't want to see your legs collapse from underneath you from all that sitting you've done all day. I'll double check my steps here, mate, and see where I'm up to. But right now I'm sitting at 14,720 steps. That's about 12 kilometres, mate. So
do you remember when I did my step update, I said I was about 4,000?
Yep.
Do you want to have a guess what it is now?
4,001?
No, not quite, but 4,200. So yeah, not too many more have added since earlier in the day. So we're getting very close to the end of our moto and our program here. It's been a wonderful weekend of racing here for the Motorcycling New South Wales opening round of the New South Wales State Motocross titles. We've had plenty of winners, plenty of losers, a couple of crashes, but generally speaking, a great weekend of racing, Russ. Just watching Ada Harris come up and over the finish line. She's still leading this one here from Claire Pollard on the 25 Honda. Got a couple of laps still to go here. We haven't got the last lap board out just yet, but I think we're getting close because I can see the flagger on the finish line getting a little trigger happy with the lap board there coming up. So we're getting close to the end of this one. It's just a minute 20 I'm hearing from the truck that we've got left in this moto, so we will probably see that last lap board the next time around. As we see, we have had a change in third by the looks of it. It's the 474 of Olivia Hadou, getting past the 288 of Mia Cameron, and they're just going to make their way up to one of our, I think it's one of our lap riders, the 299 on the Yamaha. But Olivia's having a good run here at the end of this one to get into third position. As we see the 20 come past us here at the finish line as well. She was having that issue there, Ashton. And we'll just see who's coming through the corner. Oh, here comes Jayla Parker. She's had a quiet day today. She featured in some of our results last year in this class, but maybe not quite. I think she was on the smaller bike last year. She's gone to the big bike, it looks like, with the this time around. So maybe she's still just getting a little bit used to that one. So maybe we'll see her feature later in the series. Chloe Hart, winner in the girls 85s yesterday, just coming past us on the 67 machine. She's a bit further down in 5th or 6th at the moment in the 125 class here. Layla White also just coming past us. I think Layla's really taken the surname thing to heart because she runs the white husky and she's always running the whitish kind of gear, and she's really whited out here all around. So I love that she's just lent into that sort of surname there.
Sometimes you've got to, mate.
All right, here comes the last lap board. It's out for Ada Harris. She's got one to go here, and it'll be a 1-1 day for her. She's just got to get around this track one more time safely. Claire Pollard still within a couple of seconds behind her in second position. We're looking for our third place rider to come through here in just a few seconds. So we'll just keep an eye when the next rider will come through here. Haven't got the best vantage point down here, Russ, on ground level as I usually do. So I'm just trying to see the next person.
You've actually got to walk around a little bit to get the best vantage point. You've got to use those legs of yours, and you've got to put some kilometres in, mate.
Look, I'm just adding to that step count. Can you feel it?
Just racking them up, you think.
All right, here comes Olivia. She's over that middle tabletop now. Still got Mia Cameron just behind her, not too far back there in 4th. So the battle could still be here for third position as this moto closes out. But there goes Olivia past our standing vantage point here. There goes Mia Cameron on the 288. She's trying to keep some pressure on, maybe make a mistake from Olivia and snatch back that third position. But our leader, Ada Harris, is about halfway through this lap. We're going to be looking for her to get that moto win. And we'll get our rider in view here in just a second. Just watching Jayla Parker go through again. She's having a little battle with the 299. And we're going to see Chloe Hart come over the finish line here to get that finish last lap board shortly. I can see Ada just making her way to the rollers now, so not far left for her race weekend to be complete with another moto win here. As we see her just navigate around that National Motorcycle Lines corner, up and over the middle tabletop. She's going to head into that Kennards High corner. We can't see her at the moment, so hopefully she navigates it perfectly. And here she pops up over the finish line. That's the moto win for the 219, Ada Harris. Second position is going to be the 25 of Claire Pollard. So a good moto there for the two of them. Now, this is something that I love to see here. You haven't seen it too often this weekend, but this girls' class, they're all friends, and they pull up at the end of it. They did it after Moto 1. They sit here and they wait together to congratulate each other on their motos. And I think Ada's just checking that the front tyre's pumped up, to be honest, there as well. But the two of them are going to sit and wait for the rest of their competitors to come across, because I believe that all these girls, I saw them this morning in the pits, they're all running around together. And I'm like, they all have good, close friends by the looks of it. So it's nice to see the camaraderie between this group. out on track. And here comes the 4.74. She's going to hit this middle tabletop. Olivia Hadou. She's going to head towards that Kennards High corner. And she's going to grab third in this moto. So another good ride here for Olivia. She's had a solid weekend as well. She was on the podium yesterday in the other girls 85 class. So that is our top three, Harris, Pollard and Hadou. And we're looking for the rest of our competitors to make their way through here and finish off their weekend as well. Next along the finish line section here will be Jayla Parker by the looks of it. Just clearing the middle tabletop. She's in the Kennards High corner. She's going to be the next one over the finish line. So Russ is just going to walk down and try and catch up with the girls there and have a little chat before we close out here. Just watching the 299 up and over the middle tabletop there. So they're going to get the checkered flag, and then I think we're going to see the 67 of Chloe Hart come through as well. There she is. They're going to join the other girls there up and have a little, handshake and chat about their race. As this one finishes out here, the next one over the line, the number 20, Ashlyn. Bit of a rough race that one. She had a couple of issues there, but she's done. And then the 608 has come through as well. That's Layla White. And then our Kawasaki mounted 322, I think it is, from this distance. She's going to be one of the last ones off track. Russ, over to you, mate.
Mate, I'm down here with Ada Harris on her T-Dub Raceline Performance TC50 Husqvarna machine. What an awesome day you've had, Ada. It's really cool to see all the girls pull up here and wait and congratulate each other. Tell me about riding with this group of girls and what it means that you girls are all friends and all get along.
Yeah, it's really cool to have heaps of girls riding now and have our own girls class. It's been really good all weekend.
She loves an interview is what she's saying, mate. Absolutely loves it. Look, you rode absolutely fantastic, and we can't wait to see you at round 2 in Lakes. Congratulations. All right, I got Pollard over here. We'll come over and say g'day to her. How are you doing, buddy?
All right.
Now, what happened in that last race? We sort of lost you there.
Yeah, I got a bit nervous. My bike was playing up in NSW. I swapped bikes. Worst start, almost wheelied out. Throttle's a bit different, but I just try to hang on and stay in there for second.
Well, you did really well, mate. Really glad to see you come back and do really well in this particular race. Can't wait to see how you're going to go in the rest of the series. Congratulations.
Thank you.
All right, our last competitor there, the 288 of Mia Cameron, has come off the track. Not sure exactly what happened to her at the end there, but looks like she might have had a little tip over at the end of that one because she's just kneeling down beside the bike there and was a bit far back at the end of that moto. But that will conclude the girls race there for that 13 to 16 years girls class. And we're just going to make our way up onto the final jump here of the track. Looking at all the blue tyre marks on the down ramp here as it's been baked out through the end of the day. You could almost write Dunlop in that.
Mate, that is absolutely unbelievable. I reckon if you put your car on there, you could do a burnout on that.
Oh, I reckon I could too.
That is rock hard. It's all cracked up. There's no way Richie Benno's getting his key in that one, is he, mate?
Well, it was Tony Gregg, but anyway.
Sorry, Tony Gregg.
Good to see you know your cricket references.
Oh, I know my cricket, yeah.
All right, well, I think it's enough alternate sports talks for us. So we'll wrap this one up, Russ. It's been an awesome weekend. Awesome weekend of racing here at the ACT Motorcycle Club, Fairbairn Park, putting on round 1 for us of the Motorcycling New South Wales Motocross State Titles for 2026. Anything stand out for you, Russ, from the weekend?
Mate, what stood out for me was that this track provided the goods in that it wasn't about how much money you've spent on your bike and it wasn't about how much horsepower you've got. This track was really about how smart can you race throughout the entire day. We saw races won and lost from simple tip overs. We saw races won and lost from simple line choices throughout the day. There didn't seem to be a clear way to win the race other than just choosing your lines, being really careful, being really patient, looking back at Bohannon, who was a standout for me, just watching how smooth and patient he was with the track and just how much faster he could go by being almost slower and more patient.
Yeah, definitely. No, he had a definitely great technique there that made it look super effortless, right? For me, I think there's a couple of things that stand out. One from yesterday was that Moto 1 MX3. I'm going to harp on it again. I said it earlier at the beginning of our coverage today, but that race between and that battle between Riley Burgess and Jack Devson just did it for me on Saturday. That was amazing. So if you haven't seen it, go back and check that out of our coverage. It's in the YouTube vault there for Motorcycle New South Wales. The other thing today, I think on one having the CDR Yamaha and the Honda Racing Australia boys out here doing some testing for the upcoming national, but I think Reese Budd, the rides that he put in later today are going to set him in good stead. That stands out for me. And then, yeah, Bohannon, and there's one other that's just slipping my mind right at this second, but we'll come to that if I get to it. But it's been awesome, right? We've done a lot of coverage. We've been on air for probably nearly 18 hours or more. It's been a lot of talking from you and me. We're going to wrap this up, right? Unless you've got any other thoughts?
No, mate, I just want to shout out to Reese Budd. I think he did a great job putting that 250 right behind the 450s. He nailed his starts. He looked amazing. It's a fresh bike, fresh team, all new, and he's that good right at this stage. That's unbelievable. To see Meg come back, she's 4 months postpartum and just was absolutely killing it. That was really cool. Got to work on her fitness. That was the first thing she said to us. So I dare say that's probably going to be the project for her.
She'll improve before the next round, I'm sure.
I'm sure she will. And then, like we said, Bohannon as well. So there was standouts in all the classes. The level of racing was unbelievable. The track was great. Motorcycle New South Wales, big thank you to those guys and their entire crew. One, for inviting us along and allowing us to be the host. We're very honoured by that. But so cool to see how many entrants came in here. The car park is absolutely packed from front to back. Motorcycling Australia seems to be in a really good place. Really happy with how many people are out there grabbing bikes and getting their families into racing. And we just saw the girls come off. There's 2 sisters there that race. The family aspect of this sport is just amazing, mate.
No, you couldn't have said it better myself. It is all about the family and having a good time and enjoying some difficult racing conditions and growing as a family and enjoying the sport of motorcycle racing here in, well, I was going to say the great state of New South Wales, but we're in the ACT for this round at least. So, yeah, look, let's wrap it up. I'm David Hogan from the Always Moto podcast show. This is Russ Hicks from Power Sports Central on the Central Coast there. This has been our coverage of the opening round of the Motorcycle New South Wales state titles. Hopefully you can join us again at the next round when we get to Lake Macquarie for round 2 in a couple of weeks' time. You'll have to check out our YouTube channel, subscribe to it to make sure you keep up to date with it. That's it, Russ. Thanks for joining us. Thanks to the guys in the truck as well, to Skywalker Studios for giving us all this footage, the drone that's hovering here watching us right now. It's been awesome to have them a part of this, so well done. I think that's it.
Thank you to the volunteers and the medical team as well. And if you like the coverage today, grab that link, share it around to all your friends and family, and hit subscribe.
Thanks for watching.